NFL Scouting Combine. We've got defensive backs. We've got tight ends today. Per always, it'll be interesting to see who all is working out. We pretty much constantly have opt-outs. Will Johnson will be one of the corners not participating today. Travis Hunter is another. We should be getting... Colston Loveland is also not running. We should be getting Tyler Warren. Maybe. I didn't see him on a list of opt-outs, but he's probably going to opt out. So I really don't know what to expect today. We should be getting Nick Emanwori. Nick Emanwori from South Carolina is an exceptional athlete. And of the tight ends, who's going to perform especially well, I don't even know. Because we're not getting Elijah Arroyo. We're not getting Colston Loveland. Is Jake Briningstool really going to perform that well? Probably not. Mason Taylor might be the standout performer at tight end. I could see that happening. What's going on, guys? Thanks for joining me. Day 2 of the 2025 NFL Scouting Combine. Should be live on both YouTube and Twitch here. DBs and tight ends today. DBs and tight ends.
On the air, defensive backs and safeties. Corners will be out there first, and the defense will rest because it was the front seven last night, back end of the defense today, and then the tight ends will kick off the offensive portion of the NFL Scouting Combine. Back with you.
Of the DBs performing, Darian Porter could be a name to watch as well.
Yeah, I give you the floor on what to expect here in day and night two.
Yeah, so I don't know why my title did not update when I updated it.
And the safeties. We saw a team in the Super Bowl last year start 2 rookies. It shows you
super strange. YouTube streaming is so interesting. I feel like things just seldomly actually work the way I want. Like, I set up the entire stream just for it to not actually go to what I had set up. It's always something.
Of defensive backs.
But it should be a really good day today. Hans, thank you so much for the Prime sub over on Twitch. Are live on... We are live on YouTube and Twitch. Just saying "are live" is weird because it's like... You wouldn't assume it's we, you'd assume I. But it's a group effort. Kind of.
That second number in his 40s likely to be a 2, Rich.
That would be phenomenal.
Maxwell Hairston in the 4.2 range? Likely? Oh, I don't know about that. That would be insane.
Yeah, we're going to have a long discussion about him as we go throughout the day. But
I'm ready for it, though.
I think he's the best corner in the draft. I think he's the best wide receiver in the draft. And I can honestly tell you, I've never seen that happen before as we enter the draft process.
Yeah, that is pretty insane.
I see a lot of Brian Branch. I see a lot of Cooper DeJean. 2 guys.
Love Jahdae Barron. Now, Underdog made his number 444 for his 40. I don't think so. That's not really Jahdae Barron's game. If he runs low 4.4s, that'd be incredible. But I doubt it. We'll see all who is testing here. Was Shamar Stewart the biggest riser? I mean, I had him at number 7 in my last mock draft.
And I know you love the tight end class too.
So, I mean, it depends how you figure, like, what do you mean by riser, I guess, right?
Well, and that talent will be out there on the field for our viewing pleasure.
Kind of depends.
Here on NFL.
I don't know if Harold Fannon's doing anything today. I have no idea who's going to end up opting out. As far as I know right now, he would be participating. We'll see. Blaze of the Tier 1 says hook him up.
The 2025 NFL Scouting Combine is presented by Microsoft Copilot.
Let's go ahead and see some measurements. You saw it. Somebody said Jahdae Barron came in under 5'11". Might end up being like, what, 5'10 and 3/4 or something like that, which is not like super surprising. Now, a vert of 35 for Janae Barron is actually quite nice. We will have DB broad and verticals if they participated already. Now, what is maybe notable, we'll go over this real quick because we didn't get to talk about it yesterday because they didn't have anything up. But the short shuttles are up now. We'll talk about these briefly. Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College has posted the fastest short shuttle at 4.19 of any defensive lineman or linebacker. And with his length, you're talking about someone that is a really, I don't want to say prototypical, but a really good 3-4 outside linebacker prospect. 34-inch arms. Really, really good. He did not do the 40. Why do I feel like I remember him running a 40? Why do I feel like it was like 4.7 or something? Must have made that up. I don't know. I feel like I remember him running a 40. Either way, really long arms, good vert, explosive, and then very, very quick. His 3-cone also, I think, was the best of anybody yesterday. We'll see that in a minute. But these are some of the recorded times here. Barrett Carter at a 4.41. Now, not everybody's doing everything. I will say it's impressive, though, that Braden Swinson posted a 4.33. He was somebody that did not run a 40. But did participate in the 3-cone, 20-yard shuttle, and also the on-field workouts. Let's see. What else do we have? 3-cone, again, Donovan Ezeraku posted the best time, was the only defensive lineman or linebacker under 7 seconds. And I don't know if you guys heard today, pretty big news. Matthew Stafford back to the Rams.
Today, just some breaking news for the Los Angeles Rams.
Well, that's what they're going to talk about.
Stafford, their starting quarterback, who led them to a Super Bowl, but was, I would say, up in the air a little bit this year. His agent had permission to talk to the Raiders, talk to the Giants, talked about potentially a new deal, look at all the options, see the landscape. He is headed back to Los Angeles. My understanding is Stafford and the Rams had a meeting today, presented him with some new contract terms. They have a basic understanding.
Let's look at a DB vert in 40s. Mike Nixon, thanks so much for the $10. What's up, Bengal? I'm kind of glad we didn't get Stafford. I think signing Winston or Fields and drafting a QB. I hope they don't get Rodgers. Anyone but him. Just don't want to deal with the baggage he has. Quite an interesting message there, Mike. I don't love the quarterbacks in this draft. I don't really want to draft a QB if I'm a Giants fan, which unfortunately I am. I get like the skepticism with Rodgers because he's not very good anymore. But he's a huge upgrade over Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, etc. Thanks for the 10. I don't want really a quarterback in this class, although it feels like it's probably going to happen. Is my Twitch title wrong? Chang, welcome back. 37 months. Oh, yeah, it is. It's the default. NFL Combine Live DB tight end. Thank you for that, Chang. Welcome back, 37 months. And then Butter with the 2. How do you feel about Penn State Zion Tracy? SPH. I don't know who Zion Tracy is. He's not somebody I've watched. I mean, and I know a lot about that Penn State defense. Zion Tracy. Oh, the corner. I mean, I haven't watched him individually, so I really can't give you any type of scouting report. 5'11", 183, a little bit small. Did he get a combine invite?
His brothers in the combine.
Yeah, he should have that, with that DB 15.
Arroyo is not testing today. He
Yes.
has an injury,
Alphabetically,
and he is not
if he was here,
participating.
he should have the first ever dual sort of.
All right, let's look at
issued by the combine.
the DBs.
Just before we get to the 40-yard dashes.
Caleb Ransaw, little Tulane Dynasty legend with a 40-inch vert. Maxwell Hairston near 40.
Feedback from the team.
Right.
And then
Look at the corners first. Have any of the safeties gone? No. So of the corners, Upton Stout is a good name to watch. We're about to get 40s, though, right now.
It's not going to matter.
No, Will Johnson is not participating.
Okay, so here
Benji,
we go
thanks for the
on
tier 1.
40
Welcome back.
of
C
this
Black with
day.
the prime. Thank you.
Of the cornerback.
BJ Adams from UCF
Just like
first.
yesterday, the defensive line group
Darian
set up
Porter,
a
36.5. Jade Barron, 35 is pretty good. A little bit better than what I was expecting. I honestly thought he could have been in this like 32, 33 range. We're going to start to see some faster times, though. BJ Adams with a 4.54.
Adams is a 4.544.
But we will be
It's
seeing
interesting. I'm looking at my notes on BJ Adams.
faster times with the corners today.
Reed, plant and drive. Nice pick 6 against Iowa State.
Spark, thanks for the 2.
Got destroyed by Travis Hunter. So it was like just coming off Travis Hunter. You're going to see Travis Hunter has done some damage to both groups here
amazing.
with the wide receivers and the corners.
So there is film of that corner
Yes.
that just started with the corner of DB1 being torched by DB15 as a wideout.
Yeah, safeties and corners should be in different groups.
Zy Alexander of LSU, second 40.
He's a big corner.
4.56 for Zy Alexander.
Here. If you just go last year and let's take interceptions and forced incompletions and put those together, those corners, the top 10.
Yeah, the underdog line for Jade Barron was a 4.44,
Size-wise,
which,
a little over 6 foot, 6 foot and 8 to 100.
I mean, I really don't think
So those are kind of some target numbers.
that's going to happen, but I mean, I'd love for it to happen. I love Jade Barron. He's my favorite Texas Longhorn over the past 4 years.
Because that is the only question is the pure
Trey Amos is one to watch, though. Really good size. A lot of people really like him.
instincts.
I don't think he's going to be a first-round pick or anything, but
Literally just,
somewhere on day 2.
fast is he? Because in the LSU game, they got on top of him.
But Amos had a really good year. Really held that. Not the fastest get off, but he's a bigger corner. 4.46, a good time for Trey
That
Amos.
checks a major box for him.
And this group here, when you think about the combine and 40s, and I know people say, well, let's just grade them off the field and the tape. The 40 matters for this position more than any other in the entire combine.
Here's a guy who loves big, long corners right there. It's Pete Carroll. And here is number 9 overall. On
Love Jade Barron. Let's go. Big time here.
I
Jeremiah.
just love the way he plays. I mean, he plays all over the field.
Would take a 4.45 very comfortably.
He can play the ball. He does not miss tackles. He's tough and physical. I just love his overall play demeanor and playmaking.
Dave Bryan. Barron of Texas.
Come on, Jade. Not really known for his explosiveness. He stumbled out the gate.
Might as well just start again. Let's see what we got.
Didn't a D lineman run a 4.47? I don't know how I would call James Pierce really a defensive lineman, but yes.
Take your time.
Just pick up that
Get your
hat
composure.
somewhere.
I'm cool.
I
And
mean,
you're cool.
no,
That's
listen,
cool.
Mike. Let's
Thank
at
you.
least we can at least give you the Rob Lowe NFL hat if that's what
Very different body types. But we are going to see some corners get into the 4.3s today, maybe even potentially higher.
Oh, that's the scouting book. So
is that what it was? Oh.
Apparently, Maxwell Hairston could get into the 4.2s. He's a really good athlete. I've had him in the first round in some mocks before, although not lately. Dealt with some injury stuff, but
It's gonna be fun.
I mean, DJ said that for the second number might start with 2.
Setting here.
Jade Barron, kind of like one of the fringe first-round guys right now. Could see him going anywhere from like, well, we'll see. Kind of all over the place in this 40. 4.4 flat for Barron.
That's a fantastic time. For
Oh my God! Let's go, Jade.
Relied more on those instincts and ran 4.58. He just ran 4.4 flat. And for those wondering.
That's a shocking time to me.
We know at nickel what he can do. Now you're looking, saying, okay, he's got a shot to hold up outside if we want to play him out there.
Do you go with a new comp now, or no, not so much?
At 4.40 and a little all over the place.
Playmaking, that was what I saw there. So that's why I'll stick with that.
And what a stud Branch has been for Detroit on the back end.
I'm beyond
Guys
shocked.
that avoided that the dreaded IR for Detroit all year long.
They got beat up.
Here is Kobe Bryant of Kansas. His full name is Jacoby, but yes, he was named after Kobe Bryant. Different spelling, obviously.
Kobe Bryant, a long strider. Lounge Hogs, thanks for the prime sub.
Chris Rose, take it away on the concourse set.
Rich, thank you very much. Joined by Peter Schrager from Good Morning Football and DB 27 back in 1987 at the NFL Scouting Combine.
Well, that feels like a long time ago, only because it was.
Wasn't Rod Woodson right near your group?
Yeah, absolutely destroyed mine.
Whatever happened to him?
You know, I think he went on and did a few things.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Peter, what are you looking forward to today?
Denzel Burke's an interesting one. If he declared after 2023, he probably would have ended up being a top 100 pick, and I'm not really sure he's going to be in that range now.
Happen in a couple different players. DJ said he might be the fastest defensive
Decent
back.
athlete, though.
He might be the fastest player at the combine. So while we
4,
haven't done the big
4,
blowout
8. Pretty good time for
this
Denzel
might be
Burke.
that moment when Hairston gets up, but Burke just ran a nice 4.48.
Yeah, he's one of 15 Buckeyes here from the national champions.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, let's go with one of the teams that's not a power 4. Let's go with Caleb Ransaw out of Tulane, who I think is going to run really, really fast. Nice nickel fluid.
Well, yeah, Ransaw put up
and then how about Quincy
pretty
Riley,
insane
at the
vert,
Senior
40
Bowl.
inches. What was his broad jump?
Ball
10.9? Okay.
Thought about coming out last year, had an ankle injury. Decided
Not
to go to
terrible.
school. I think that's going to pay off.
Not amazing, though.
He will be timing your steps down to the field when you check out the cornerbacks first and down there on the turf. For the meantime,
Sundial.
oh, that's all right. We'll be running a solid clock
Sam
on you.
through the hourglass.
Rich, back to you.
Just a normal person. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Getting ready to run his
Kentucky Colonel with the 10 bomb on Twitch.
Ohio State's Denzel Burke.
9 picks the last 2 years for Dodson.
4.6 flat.
Let's get some hype in the Twitch chat for Kentucky Colonel. Thank you very much.
Hello. Pat McAfee, ladies and gentlemen.
How you doing, Rich? How you doing, DJ?
Shifty 49ers with the 249 euros. Didn't think the Jaguars GM would be streaming. Yeah, I shaved today, and I think that it's not helping my case.
You're a legend.
Travis Hunter is not running.
Watching people do magnificent things on a
I
football
imagine I'll
field.
be saying that a lot today.
Well, it's only fitting. We're finishing the home and home. We were on your show yesterday together.
Great appearance out of you guys.
There we had a lot of fun.
That was the first time Ian Rappaport spoke about the Starbucks.
The next
downtown.
great
Obviously,
big
that is
UTSA corner. Here's Zoff Frazier.
Tail of the tape that you had.
I think Tariq Woolen is my thumbball.
There is an unlimited wealth on one
He's
side.
actually moving a little bit, to be honest. 4.39.
What a run.
4.39.
Meet.
You can get a Starbucks franchise out of that.
I think so, especially if you're able to put together a few years, which is a big part of the
I don't think Revel's running today.
Your thoughts on this?
I'd be shocked. He tore his ACL in, like, October.
Are they projecting if they can play long term with the speed? Are they projecting?
Boost, thanks for the tier 1 gift sub.
Well, I think for right now.
All right, here's apparently the one to watch, Maxwell Hairston. He was a really good athlete. I didn't expect him to be anywhere in the 4.2 range, but
Kentucky has got a shot here
He
at
can
the
go
record.
under 4.3. He's
All right, here we go.
we shall see.
fast.
Pat McAfee here. Maxwell Hairston there. You are watching.
Oh.
Blew him dead quickly.
That's my guy. He's been doing like 20 NFL combines. He's from Pittsburgh. I think his name's Mark.
Mark Gorsick.
Yeah. Dog.
You never
was
really
the
set your
high school
offhand,
center for Joe Montana.
Okay, because it was still
Okay.
rising up. Just be still for your offhand 3 times. Okay, man?
Slow
Good,
it
good
down
start,
a
though.
little bit.
Appreciate you.
We appreciate the hell out of him.
We're getting corners first, and then safeties will be a little bit later.
With Yenzers and,
No Malachi Starks yet. We have just started. I don't know if he's running. I don't know who all is running. Guys opt out all the time. We shall see. I know guys who are for sure not. You will not see Will Johnson today. You will not see Travis Hunter. I'm 90% sure you're not seeing Savone Revel.
Complete opposite of run, Rich, run.
Exactly right.
Run, Maxwell, run.
Here we go. Trying to reset mentally. Here we go. Maxwell Hairston.
I don't know why I would change the title. The title is accurate.
He got out.
It's clean. Time.
4-3 flat. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, certainly from the fine folks that have
Oh my goodness.
taken the trip to beautiful Lucas Oil Stadium here in glorious Indianapolis, Indiana.
That's the look, though, of a man who knows he can go faster than
Absolutely. That third step there, he actually goes left instead of staying straight. I'm no track expert, but I've watched guys run.
And this is Maxwell Harrison's not just some random guy. Like, I hate to take a random shot at Ja'Cory Bennett. He actually had a pretty good 2024 based on expectations, but this is not just some like fringe day 3 prospect. Maxwell Harrison could end up being a first-round guy.
Marcus Harris can run too, but that's not the guy you want to follow.
That's you want to be the guy who's the guy after the guy. Marcus Harris.
Yeah, Harris is cruising a little bit. Easy 4.46 speed. Brave 10-man, thanks for the tier 1. 12 months. Happy 1 year, Brave. Thank you.
Watch it back. You guys have done this a lot more than me. There's a little bit of a slide there. So he can go faster, even though you already got the pop at 4.3. So you got one good out in the fairway. Now your teammate can go ahead and bombs away. I think we're going to see him fly.
One out in the fairway. That's a good analogy. Bilal Kone of Western Michigan.
Michigan's a great state. The western side of it.
He's got some size too. It's a good big corner.
I'll tell you what, Mac McWilliams is going to be a name to watch too. He's running in a little bit. He had a really good Senior Bowl week. We've got like a few in a row that are all going to be really interesting to watch. Long strides here from Kone. 4.43.
Yeah, that's great. At that size, he does a nice job staying attached down the field. Does a little side shelf.
But yeah, Mac McWilliams, Darian Porter, Caleb Bransaw.
I forget who told me this week.
All a few, you know, in close proximity. I'm really interested to see. Quincy Riley is another one from Louisville that had a really good Senior Bowl week.
Because there's so many like track coaches at an earlier age, guys are much comfortable coming out of a stance like this for the 40-yard dash. That was you?
Yeah, that was me. But that you'll see it. I mean, you're seeing it each and every year. These guys are more and more comfortable doing this with the background that they have.
Great name, Robert Longerbeam.
He got a good start.
He's striding it out.
4.44 for Longerbeam from Rutgers.
All right, Pat is here. Don't go anywhere. We're hanging out. We're running 40s. It's
Now, we're unfortunately potentially going to miss like some pretty interesting names here coming up, which is a little bit disappointing. Let's see if the broad... Oh, 11-2 for Longerbeam as well. Porter and Harrison, again, pretty good. Nothing like absolutely unbelievably spectacular, but pretty good. Longerbeam at 11-2, though, is quite a jump. 5'11", 175. A little light. Only 8.5-inch hands, too. That's tiny. See if I can pull up the current corner 40 times. Harrison sitting at a 4.30. Unofficial. Zoff Frazier, only other guy to push into the 4.3s. I can't believe Jahdae Barron was at a 4.4 flat. Like, if his first number was, or his first two was like 4.5 something, that wouldn't have been shocking to me. But 4.4 flat is ridiculous. Love it. Myrtle Mafia, thanks for the Prime sub. Elijah Rich, thanks for the tier 1. Hoping Harold Fannin Jr. puts on a good showing as a fellow Falcon. Is that the mascot for Bowling Green? The Falcons? Butta, thanks for the 2. Do you know any draft prospects from Albany? Like Jared Verse? Not this year. I think if Davison Igbinosun was doing something, we would have seen him already. Because he is a corner. His last name starts with an I. So I believe we would have seen him. He may have not been a combine invite. I kind of remember Davison Igbinosun going back to school, but maybe that's wrong. No, he's returning to Ohio State for his senior year. Dude, I'm gonna jump in front of a bus. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Actually, no, it is very believable. I'm gonna get asked about Will Johnson running again and lose my mind. But we're having a good time here. Just a little over 25 minutes into the stream. We're having a blast. Yeah, Igbenosin loves to grab. Here's some of the 40s he missed. Here's Florida's Jason Marshall. Again, I'm interested in Mac McWilliams a lot. Had a really good week at the Senior Bowl. Darian Porter, Caleb Ransaw should post really good times. Really interested again to see what Quincy Riley runs.
Already saw B.J. Adams, his teammate, run fast. And Mac ran what? What do we got here, Jack?
Simply no overlay on the screen.
We saw that exact shot right there. No time on it.
4-4-1.
Yeah. That looked.
Oh.
Sitting up here, all three of us said that looked fast.
Eyeballed it.
4-4-1 is pretty good for Mac McWilliams. See this get updated in a minute.
Parrish, former teammate of Pat McAfee's favorite quarterback, who's here.
Absolutely.
Will Howard.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. A lot of great quarterbacks.
That was almost a whistle. Did you hear that?
Yeah, it was a good falling start. 4-3-6.
4-3-6 for Jacob Parrish.
That was a great start.
That was like one of those, like the three-pointers. Don't shoot it while he makes it. It's a good shot.
That guy's a good shooter.
That's a good shot.
But I think Mark was like,
he was wondering.
yeah, he thought about it.
Thank you guys again for the
But that dude,
new subscriptions, Prime subs, gift subs over on Twitch, and the super chats over on YouTube, new memberships, things like that. Got a couple of super chats here before Darian Porter goes. Heine with the 199. Thoughts on the Reds and Terry Francona? I actually think it's a really good fit. And I think the Reds could be a team to watch in the NL Central this year. Like, they could be a real threat to win that division.
Same thing.
What about this?
Yeah, Porter is moving. 4-3 flat for Darian Porter. Wow, we knew it was going to be fast, but that's really fast.
Wow. 4-3 out of Iowa State. That's great.
What? Stacey Dale is part of our broadcast team. Take it away, Stacey.
Yeah, Rich, I spoke with Maxwell Hairston, also known, by the way, as Mad Max. That is his nickname, after he ran the first 4.30 unofficial. And I asked him, was it good enough? I knew the answer, actually. He said, no, it ain't enough. He's going to go again. Keep this in mind.
4.33 for Ransaw.
Facility.
And that was easy, too. Some of the guys you can see, you know, they're really, like, giving it everything. And it's just such, it's a lot of movement. It doesn't look fluid or clean. But that looked really easy for Ransaw. 70, Rocco 70, thanks for the tier 1.
So while we were listening to Stacey give us that super information, we saw another.
This is another one. Quincy Riley had a really good Senior Bowl week. I think his NFL starter potential. He looks like he tripped. 4.49. Maybe he's wrong about that.
Like a third, fourth round player. I think he can get in and make an impact right away, right when he gets into the NFL. Had a really nice Senior Bowl.
When you see somebody, you know, like say Darian Porter run a 4.3 flat, does that make a note, obviously, and then what happens to your evaluation? What do you do?
The first line in my notes here: height, weight, speed. So he indeed is big.
Upton Stout could be one to watch here in a minute as well. Dorian Strong's not bad.
Jalen Smith.
Garrett with a 2. What do you think of Jalen Conyers? I'm friends with him.
Nickel, he can play outside at corner, he can play safety.
The Texas Tech tight end. I mean, he's got decent size, decent athlete. Is he running today? We'll see what he does.
Thought it was a good thing because they kind of see where the.
I haven't watched him more than just on TV. So many good tight ends in this class. Dylan with a 2. What do you think Will Johnson will run? JK, love you. Thank you very much, Dylan.
Well, I mean, you were not alone.
And
Pat.
what he has done
Justin with a 2. Do you think the Niners could take Tyler Warren at 11? I've thought about it. I just think kind of a luxury pick for a team that really can't afford it right now. You still have George Kittle. He's like the best tight end in the league. I don't really think you need to go that direction. Something in the trenches for sure, I would say. Or maybe Will Johnson if he's there.
I got massive respect for
Favre to Rodgers to Love. You just don't see it like that.
especially after the team makes the NFC Championship. So you're like one game away.
Jalen Smith.
Good time.
5.
So you're like one game away, maybe invest. Let's get to the Super Bowl. Let's do that. To have the vision and also the relationship with Jordan Love to be like, we got to do this now and trade into the first round to make the decision. And obviously, Aaron Rodgers was on our draft show, our spectacular, earlier that night. So for that whole thing to take place the way it did, the amount of things we said and Mad Mel said, I mean, there was a lot of people.
Mad Mel was particularly mad about it.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, Arroyo is not doing anything. He's got an injury. Tight end's not going for a little while anyway. I think we're going to see corners, then safeties, and then tight ends.
That looked a lot faster than 4.5 flat.
Barron is faster in person, doesn't have the best 40 technique. The fact that Jahdae Barron ran a 4.4 flat is actually mind-blowing. Whatever he did to run that, I think he was doing a fine job. I like Dorian Strong.
Great player.
6'1", 185. That's like prototypical modern NFL corner size.
They're well represented at the combine.
Decent get off too. 4.50. That's not bad for a big corner.
It's crazy watching these schools come up because I've been incredibly lucky the last 3 years to be part of College Game Day. We go to all these big games and follow the college football season the way we do. So now watching the combine, it's nice to see, you know, like the boys.
Hey man, I saw what you did with the prospects here for special teams. That was pretty sweet.
That was cool.
What was that like for you?
I was lucky to be a part of that. It was nice to see the boys bomb some balls. I haven't been on a field with that many punters and kickers in a long time. That's like a kicking camp, what a kicking camp looks like.
Right.
So it's nice to talk to the future a little bit. Really strong legs. Just like guys are getting faster, guys are getting stronger somehow.
Here's Justin Wally from Minnesota. He looks like he's flying. 4.40. Really good time.
Did you run into some guys who...
Quinn is projected to run a 4.49. I'll believe that when I see it. Miles Allen, thanks for the 4.99. Should the Dolphins draft Malachi Starks at 13? I think it's a decent fit. It doesn't sound like Malachi Starks is a guaranteed first rounder even anymore. I looked at 2023 and the guy was so unbelievable. And then he's asked to do so many different things. It makes sense that he wouldn't be as elite because he's wearing so many different hats in 2024. But I think he's a top 15 player in the draft easily. I'm going to have him as a top 10 player. I think you got to factor in everything, right? Like, I'm going to be really high on Colson Loveland, and it's not just because of, oh, he didn't do anything in 2024. Yeah, well, I saw him in 2023 when there was a quarterback at Michigan.
Every week I worked on it because I knew this was a possibility. And I'd never done it one time. Not once, Daniel.
Fantastic. And by the way, some people cannot do it.
Well, that's the big issue with the
Super Pony with the 2. How big of a gap is it between Warren and Loveland? I think it depends what type of guy you want. Like, Warren is the classic inline tight end. I think his blocking ability might be overblown. Noel Williams looks pretty good here, too. 4.50. But,
Noel Williams, a 4.5 flat.
he's more of a traditional inline tight end. He's like 6'6", 260. He's your classic tight end, right? Loveland is more of like the Joker, big power slot, hybrid receiver at tight end. It depends what you are asking your tight end to do in the offense. I feel like if you're the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton and you can really make the most of a player like that, you probably have Colson Loveland higher on your board. I think Loveland will be tight end for a number of teams, or tight end 1, for sure. But Tyler Warren's really, really good. Can also really impact the game as a receiver. He's a great receiving tight end. Hard-nosed, but an athlete. And then can block a little bit. It just kind of depends what you want. Like, that's the type of thing. It's like, oh, who do you like more? Jalen Walker or Shamar Stewart? Like, they're very different players, right? They both might have like the edge classification, but they're completely different. Yeah, I don't really think it's a weight thing for Colson Loveland. Like, he's been 245, even if he weighed in at 250. Like, he hasn't been small necessarily, but it's the play strength and the play style. He's not really like this big blocking tight end. Sam Laporte is an interesting comp. He's the Joker type, but he's a really good prospect. I mean, I really like Colson Loveland. Ray Chronic, what round does Ty Felton go? Plus 40 prediction. I mean, we're not going to see him go for a little while here, at least, right? He got a combine invite? I don't know. Maryland's produced some nice receivers in the past few years. Not really sure what he's expected to run. I mean, it's February. I haven't been able to watch everybody yet, obviously. I mean, I'm going to get to like 120 guys probably. I typically like to watch 150, and that's like 4 or 5, sometimes like 3 days, 7 or 8 games, depending on the player. You just cannot get to everybody. So I try to get to at least 100. I don't think Ty Felton's going to end up making the list. Certainly not February 28th. Yeah, I watched Pat Bryant in the summer, so I watched 2023. Definitely liked what I saw. Can you elaborate when you mean a Joker tight end? Yeah, the big like power slot, the hybrid receiver types. The mismatch tight ends. You know, your Kyle Pitts, your Jimmy Grahams. Not your classic typical tight end like a Greg Olsen or, you know, a Gronk, right? Second round of 40s here for the corners before the on-field workouts.
40, B.J. Adams. Stick with his first.
Yeah, stick with that first one. That's a huge split there.
4.66.
Very often.
Zy Alexander of LSU runs a 4.57. By the way, it was 3.8.
It would be quite a story.
I think we'd have broken into commercial.
Yeah.
What's happening right now?
Trey Amos.
He already won for what he needed to accomplish with the 4.46.
4.44.
Even faster.
He's like tiptoeing through the 40 though. That looked interesting.
Big winner so far based off what he did.
Yeah, I love Jahad Campbell in this class.
He looked like he kept straight on that one.
He's a 4.4 guy.
He runs a 4.4 flat 40 for a guy who is already at the top.
Jahdae Barrett at 4.40. I mean, it's simply mind-blowing.
Checking boxes here.
I love it for him though. I mean, that's the type of thing that could really solidify a player in the first round.
Tremendous ball skills.
Let's head things to the concourse. Gents, take it away.
Because the 40 time for the corners is more important than any other position.
As a former cornerback, you've certainly seen things shift quite a bit in the secondary in recent years, right?
Yeah, I think we've seen this shift happening for a long time, and all of us who cover it and see it. We're talking about how many defensive backs are on the
yet, so
time. And for the longest time,
I would say keep this in mind when we're talking about like combine risers.
And how often they're doing it.
If you are already like a freak athlete and then you test well, like it doesn't do a whole lot for you because we already knew you were a really good athlete. But if you're a guy like Jahdae Barrett of Texas who it's like, okay, how twitchy is he, how explosive, what's his long speed like? And then he comes out and runs one of the best 40s of any corner here, of any player that's at the combine. 4.4 flat is a crazy good time for anybody, let alone Jahdae Barrett.
Stacy said it. Is he going to run again? You better believe it. I think he could break 4.3. I think he maybe breaks 4.25. So I'm excited to see after Mello Dotson, we're going to get one more, and then we're going to get Hairston. Both Zoff Frazier and Hairston have been blazing. I'm curious to see if Hairston can break not only his own record, but I want to see if he can break Xavier Worthy's from last year.
I like the headline you just gave it. I'm glad you brought in Zoff Frazier.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't want to go
from UTSA.
Yeah, dude. Maxwell Harrison ran a 4.3 flat on his first attempt. We'll see if he can break down to a 4.21.
He also had 6 interceptions last year. So these defensive backs, a lot of them flipping over from the wide receiver spot.
Or 4.20. I doubt it.
He's been a corner his entire career.
That's a huge jump.
These could be the 2 fastest cats in the entire draft. This guy and the guy after him.
Yeah, you remember Wolin's ball skills his first year?
Oh yeah, he was taking.
Dude, what is Peter Schrager saying right now?
Last year for UTSA.
All right, Rich.
Thank you very much, Zoff Frazier.
I bet he's a nice guy.
Ran a 4.39. And he
4.37, very good time.
Sub 4.440.
Yeah, And someone who is 24 years old.
Yeah, I think Worthy's first attempt was like a 4.25. You're not really going to see guys typically
change of direction drills will be fun.
shave off like 5+ hundredths of a second, typically. Let alone a tenth of a second.
In a 4-3.
Not saying it's impossible, but if Maxwell Harrison comes out and runs a 4.20 right now and break Xavier Worthy's record, I'll give 50 subs to the chat on Twitch.
Trying to run the first sub 4.340 here.
I would be blown away.
2025 scouting combine.
See, it was a good start until the 10. Got 4.29 though.
That's got to be a great feeling. Not only to run fast, but when you can hear the audible oohs and ahs from the crowd, is that sub 4.3 time flashes up on the screen. I love it.
It's amazing what 1/100th of a second difference will do.
And we'll see what these official times end up being too.
The 4.29 gets the crowd going, and all of his group.
And keep in mind,
There was a corner.
we could see Darian Porter break down into the 4.2s as well.
199 pounds, and he ran 4.49, and it was like those little borders that you're on.
That was fun. They're all dapping him up. 4.44 for Kone. So moments ago, our first sub 4.340 of the 2025 scouting combine, and it was Maxwell Harrison.
So I'm tweeting out right now
Was happy Max.
that it's going to be interesting to see if Darian Porter, the Iowa State corner, can get into the 4.2s now that he just saw Maxwell Harrison do it. How competitive is he? Does he have that extra gear to rise to the occasion?
Size, great time.
4.4 flat for a longer beam.
75 pounds, but he's got some big hits.
Having a good day.
4 flat. Eric DeCosta and Ozzie Newsome and the rest of the Ravens brass. No doubt sharing some times there. Again, Ozzie Newsome's final first-round draft choice is a man in charge of the Ravens.
Jason Marshall's first time was a 4.54. See if we can get that a little bit lower.
Lamar Jackson.
Two-time MVP.
That is correct, sir. He was close to being a back-to-back MVP this year.
Now, Azariah Thomas is not running, and I wouldn't have expected him to run especially well anyway.
At the position, Jason Marshall gets the whistle.
Is this the deepest draft class in the last 5 years? No.
He's got different shoes on, huh?
This draft class is really not especially good. Like it's deep in terms of
Anything to switch it up?
like maybe round 2 isn't that different from round 4.
No, I have not.
Okay. I think you would look faster, though. I think that just
The top end talent is not
the difference.
necessarily that
I
good.
think style points were past that point at this point in time.
Stark's not running. Hey, we'll have to see when the safeties come up a little bit later.
You were the first one to notice Scrooge McDuck on somebody's shoes last night. I forget whose shoes had Scrooge McDuck last night. Second run for Jason
Marshall's a big corner.
There you go.
4.49 did get better.
Start that time.
There you go. Good for him. Our first simulcam of the day, presented by Rocket. Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon Mitchell was like 4.3
Trent McDuffie.
3
And
or something
Brian
low.
Branch. Let's see who wins it.
I bet it's going to be Mitchell, Barron, McDuffie, Branch. That's my guess. And it is. Shock. 4.33 for Mitchell.
It's winning time for Quinyon Mitchell.
No question. What a year for him.
Ja'Day Barron, by the way,
40s. Fast one.
joint fastest 10-yard split of any DB at the combine so far, which I think kind of speaks to his ability in like attacking the ball near the line of scrimmage. I was gonna say in like confined spaces, but that's not really what I want to say. Short area quickness. Also, interesting seeing Denzel Burke there as well. Barron, Burke, Hairston, Longerbeam, and Porter all at a 150. Skull, thanks so much for the 5. And no message, but I appreciate you. Chris with the 2. The dreams of Barron at 22 are all but dead. I think it could still happen. I'll 4-4, I think does a lot for Jahdae Barron. I think it does, but it depends. Does a team think he can play on the boundary? I think Daniel Jeremiah having him as a top 10 prospect was a surprise to me, but a welcome one. So we'll see what NFL teams think. I think it really depends. Do you think Jahdae Barron can play on the boundary, or do you have him as a nickel? And if he's only a nickel, it's going to hurt his value. So some teams might have him a lot lower than other teams. We'll see. Drew Franklin with the 5. How fast is Azariah Thomas going to run? He's not running. I do think he would have been in the 4.5s, though. He's a long, big corner, right? Like, I don't think a blazing fast 40 time was necessarily going to be his calling card. Like Thomas, let's see what his actual listed height is. 6'1.5", 200. It's a pretty big corner. And the broad jump was not anything to write home about either. And this is like, it's like, why does this matter? It's just generally a good test of explosiveness. Typically, there is a link to vert and broad with a 40 time, and just explosiveness and speed kind of can go hand in hand. No, I don't think Loveland is running. I think he's hurt. All right, let's see Combine IQ here. We're over to day 2. Let's see what they've updated. So we can see the new fastest 40 times. Maxwell Harrison over 24 miles per hour. A lot slower there for Mac McWilliams, but that's still a good time for him.
It's a winning time. Holy cow. Stick with that. Be happy.
Parrish blew away a 4.440.
Parrish is flying, too. 4.38.
It's highly impressive what you're seeing out of that Kansas State defensive back. 4.38. Damian Porter almost ran a sub 4.3. And he'll stick with the 4.3 flat.
Look at how strong his stride is. He looks like a track star.
What did Porter post?
Flirted with a sub 4.340.
Was it a little bit slower?
Again, almost looked like he eased with the 4.3 flat.
4.34.
Again,
almost looked like he eased up into a 4.
Did not rise to the occasion.
See Riley. 4.5 flat. Stick with the 4.49.
Match the expectation for a really good player.
We're back live with Jalen Smith. Trojan ran a 4.45 his first time.
He's a good player. His only thing is just gets a little bit grabby down the field a little bit, and that's not something you're going to see at the combine.
Is Makuba running? He's going to be with the safeties if he does. Yeah, Pierce's miles per hour wasn't available. I never even thought about this because he doesn't have the technology in the shoulders. Like if you're actually watching this, you can see it almost looks like they have like a disc on each side of their shoulders to capture like that GPS time. James Pierce forgot it in his hotel room and came in a hoodie.
He wanted a 4.28. That was his target training for this thing. He ended up with the unofficial 4.29. He said the start was much more aggressive than his first run. He was aggressive with his arms through the drive phase. So pumped. This is what the drive phase, which
I'm behind here. I got to update this.
Phase. And then he said at the end, I just cut it loose like somebody was chasing me down. The smile on this guy's face. I'm telling you what, the feedback on this player this week. Just 10 seconds with him. Just 10 seconds. And you're right in his camp. Great job by the young man. Great.
There we go. Tay with a 200. Who's the best rookie draft class in the last 15 years? Based off rookie seasons alone, I have no idea to answer that question.
Group mates.
Little things mean a lot there.
Hey, he could wind up with a 4.28. If you remember last year, we thought Xavier Worthy had tied John Ross. Because our unofficial time had the 4.22, and then the official time had him 4.21.
Turns out he got him.
4.45 for Upton Stout.
Yeah, I thought he would run faster than that 4.5 flat. That's a good time for him. Mentioned Ladarius Webb.
It's corners doing the 40s, then they'll do the on-field workouts, then safeties will do 40s, and then on-field workouts, and then tight ends to finish it out.
6.5 to 37.5. 2 pounds difference. That's what is so cool about the combine. You start stacking up year after year after year. You can go back a ways. And
I mean, saying what is the best draft class based exclusively on rookie years, what am I supposed to do with that? I have to remember individual rookie year performances exclusively and forget about careers? Like 2014 obviously was stacked with guys like, you know, Mike Evans, Khalil Mack.
I don't anticipate.
2018 now looks really good with Baker and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Saquon Barkley, Quentin Nelson, etc. But those guys all didn't have elite rookie years.
I don't
know. Bengal exclusively based on rookie years over the past 15 years.
I don't believe, and we'll get to the receivers.
Who is the best? Dude, I have no idea.
Final 3/40s of the cornerback group.
What a bizarre question.
Justin Wally will stick with the first, and then we'll see this.
Chris with the 499. Pierce having off-field issues for getting things and then showing off the traits in a hoodie makes him lock for a gold jacket. Dark arts win out. Yeah, exactly. I will say it wasn't great for a guy with maybe supposed character concerns / off-field issues, even though apparently people within the Tennessee program say he's like the hardest worker, beloved by teammates. But it doesn't exactly look great when he forgets his combine attire at his hotel and only has the hoodie.
I do find it interesting that these suites probably have 20 seats in them a piece, and guys sit in the exact same chairs every single day.
This is one of the more interesting names I've ever seen. Isis Waxter.
Try again.
I'm cool
same
with
seat
it, man.
policy. It's not a same seat
I'm
policy in every
I'm
booth?
happy.
No, I just think in the scouting community and in the personnel community, it's creatures of habit, and
I've never really seen any of those names as names.
Sit in the same spots.
Not much variety, is what you're saying?
Big per diem savers in that profession. I was one of them.
Meaning what? You
extra
get the per diem and then you save.
Yeah,
on...
you get that little sandwich for $10 and pocket that per diem.
That's like a lot of effort to run that 4.6.
Yeah, look, hey,
Cole enters the 2. Bummed out Kenneth Grant was injured. He's a freak. Was he injured or did he just opt out? I guess he must have been injured then. But yeah, he's a really good athlete at 340.
The last corner to run here.
The first game I watched with him was Auburn. He had 3 picks in that game. Then the next one I pop on is against Miami. He has a pick 6 against Cam Ward. I was like, geez, this guy's surely he can't do this in every single.
Still showing unofficial times.
Places to start.
I mean, over 24 miles per hour
which is also the
is pretty insane.
final 40 of this group as well.
But as you can see, a lot of corners not running. A lot of these guys are safeties too that have not gone yet. But
Barron and Hairston will be leading Group 4 out there on the field. His first run of a 4.340 had him shaking his head. And then 1/100th second better. There's the smiles.
Darian Porter with a 90 right now for athleticism score.
Got one more, Antoine. With USPS ground advantage, it's like you're with us every step.
Caleb Ransaw at a 94. Porter jumps up to a 92. Well, Ransaw jumped really high. Damn, Darian Porter has super long arms as well. 33 inches. Who's got the top overall score right now? I mean, Jahdae Barron's got to be in pretty good position, too. Hunter's not doing anything. Whatever, but... How is Jahdae Barron's athleticism score only a 75 right now? He jumped fairly well. He ran a really good 40. I mean, it wasn't like super, super elite or anything. K is with the 500 bits. Know multiple people in the program, anywhere from trainers to players who have all been there for 3 years with James, and it's all blowing smoke. Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre with James Pierce, right? But we'll see. I mean, there are like legitimate questions about, okay, with his frame and his weight, is he going to be able to be a 3-down player in the NFL? That's a legitimate question. But yeah, interested to know about everything else. Do I prefer Jahad Campbell or Jalen Walker? They're very different players. I mean, I could end up seeing them playing a very similar NFL role, but based on what they've been asked to do, like Jahad Campbell is not rushing off the edge nearly as much as Jalen Walker, but does project as someone that could be able to do that. I think Walker probably would have tested slightly better, and Jahad Campbell tested really well. Jahad Campbell's way better in space and has, I think, a lot more potential off ball than Jalen Walker does. But, I mean, Jahad Campbell's one of my favorite players in the draft. Stylist with the 2. What do you think Nick Emanwari runs? I think he's going to be a threat to go sub 4.4. But I would say that 4.4 flat number is kind of where I would put him right now. But I think he could end up being a little bit faster than this. Like, Indianapolis is a fast track now. Everyone's running blazing fast 40s every year.
And then that'll send all the defensive players to the airport. Travis Hunter is easily one of the most fascinating prospects we have seen since doing this 22 years ago for the first time. What makes him so special?
Well, let's show you some of the video, and let's start on the defensive side of the ball and all that he can do. Man-to-man, able to run and carry those vertical.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Hunter's just ridiculous. I got to say this. If you are a Travis Hunter hater, you are a fucking loser.
Speaking of that ball, the ball,
excuse my language, but like,
both sides of the ball, exceptional. Here he is a receiver. This is my favorite.
He is so good at everything.
With his hand strength, able to pull.
Why is it popular to hate that?
After the catch, it's the explosiveness to be able to,
like, why are the cool guys to like Harold Fannin and Nick Nash,
there literally is nothing he can't
but
do on a football
Travis Hunter, it's cool to hate on him? No, it isn't. Porter 149 on the 10. A little bit of an update there.
The whole package, it's unique. It's unique. Nobody's done that. Nobody's done what he's done in terms of the roles that he played for his team. So we haven't seen it.
So there really is no comp.
No, because nobody's done for that volume of plays on both sides of the ball. We've never seen that.
I mean, Charles, you want to chime in as we watch him go through some of his physical prowess, showing it off?
Absolutely, and look, context always plays a key because I'm taking it this way.
I really wish Travis Hunter was doing stuff today.
Now, we've had people in the past that captured the fancy of the public. Everybody remember Gordy Lockbaum at Holy Cross back in the 80s, right? Playing both ways, and that was college, but he didn't have the skills.
Any update on Josh Simmons' injury? We're probably going to find out more on Sunday, but I mean, the guy tore his ACL in October, I want to say.
They're winning plays, guys. Winning plays on offense
so
when his team needs them in the fourth quarter.
It's not like he's going to be doing anything today.
Touchdown by an opponent near the end of the ball game. It's been really impressive with that type of stamina and mental ability to stay with it.
Well, let's stop talking about him like he's not listening or in the room. Stacy, take it away.
Yeah, he's standing with me, the Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter. I just watched him. You were throwing passes to as a quarterback to your defensive backs. Is there anything you can't do
No, I can do everything for real. I can do anything.
I mean, that's kind of an annoying answer, but what?
Yes, I can a little bit.
Like place kick or punter?
Place kick.
You got to have confidence as a corner.
Is there a?
So I mean, we'll let it fly.
Let's start here. You told me this week that Travis that you didn't want to be listed as a cornerback. I mean, first of all, like, where did that come from, and what was your reaction when you found out that was the exclusivity of how you were coming into this thing?
First thing I did was text my agent, and I asked him, why am I listed as just a cornerback? And he texted me, we didn't say nothing, we didn't say anything about it, so we got that fixed real fast.
Yeah. So you obviously, you're the most incredible two-way player maybe we've ever seen. Do you think there would be any type of comp for you? I mean, do you think you are just a complete enigma? Has there been anything that you've ever looked at in the game similar to you?
No, I'm definitely different. I'm a one of a kind. I call myself a unicorn.
Yeah.
That is lame, but it is also true. It's kind of a weird
think you can handle. What have those conversations
thing.
been like with these?
Denzel Burke didn't look too bad in that.
This week and coaches.
They think I can do everything, but one thing I know is I'm gonna have to go in there and work for it. So I'm not setting my mind to say that I'm just gonna play one. I'm gonna go in there and work for my other position, whichever one they choose to put me at first.
Well, that is exactly what you told
All
me.
right, we're also seeing some guys out here that did not run 40s. O'Donnell Fortune is one.
So what do you say back to them?
I'm gonna just say I'm gonna go work for my other. I'm gonna work for the other positions, just like they say I'm gonna come in as a corner.
Best pure corner in the draft, is it Will Johnson? I think it's Travis Hunter. Saw Frazier drop the ball. That's why he's not playing receiver. Mike Nixon with a 5. Travis could probably come in and right away be the best Giants quarterback on our roster. LML, JK, JK. Nah, but yeah, probably true. There's 0 quarterbacks on the roster right now by default.
That's to get my body right, and I was always ready for the next opportunity.
Well, the next opportunity, Rich, it's going to be incredible.
So Jordan Hancock out here for the first time as well. I didn't see Jahdae Barron go. Here's Jeremy Harris for the first time also.
The question is, what's the number of snaps
Jermari.
he thinks he can play in the NFL Week 1?
Okay, Week 1, NFL. Realistic number of snaps you think you can play?
I can play all of them. They give me the opportunity to play all of them.
All of them, Rich. You heard him. What excites you more? Like, it's just hard to pick for any of us one side for you because you're just so dynamic on both sides. What excites you about the cornerback position?
Being able to take the ball away and shut down the best receiver on the football field.
D2 draft crush is here to look into.
Like for you at the next level, you see a guy like Jalen Ramsey, for instance.
Being able to put the ball
You should look into William and Mary's Charles Grant. He's a tackle.
And the coolest thing about you is you're like
Probably will be the highest non-FBS player drafted.
Yes, he is. I mean, the character, the kindness. Thank you
Highest
so much for
non-FBS.
joining us. And are you having some fun with these guys?
Yes, I am. So
Actually, Gray Zabel probably will be out of North Dakota State. But Charles Grant's going to be in that conversation.
Thanks very much, Stacy. That was fun. All of them. He could place kick.
More you can do. I mean, that's what they say. I don't think they had that in mind when that saying popped up.
Has anybody ever in the Jack look at anybody ever scored on offense, defense, and as a kicker on special teams?
Gray Zabel, yeah. Gray Zabel is a North Dakota State tackle that's probably going to be either a center or a guard.
If not, maybe offense.
The kicking parts where you're going to find.
He played at North Dakota State.
Yeah.
At any rate, I know that, you know, Travis wanted to get back with his teammates, so let's get back with the group mates here. And what we're seeing is...
Yeah, just open it up so you get a pedal.
All right, here's Azariah Thomas doing the drills.
Stay down that line, burst, and catch the
Didn't
ball.
look good. Also dropped the football.
Another day. Noah Williams from Cal.
But he's not really going to be somebody that impresses you with his fluidity. That's a press man corner. Big physical guy, not going to be a fit in every scheme.
That conversation real quick on Travis Hunter. My bigger question, more so than, you know, okay, is he this or is he that? If you are going to spend a lot of time on both sides of the ball, which meeting room are you in? That to me is the question. Is how can you got to be in one meeting room and then you got to pick up the breadcrumbs, you know, in the other position. So which room are you going to spend the meeting rooms with? That's my question.
That is a great question, DJ, and a lot of it depends on where he goes and becomes the master of his craft. Because I think you start there, right? You master that one, and you probably start
They got a measurement comparables up on the screen right now. Usually it's just two guys, but they've got Stephon Gilmore on one side and also another Stephon Diggs on the other.
A system that you're going to utilize on the other side of the ball, and then over time maybe you extend that as you go. My concern has always been when these guys come in, we get whiteboard fever. I can use him here, I can use him here, I can use him here. Well, let's get him.
Ken with the 5. Canadian. Giants, do you think we need to draft a quarterback in this draft? Maybe somewhere, right? I don't think it needs to be within the first 2 rounds. I'm not a huge fan of the class. Or get best player available and get a QB through free agency/trade. I think that's ideal. Although Stafford is no longer available, it might end up being Aaron Rodgers. I think Sam Darnold is an option. I mean, you wouldn't want a long-term deal for any of these guys, obviously. Yeah, Harrison looks pretty good. Good catch. But the Giants are really... They're up shit creek without a paddle in terms of figuring out what's going to happen at quarterback.
I did speak to Prom on my show a couple weeks ago and asked
Andre, thanks for the 5. No, he's not a prospect this year. But have you had the chance to watch Whit Weeks from LSU? I have not.
If you're a coach and you got one guy who can take half the field away, right, on defense, and then you're struggling to put points up on the board.
The safeties are going to do 40s after the corners are done with the on-field workouts.
Next to you on the sideline, you're going to look like a fool. You're going to make a major mistake. Now, and in that respect, I would think it would be a massive mistake to not use him on
the flip side.
Yeah, Darian Porter is a really good athlete.
Until he goes and gets hurt on the other side of the ball and you've lost both. That's going to be the flip side of it. And can you physically hold up? Now, he checked in at 188 pounds.
Seeing Jabbar Muhammad work out.
That was one of my concerns because in college,
not a big Jabbar Muhammad guy.
A little bit at corner. In the NFL, you see so many condensed formations, and they're going to bring you into run fits and make you tackle more so than you did at the collegiate level. In a long season, CD, that was my concern. All the snaps, plus you're going to have to do a little bit more physically in there. Everybody's bigger, faster, stronger. It's a different ask at the NFL level than it is at the college level.
The problem with Jabbar Muhammad is he's small and not athletic. That's pretty bad, like NFL combo.
As you play and you kind of melt down a little bit. Last thing is I send it back to you guys. Rich, that great question you asked.
You kind of can't be both of those things.
And kicked in special teams. I think we got to go back to one platoon football, where guys were playing both ways. I'll bet you'll find someone back there. Jack can probably find it that actually got that done in a game.
Thank you, Charles. We will get on that. And then just let me ask you this, DJ.
Yeah.
Having watched him on tape, you said he choose one and master it. Which one is he close to mastering?
I think to me, he's better as a wide receiver right now than he is as a corner. And I'm saying he's the best at both positions in this particular draft.
Right.
I think he has more impact right now on offense. That's why.
Appreciate you guys being here again. Thanks for all these super chats, new members on YouTube, and then subs and bits on Twitch. Happy to answer any questions you guys have.
It's an interesting conversation.
Can't claim to know everything, but definitely add insight where I can.
On some of these drills as we get set to throw to break. What do you think?
Well, we know how fast he is, and he's not tight. A lot of times you get somebody that runs that fast, they're a little bit stiff. Porter's a little more high cut. That's not a bad rep for him.
Yeah, right down the hash mark.
Riley, you see, real strong, sturdy guy. That's a good rep. Efficient.
Yeah, this is the, can't see it, but the miles per hour in each 40 time is on the screen right now. Keely Ringo had the top GPS mile per hour in 40 history since they started doing that over the past couple years. Interesting.
And let's see who comes out as the winner. It does appear to be what we just saw.
The other guys are big.
How is that even possible?
The interesting comp here is Denzel Ward. That I want to see that simulcam.
All right, well, I think they're taking requests. The DJ did late night last night.
I don't remember Keely Ringo testing that well. I ran a 4.36. Why do I feel like he was slower than that?
10 miles an hour in my my mind knowing that I'm going to make the play.
Down he goes, TJ Watt.
Here, you can speak dreams into existence.
I guess his vert was not especially good, and neither was the broad. 33.5 vert, 10-2 broad jump.
Presents Tall Tales of True Deliveries.
There we were. Driver versus reptile.
All right, let me make sure to mute this. Got into a bad habit of not muting during commercials yesterday. We have more on-field workouts coming up with the corners. We'll have safeties after that. Let's take a look at NFL Combine IQ here. See, the higher you are and the further to the right you are, the better. Jahdae Barron here, currently the highest up. Like, you do have some of the better athletes, but those guys are lacking in production. But how do you rate production for a corner? I don't know how they're coming up with any of these. How productive was a prospect in college combined with draft expert grades? Not really a way to know exactly what that means. And like, how is it weighted? But Maxwell Harrison's sticking in a pretty good spot. I'm still shocked they came out and tested so well. I mean, I'm stoked for him. I'm just so surprised. Let's see, we got up to the fastest 10, Maxwell Harrison. I guess it makes sense. Max acceleration, though, is actually Darian Porter ahead of him. Trey Amos ahead of both. And then Jason Marshall, the fastest of anybody in terms of their max acceleration. See the top speeds here. I mean, this also factors in everyone that's gone. So the fastest linebacker, Demetrius Knight, Jahad Campbell right there as well. Faster than some of the corners.
We're back here.
We're about to see ball skills, though, for the cornerbacks.
Some deep throws on a drill called back pedal and transition. And a 45-degree angle to go hunt.
Good catch from Jabbar Muhammad.
Jabbar Muhammad of Oregon. Matt Corral throwing again.
Porter. Nice catch.
Just go track it down.
He's going to be a big press corner at almost 6'3".
Caleb Bransall looking real good.
Ran really well.
Find the ball, go up and get it. It's a good rep.
Nice job, Caleb. Fluid there by Quincy Riley.
These DBs looking pretty good already.
Okay.
Or I'll just say corners.
Jalen Smith again, the versatility, being able to use him all over.
Didn't look as clean.
Make his value go up.
Upton Stout. See if he can go up and get it.
He is feisty dude. Watch him against Middle Tennessee State, 4th down, tackle for loss.
Dorian Strong. Yeah, he's a player I like. Bigger corner. Kind of caught it with his chest there. You're trying to see ball skills, right? Go up and pluck it at its highest point.
See him run a 40.
Thomas Longstrider did not go up and get it. Caught it with his chest, which sometimes you need to, right? But
Williams. Now they're going to flip the field.
I'd like to see him work through the ball.
See if it yields any different results.
We can see this drill and see an example of how it could show up in a game. Now, we've got corners working out here, but I believe we're going to have a safety. It's going to be Kalen Bullock going through this drill at the Combine to give you an example of what this looks like on the drill, and then how it...
I mean, I especially like this drill for nickel corners.
Here's Kalen Bullock out of USC.
It's while you're aligning on the hash, not that uncommon.
Look at his ability to locate,
carrying a crosser, really.
down the field. Look at him running, not looking back yet. Okay, find it. I found it, able to locate it and go get it. Here Kalen Bullock is here. A deep half, had to flip, so he doesn't have his eyes on the ball, gets his eyes back to it, and makes a play on Jared Goff. Miraculously, the Lions ended up winning this game.
That's right, 5 picks,
Five
right?
picks. But here's Hairston going.
See his
through
top
this, and
speed
you can
here.
see the MPH
18-ish.
Hit 24 on the 40, so we know he can give you a little bit more than that.
This is kind of the thing with
That's what you do. You want to take off.
Keon Coleman in the gauntlet. Like the GPS mile per hour when they're actually doing something, I think is more valuable than what it just is in a 40 time, right? Because you're running completely straight, no resistance, just as fast as you can go. I mean, that's maybe relevant for like a chase down type tackle, but how fast are you functionally, right? In practice, when you got to move around a little bit, maybe even flip your hips. That stuff is important. Filter with a 5. Should the Giants take an RB in the 4th round? We have that comp pick, and Tracy's 25. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Giants take a running back in this class. It's an absolutely stacked running back class. I'm not sure you have to do it in the 4th. I think you could do it earlier or later, depending on who's on the board. But I do like Tyrone Tracy. I think the Giants could, of course, afford to add another back. I think they will in this draft. I think everybody should in this draft. There are 30 good running backs in this class. It's like not even really an exaggeration. There you go, Maxwell.
I think these guys are doing that really well.
Hairston was much better on that.
I can legitimately name like 15 running backs in this draft off the top of my head that I like.
And some of them are just more.
Lone Uchiwa, thanks for the prime sub.
Feel more comfortable tracking the ball.
Travis Hunter's not doing anything.
Harris tried to twirl around instead of just staying with it.
Quiet King, thanks for the prime sub.
Going to come up here and do this drill again.
Said go Bills.
Yep. Former receiver and has not really got a lot of game action. 7 games last year as a corner. It feel like it's all out there in front of him that whatever coach gets him is going to feel like this is that lump of clay I can mold. What do you think?
Yeah, we saw it at the Senior Bowl too. He's still raw.
This you really get to see who's a natural catcher of the football here. It's a little bit less important for corners, but it's every little bit of anything that you're good at helps, right? I would say ball skills, or catching the ball, maybe not as important with DBs, obviously. But if you can do it and do it at a high level, it's certainly a big leg up. Because you see so many corners get in position for takeaways, and then they don't come away with the football. And turnovers can completely change the football game, obviously. It's not the end-all, be-all. Like, there's got to be a balance between Trayvon Diggs selling out for pick sixes every time, Deron Bland in that same kind of boat, and also being like a lockdown cover corner that has no takeaway ability whatsoever. Quincy Riley with a nice over-the-shoulder catch.
And then happy to run with such an amazing group of DBs and fast DBs. I was very proud of a lot of DBs, just sending prayers for them, just to put all their worries into God's hands. So a lot of DBs did amazing. I did good in other people's eyes, but, I wanted better for myself. But at the end of the day, I'm still best.
You did great in my eyes and all of our eyes. I mean, I thought you were flying, but you weren't happy with your starts. And your starts were kind of like killing it up until today. And then you tried to work through the finish. Like, what happened if you weren't that happy?
Sometimes I think when you just worry too much, I have to just go out there and just perform. It's kind of like a game. It's something I do.
Azariah Thomas, real long strider. I think he's going to end up being a nice player. If in the right scheme.
Well, we have DJ.
That is one of the better press man corners in this draft.
I was doing my homework on him, and one of the things I was told is he's a total pro, and he has his goals on his mirror. But I never heard what the goals were. So I would like to know what the goals were on that mirror.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah, he's very keen to understanding. You put your goals up on the mirror. You're such a motivational guy. What are those goals? Explain that process for you and that visualization.
You have to do it. My mom tells me to do it so I can be committed to something, so I can hold myself to a standard. And you have to be exact with your goals. You can't be off. You can't be a word off. You can't be anything off. Exactly what you want, you have to put it on there. And you just have to look in the mirror every single day and tell yourself that's what you want. So every single day before the season and while I was training, I read out my goals to myself, and I looked myself in the mirror. So when I do complete those goals, I can look back in the mirror and say I did it. Throughout the season, just after games and things like that, I would check boxes off. Okay, check. I put graduating. I put football stats. I put reading the Bible every day, just one verse. So
Texas defensive back Jahdae Barron on the mic in case you guys were curious.
I kept myself accountable.
Sear Marshall with a 2. Who would you say is a DB with lack of takeaway ability?
This is one of the reasons this guy's
like in the NFL?
The draft, all these folks up here, Rich and DJ.
I mean, I think there's just such a big difference between a guy like, you know,
he's phenomenal on the field and he's phenomenal.
some of those Cowboys corners I named, or like a prime Richard Sherman. Like the big one that stands out to me, just like I think instant memory, a guy who was a really good cover corner at times without like takeaway ability, especially as a college prospect, was Xavier Rhodes from Florida State. But I mean, there are a lot of corners in the NFL that don't really have a ton of production, and it doesn't matter because they're not thrown at. But then there are guys that just drop the ball. Like, how many times are you watching a game and you go, oh, that would have been 6.
Just like you.
Or that would have been a huge takeaway. The quarterback put the ball in a harm's way, and it's nothing. They just get another play. Or now they can punt even. And then it's the difference between like 40-plus yards of field position. So, like, again, as a prospect, like Xavier Rhodes is the big one that I think about when I think about lack of production. But I mean, there are a lot of corners that simply can't catch the ball. Hairston 4.28. Yep. That's a pretty good time for Maxwell Hairston. That is one of the best 40 times for a corner we have ever seen. For perspective, top performers all time, 4.28 is tied for the, I guess you'd say technically the third fastest time, even though I guess he'd be listed at 4 with Reek Woolen ahead of him. Javelin Guidry, you guys remember him? Let's go ahead and tweet this out. Okay, that's just my Google Drive with some of my files. That's fun. You saw the thumbnail there for today. Combine 1. Maxwell Hairston and Darian Porter with some of the best 40 times in combine history for cornerbacks. This website is NFL.com. It's kind of like an under-the-radar website. But I'll let you guys in on the little secret. Barron with a 4.39 official. Yeah. Longer beam got in there as well. God dang. I mean, these are incredibly impressive times from some of these guys. Jahdae Barron into the 4.3s, dude. I mean, I really didn't expect that. That's insane.
4.28 was his goal, and he just achieved it.
I'm looking at that list. Stace needs to tell Barron he ran 4.39 too. That number is a impressive one. That's a fast group of corners on that list all the way through.
Yeah, we're in the top 10. 4.43 is the slowest.
It's simply absurd.
So they get bigger, stronger, faster every year here at the Scouting Combine. And so,
4.39.
tell me where this kid can go. What do you think?
Well, not only can he go 24 miles per hour, he can go on the football field and make some plays, especially in 23 and at the Senior Bowl. Here he is at the Senior Bowl. You can see the movement. It's not just straight line speed, but when he puts his foot in the ground from off, that's where you see that pop.
10-yard split.
Burst to close and finish. Again, in 23, got
shows
a lot, not as
the
much
explosiveness.
year, but here's the recovery speed.
And the 40.
That's big time recovery against Bond from Texas, who's going to be sub 4.3.
Showing the long speed.
Production as we work backwards to 23. He tackled, was a little more physical before he had a little bit of a shoulder injury.
First round,
quite as physical,
seeming realer and realer.
Height, weight, speed, very similar. The jumps as well. Wasn't with Denzel Ward.
That's pretty comparable to Denzel Ward. About the same height, weight, 40 time, arm length. Maxwell Harrison to Denzel Ward. I don't think Travis Hunter is doing anything at the combine.
Stuff out of the Kentucky corner. And we're back to the back pedal and now a 90-degree break.
Trey Amos.
How quick can you then pedal, then be under control, open your hip, and then run? And same thing here. If we have Charles,
Yeah, Maxwell Harrison of the Giants at the top of round 2, if they keep that pick, could be great.
And then get your head back after you've covered some ground.
Yeah, they want to make sure that you're, look, in a real game, when you turn and go, you're locating the target. You're locating the receiver.
I think Eamon Worry will be around 4.4, could potentially push even a little bit faster than that. He's an exceptional athlete. It wouldn't shock me to see 4.3 something.
Fortune needed to go there. He was just kind of easing and looking back. They want him to really open up and go.
When you look back at the quarterback, you're losing steps in ground. The receiver's gaining it on you.
Harrison's just having a day, gents, for sure.
Apparently we have an Eamon Worry broad jump at 11.6. That would be pretty insane.
He was just looking the entire time, and they called him off the drill.
Yep. Oh my goodness.
Turn and go, and then find the ball late.
Well, here's someone, if he's drafted in New York, you know what his nickname's going to be.
Island? Cone Island?
Coney Island.
There you go. I'm with you.
Right there.
If Hawaii had a team, he could also be.
That's right. Well, that's Cornell.
Yeah, true.
Mac McWilliams.
11.6 broad jump for Nick Eamon Worry is crazy.
Rich, I have to just say, I was the one who broke the official 40 news to Jahdae Barron, and
how do you take it?
He bear hugged me. He bear hugged me, my producer Laura Chapnick, and then he got down on one knee and he prayed. He was the work.
Kadeem, thanks for the 5. Xavier Rhodes takes me back. Florida State needs to get back to producing those 6 foot, 200+ pound DBs who were locked day 1 starters. Well, it was Xavier Rhodes, 6 foot, 200. God dang. Azariah Thomas is like pretty close to that.
Well, does Hairston know he reached his goal of 4.28? That
He's bigger than 6 foot, close to 200 pounds. I'm not sure he's quite 200.
The Mad Max smile, which if you haven't seen it, find a picture.
Now, Eamon Worry is going to run with the safeties. We're still doing cornerback on-field workouts at the moment.
Focused, as you guys just alluded to, he is having a day.
Speaking of Azariah Thomas,
Stacy.
Yeah, he's a big corner.
Right, Thomas there, and Noel Williams is the last DB to go through normally.
I think Matthew Golden is more of a threat to push into the 4.3s and 4.5s. But I think I had him slower than 4.42, but if Jahdae Barron's going to come out and run 4.39, I don't know shit anymore.
It's now time for the Terrell Austin drill. Always great that when you get a drill named after you, right?
I think he's got a couple named after him.
Bo Jackson did not run a 4.13.
Let's see Quinyon Mitchell go through it.
Yeah, here's an example.
No, he did. They had it. Dion was also. No, he wasn't.
Again, this is going to be a very translatable drill to what you're going to see once.
It was not computer timed. It was not set up the way it is now.
We figured last year.
It's things you don't even think about that would impact that. Like, not as good of a surface to run on. Even the cleats wouldn't be of the same quality as they are today. in 1980 compared to 2025. It's 40 years ago.
Doesn't matter. Excellent ability.
I could see Bo Jackson being,
No pause.
you know, in the 4.3 range, maybe even pushed down into 4.2. That, as insane as that would be, at like, what was Bo Jackson? Probably 230 pounds. He was a freak. One of the best athletes of all time, no question, but I don't believe he or Dion was... I don't think they were 4-1 anything. You know why? Because we've never, ever seen it on a computer time.
Making fun of Ian was a drill.
Bo Jackson, 6'1", 220. He's just not running 4-1 anything. He's just not. Spinning Wheezy with the 100 bits. Do you have any bets for the lads on the combine? I put out some that I was, you know, excited about earlier. I think Isaiah Bond might go faster than 4.29. Got Raheem Sanders slower, 4.45. Jimmy Horn faster, 4.37. Ollie Gordon slower, 4.53. I had Jahdae Barron slower, 4.44, but 4.39. Completely missed that one. Quinn Ewers slower, 4.62. He can move a little bit when he's actually on a line, but that'd be a really fast time for Quinn. I don't know that he's going to be quite that low, but maybe. These QBs are getting faster and faster. And Quinn does have decent long speed when he really gets moving. And then Emeka Ibuka I have slower, 4.46. But I don't especially feel great about any of those. And a lot of the guys I felt really good about their times, like Alfred Collins slower, 4.97. He didn't run. Carson Swessinger faster, 4.67. He didn't run. It's annoying. And Isaiah Bond is like a state champion sprinter in Georgia as a high schooler. So yeah, I would say he's going to run pretty fast. He said, by the way, if you didn't hear this interview, Isaiah Bond said he's going to break the record tomorrow at 4.20, and if he's feeling really good, he might even push to 4.19. I simply don't believe that, but he does have ridiculous speed. It's just, you can have ridiculous, unreal track speed and run a 4.3 flat. The upgrade to a 4.1 anything, we've literally never seen it. Yeah, I like Trey Harris slower than 4.50. I had Nick Nash slower than 4.51. They've since moved it to 4.61. Wheezy, thanks for the 100.
That defense.
But I don't know. Indy always has a fast track now lately. And
think of all the incredible plays, and obviously the Saquon.
We'll see. I like Arian Smith faster, 4.31, but I know they moved it up. I had Matthew Golden slower, 4.41, but they changed it. And then Caleb Johnson slower, 4.45, but they changed it. So I don't know what you guys are going to be able to get it at. And these changes matter a lot. In the 40, like the difference between a 4.45 and a 4.48, if you're getting the line, is pretty significant potentially. Bond is saying he's faster or as fast as Xavier Worthy. We'll have to see it. Seen Bond play this year. He isn't breaking any records. I don't know what that has to do with anything. He was hurt. But his speed has never been a question at all. And also the quarterback play at Texas was really bad. And I'm saying that as a... Ignore the Adrian Peterson jersey, but as a pretty significant Texas fan, the quarterback play at Texas this year and last year was not good.
That is a very large, talented group.
Bond was missed a lot earlier in the year when he was just open every play.
But everybody gives lip service to
and then he was injured and had a big drop in the college football playoff. I think Isaiah Bond has some real potential. Disappointed about his Texas career with all the injuries. And again, awful quarterback play. But,
hammering those positions. Hammer them. Offensive line, defensive line. You can't have enough.
Yeah.
Now Trey's tracking on these.
Golden was able to thrive with the same quarterback play. But it's different, though. Bond and Golden are playing different positions. Yes, they're wide receiver, but there's a big difference between, you know, where they line up and where they are,
precise angle right there where that
and what their like responsibility is on a given play. Like Isaiah Bond ended up looking like he wasn't even in the progression a lot of the time at Texas.
Ruling the day on the drills with the rest of his teammates.
And again, it's tough when you are injured and either playing anyway or missing time, and then maybe potentially losing the faith of the coaching staff. You're not going to be that productive. Bond's going to go tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know. I recognize that there's a high variance with Isaiah Bond between his ceiling and his floor. He could just end up being a sprinter that can't stay healthy and doesn't develop as a receiver. But Isaiah Bond is not a bad route runner. He has exceptional speed, and the hands really aren't bad. So, yeah, and this is a good point, too, from Young Horn. Golden 8 in the middle of the field, which is Quinn's strength, versus Bond is over the top, which is Quinn's weakness. Quinn Ewers can do a couple of things. He can throw swing screens. He does thrive in an RPO-heavy offense. But something Quinn cannot do is throw the ball down the field. He cannot do it. And I'm not going to... He can't even do it sometimes. Quinn Ewers' accuracy on deep balls it's got to be the worst in college football among FBS starters. I mean, it has to be. He never connected. Never, ever, ever, ever. So for a deep threat, if you can't throw the ball down the field, I don't know how effective you're going to be able to be. Yeah, Matthew Golden profiles as a slot or a Z in the NFL, and he was really good at working the intermediate areas of the field. And Golden is a I would say a tougher football player than Isaiah Bond. Matthew Golden does not drop the ball. He's not afraid to take a hit. I think his feel for finding the soft spots in zone coverage was a little bit better as well. I love Matthew Golden. I mean, Matthew Golden is one of my favorite players in this draft, of course. I was super high on him as a prospect, or in the transfer portal, coming from Houston to Texas. And, I mean, even when he played Texas, I mean, this is prior to him even being a Longhorn. I'm going to have to scroll back here a little bit because my Golden tweets are going to be about fucking Golden Tate. I'm going to have so many about him on Texas, but let's see. I mean, this is just watching the broadcast here. If we can get to probably 2023 or Matthew Golden was somebody that really impressed me when watching him this year. Moves like moves like a future NFL draft pick. Somebody's getting a weapon. Little did I know it would end up being Texas. I feel like I had more tweets about him.
In one direction before going back in the other.
I really felt like I did. And this is just an Assassin's Creed 2 video on my second channel. Check that out if you're interested, I guess. Whatever.
There you go. Ansaw's had a nice workout. By the way, we just got... We'll get to it in a little
Even
bit,
more with a
but
43-inch vert.
There's a jump out there from the safety position that's going to open your eyeballs, Rich.
Yeah, I heard it scraped the ceiling. Somebody could have taken a banner down, huh?
And it was not a little dude either. Jalen Smith.
If that's true, that is absurd.
Having a good field workout.
Oh.
He plays a lot bigger than his size. He is tough kid. Strong.
Thomas.
Nick Ebenworry, 43-inch vert to go along with an 11.6 broad jump. We don't have it yet on NFL.com.
D-backs.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
This is Burke going through it again here.
Defensive back.
Now, if you watch my video, I said he was going to test really well, but you can't come out and expect a 43-inch vert. For perspective, that is one of the top vertical jumps of all time.
So that was drill 5.
Fringe top 10.
We've got ourselves the
Eric Berry, 43. Kristen Michael. Jeez.
And then the gauntlet, the dreaded gauntlet.
Have you come around
among safeties?
Okay, nice.
Because everybody tells me I needed to.
Yeah.
It's right here. You got some names here. Juan Thornhill, Marcus Williams, Kyle Duggar.
Nick Amamori. And again, I said not a little safety.
I just saw the Nick Eamon-Warry vert.
43.
Yeah, that's at 220 pounds at over 6'3".
And that is the big difference here as well. Like, are any of these guys close to 220? Kyle Duggar maybe? Thornhill's not going to be. 205.
Well north of 11 feet.
So will that translate?
Melifonu was a big dude. He's not 220 pounds.
That's 6'3" and an 1/8, 220 pounds.
Maybe he was. I didn't think he was.
He's a really good football player.
But this is going to be your comp for Nick Eamon-Warry.
An athletic freak.
I thought Melifonu was like 215. But anyway, that's crazy impressive. Melifonu was a freak. Marcus Williams certainly is not close to 220.
Tracer drill there is.
Yeah, you get some good action on the tracer with this one.
It looks like an etch-a-sketch.
And his broad wasn't even close. That's an interesting discrepancy. I wonder if it's like a technique thing.
I always on this drill.
This is going to be, well, Duggar's actually not going to be 220 either. 217. But he's close to 220. But Eamon-Warry is bigger than this. What did Eamon-Warry come in at weight-wise? Do we know?
Gather and pause and catch. Just run right.
Do we know?
The confident hands carry you right through the football.
Yes.
6'3", 220. Yeah, Jeremy Chin's not a bad comp either.
I'll bet that his hands are confident here.
Well, if you're at Kansas, you play corner, you can play the ball.
Yes, you can.
He's kind of tempo in here. You want to just really cut it loose a little bit more.
You think Marcus Williams is going to get cut? Yeah, he was disappointing this past season for sure.
You're correct how high cut he is. Let's see about the change of direction with him.
It's a little bit.
Jeremy Lincoln, he's one of Jeremy Lincoln's guys. He's been working with him.
Yeah, it's just when you're that high cut, a little bit leggy, it's a challenge.
Well, here's Hairston. Start again.
Keep your feet underneath you.
George Iloka, that's the name I forgot about. I don't think he was the same level of athlete, was he?
That's pretty smooth. He is a fluid, easy mover, ran right through the ball.
So let's track him. Looks like a bow tie.
Nicely done.
Running through the
Spinning Wheezy, give me your prediction for the 3 top fastest safeties.
Out of the building, we'll have some 40s.
All right. Nick Eamon-Warry, for sure.
Something amazing is happening.
I'll tell you what, Billy Bowman could come out and run pretty well.
Inventory quickly and securely.
We shall see, but he's not a bad athlete.
Cisco security, end-to-end protection.
That might be a decent pick.
And makes better decisions in real time. So warehouse and customer data stay protected every step of the way.
These are all the safeties we have.
Make amazing happen. Cisco and CDW.
I don't know that Malachi Starks is going to come out and run like 4.40 or anything, but he could be in the 4.4s, which is one of the, that would be, you'd think, one of the fastest safeties. Safeties play safety for a reason a lot of the time. These guys are not going to be as fast as the corners. I mean, Eamon-Warry maybe has a shot to come out and run, in the 4.3s, but mostly if any of these guys can push 4.4, even low 4.5, you're going to be pretty happy with that. I don't know if any of these guys are opting out. I don't know if Malachi Starks is working out or doing anything. I haven't heard that he's not. It doesn't mean that he is. But really like him as a player. 2024 was not as good as 2023, but he was so unbelievable in 2023. It was a lot to live up to and playing a bunch of different roles. But man, this is the guy. Nick Eamon-Worry. I love Andrew Makuba as well. He's just a little bit undersized at safety. Like, you're going to have teams that have certain measurables that they're looking for. And I just don't know how many teams are going to say, okay, this is sub 200-pound safety. We'll see. Maybe he weighed in a little bit more than that. But no. This is a well under 200-pound safety. Not everyone's going to be down with that. Let me hit the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to get ready for safeties to go pretty soon. We'll be back momentarily. All right, finishing up cornerback drills here. I'm going to pull up the, doing a gauntlet drill right now. I'm going to pull up the Math Bomb Twitter for you guys. Kent Lee Platt, inventor of RAS, Relative Athletic Score, factors in many different variables, including height, weight, and then speed, explosion, and agility. Nick Eamon-Worry is going to be on 10 watch. Now, a 10 is the perfect grade. This is against draft prospects from 1987 to now. Factors in everything. So if you are not big for your position, height and weight, you're going to get bad grades here, even if your athletic testing is really good. And you're factoring in everything. But for a guy that is about 98th percentile for height, over 6'3",
Don't stop believing.
95th percentile for weight among safeties at 220. And then about 99th percentile for vert, about 100th percentile for your broad jump. You are talking about one of the biggest, most explosive, and soon-to-be fastest safeties we have ever seen.
There's like 15 people watching the Sopranos finale, and then, you know, the screen goes to
He might
dark as we're watching Maxwell.
He might end up having a perfect 10. He might be the most athletic safety in the history of the NFL draft, which would be very impressive.
I'm like, wait a minute.
But yeah, you can see here, like, Dorian Strong has good overall size. He's 6'1", 90th percentile among corners, but he's only 185 pounds. 37th percentile. Vert was decent. Broad was not, 27th percentile. And that factors in for a 6.75 with his speed. You're going to see Eamon Worry do some pretty incredible things. Upton Stout has ridiculously bad size, kind of made up for it with a really solid vert and ran fairly well. So you guys get how it works here.
DB18 gonna have to start again. Who's facing the wrong way.
This would not have been too good of a score for Quincy Riley, but I like the player. Caleb Bransaw, 9.96. Super elite speed, explosiveness, decent overall size.
What else can he do on the field? And he said that he
Darian Porter's close to a 10. If the vert was closer to 40,
scored on defense and then scored as a place kicker in the same game.
even by a couple of inches, this 71st, 72nd percentile vert would have jumped up a lot.
NFL Network's Jack Andrade found out on November 14th, 1943. Jeez. Future Hall of Fame Green Bay Packer Don Hudson against the Chicago Cardinals had 2 receiving touchdowns.
Keaton Crawford.
An 84-yard pick six.
41-5.
It's a heck of a day.
And that's it.
The Alabama Antelope.
It's a name I know a lot about.
Do we know if he was the FedEx Aaron Ground Player of the Week that week or no?
He was Western Union Player of the Week back then, DJ.
Love Keaton Crawford.
But yeah, it had to be one platoon football, Rich, where guys went both
He's a really good special teamer for the Texas Longhorns.
Running back. Remember he was playing with the square toe shoe because he was also the kicker, 176 points in a season.
I mean, look at the difference between Eamon Worry's broad jump and anybody else.
He was moving.
He did exactly as they wanted. Nice hands.
All-time broad jump. A lot of safeties in here. Eamon Worry has one of the best broad jumps ever. Juju Brent's territory, Jeremy Chin. That's going to be the direct comp.
That was on November 13th.
Freak athlete with very similar size.
Did they run the gauntlet in both directions?
I mean, they're going to be like identical, dude. But I honestly think Eamon Worry's going to run faster than 4.45. Why Dallas? Thanks for the tier 1.
Tight ends, we'll see that later tonight. Very good.
I'm looking forward to tonight. You're not going to want to miss that.
Okay.
I like this guy, DJ. Stout.
I mean, he's got the best broad jump of anybody at the combine so far by a lot. Might see some receivers give him a run for his money, but I doubt it.
He's got feisty, tough, competitive, sudden.
So you're giving him a Cortland Finnegan look.
That's why I did the Ladarius Webb. I always go back to the old schools.
Yep.
Yeah.
We go from stout
Man, Dorian Strong loves catching the ball with his stomach.
And now
Not great.
Thomas.
Show me something here, Azariah Thomas.
We're making our way through
Look natural.
final on-field drills of the cornerback.
Look
class
pretty
as
good.
It ends. You got to guess who's the one who's going to lead the pack into the end zone and do some sort of a flip.
A back flip,
who do you
and a
choose?
celebration.
Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Hairston? Who's it going to be?
That's tough. I don't have an answer for you on that one. Usually it could come out of left field.
Okay, we'll see. There we go. We're going.
There we go.
All right, corners are done.
There it is in the end zone.
Somersault doesn't
Most
count.
of them.
Safety's getting ready to go.
No, I think the first one in there with the ball. And it's over for the defensive backs.
Hey, great job, man. Great job today.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart's a freak. Yeah, Eamon Worry could go first round. It's just you're talking about lesser valued positions. Tough for those guys to be guaranteed first round picks, but yeah, definitely a chance. I've had him in first round mock drafts. So I obviously feel like there's a chance.
He might go fast because he looked like he was rolling. I saw a 27 number flash on the screen there. As you say, he stayed pretty straight to the
I don't know how true that is. Definitely was not going 27 miles per hour.
26, it looked like he had hit for a second there.
I don't know if I think that's true.
You get a chance to see the top speed, and eventually we get to see the speed they had.
There's no way
going all the way through average.
they're doing faster in the gauntlet for short bursts than they were in the 40. Refuse to believe that.
His fellow defensive backs. Group 4. The corners are done. Now it's time for the safeties to get out there. And then the tight ends. We're a third of the way through here on a Friday in Indianapolis.
I'd love to see Eamon Worry go in the 4-3s. That'd be so sick. Kadeem, thanks for the 5. Nick Eamon Worry or James Pierce Jr. are going to fall to the Ravens. I just know it, and as a Steelers fan, it's going to kill me. Yeah, it seems like both could happen, to be honest. Andre, thanks for the 5. Do you think Harold Perkins can play himself back into the first round talks? I don't know, because Harold Perkins has the problem with being a tweener. He's not big enough to be an edge rusher, but that's kind of like his best role in college football so far. And he's not good enough off the ball to be an off-ball linebacker. He's a really good athlete. He's definitely a good college player. How does he translate to the NFL? Now, after a big injury, forced to return to LSU, definitely muddies the waters on his future projection. Eamon Worry is more of a box player. I think he can cover deep, but he can definitely carry routes vertically. So you're talking about from the nickel. He's got obviously more than enough speed, you're going to see here in a minute, to run with anybody down the field. But he's one of those guys that is just better near the ball. So big nickel safety is probably like his best NFL role. But I think he can play from too high. And I don't even know that he's necessarily limited to only a boundary role. I think he can be a field safety with his speed. And he has great ball skills. Like, this is just not a good athlete, and that's it. Nick Eamon Worry is a great football player. Yeah, he's a much better athlete than Kyle Hamilton. Not sure the instincts are on the same level as Hamilton. Hamilton is absolutely elite in that regard. About to see safeties run 40s, and then we'll see them do the exact same drills that you saw from the corners. If you're watching on NFL Network, if you're not, I appreciate you hanging out anyway. Been a ton of fun so far. And we're about to see safeties.
Maxwell Hairston, where's he going, guys? Up the draft board. 4.28. He ran it, and then his drills, Charles. He was great.
I mean, Hairston was already somebody that could have got into the first round. I've had him in first round mock drafts before.
And remember, he got overlooked a little bit during the season because he was hurt. Missed a number of ball games.
He's got great cover skills. Really, really good.
He's reminded us of why we thought he was going to be good going into last season.
Yeah, and look, with no Travis Hunter, with no Will Johnson, someone was going to step up. I think Hairston was the name. Of course, the 40 time, but this is the stuff that we love. Top 50 player, right? Not sure if he's a first rounder, but this gives him a great argument to get up into that top 32.
Let's move some metal. We didn't
Kenneth Grant on the bench.
on the turf
22.
22 reps at 225. Kid's talented. We know that.
That's really good considering the arm.
24 for Mason Graham. I thought he was going to do a little bit more than this. He's got little tiny baby arms. I'm just kidding. In terms of length, they're not super long. Short arms Really help you in the bench. Mike Green with 28.
He was impressive at the Senior Bowl, and look at him put up almost 30, Peter.
It's almost, I wish they ran and did stuff yesterday, because here we're getting a taste of them. They're doing the bench with all three.
32 for Oklahoma D lineman Ethan Downs.
And this is how he plays.
Yeah, well, he's the strongest man on the defensive line this year in the weight room. 32 reps at 225. Schrager, what'd you put up in your combine?
Much more.
It was 22.5.
Yes.
I mean, 11-2 for Robert Longerbeam is a great broad. He had a great day today. He's a little light, like only 175, but he looked really good. Darian Porter tested really well athletically, really well. I didn't think he looked as good in the on-field drills. Definitely did not show off elite ball skills or anything. And for a bigger corner, 6'3 plus, I mean, you'd want him to have that as a strength. Didn't really appear to be.
This kid's been outstanding today, Peter.
Okay, so Tulane, but of course we talked about his journey. You love this. Last year, of course, Quinyon Mitchell came here and stole the show as a non-Power 5 guy. Ran awesome today.
Jacob Parrish, another one of those sub-4.40s, 4.35.
Saw him at the Senior Bowl, and he played really well the entire week.
Jacob Parrish had a really good day.
Jason Marshall Jr.
D linemen were back just for the bench.
His class that signed at Florida that year, and here he is showing exactly.
Jason Marshall, 37.5 too.
And now he's got a chance.
And he posted a really good acceleration time. Luke, thanks for the 2. Nicky Manwari is an absolute freak of nature. Yes, that is true.
Oh, we're talking Maxwell Hairston again, Peter.
Yeah. Look, it jumps, runs, obviously.
That is true.
But the ball skills were good today. I think that really helped him. And then Stacy does this.
Looking at his vert here.
Nicky Manwari, you'll see him on field, jumping 43.
It honestly looked like he could have been a little bit higher than 43.
A guy who's coaching him in the offseason, and all he said is
He grazed one of the markers there. That would have been probably 43.5.
Safeties, right? As soon as I thought about it, I immediately thought David Fulcher, Cincinnati Bengals, Tim McDonald, San Francisco 49ers, Arizona 46. Cardinals. Okay, Steve Atwater, Denver Broncos. We were talking at that time. Kenny Easley was running around the field.
Kenny Easley.
Don Rogers.
He's in the Hall of Fame now, isn't he?
Monster size safeties, plus size safeties. As great as they were, I'm not sure they were quite as athletic as we're seeing here.
6'3", 220 as a safety.
He did get in. Nice. Now, I never watched Kenny Easley play, of course, but I used to watch a lot of NFL Network, and they used to do, like, you know, player profiles on guys like Kenny Easley, Kurt Warner, a lot of the Cortez Kennedy, a lot of those Seahawks guys, to be honest. One of the best players of the 80s, 3-time All-Pro first team, and Defensive Player of the Year in 1984. 10 interceptions in 1984. Look at these numbers for Kenny Easley. This is a beautiful Pro Football Reference page. Career shortened due to injuries, but what a prime. What a prime.
Took over that program. Had come from Wisconsin Whitewater, where he was dominating Division III.
I mean, this is
and he has Kansas in his
an elite stretch.
Big 12 football program. And they're redoing the stadium, Peter, at Kansas.
26 interceptions in 67 games. Pair of forced fumbles, 10 recoveries, 7 sacks, 3 touchdowns.
Let's move to Ames, Iowa. Now, Darian Porter, you told us the story. Started out as a wide
I'm not
receiver,
like production is king at DB, but that's pretty good.
the secondary, and finally this year became a starter.
Bill reminds me of Tariq Woolen in a lot of ways. Tariq was even taller. Tariq's about 6'4", and had more experience playing defense at UTSA his last 2 seasons. Porter didn't play a whole lot of defense. He moved over his junior year, but barely played on defense. And then his senior year, just 7 games, 7 starts at that time frame. So there's a lot there that you're looking at.
Is that Matt Campbell finding this and saying, hey, at this point in your career, let's make it, like, how does that happen?
I'd love to know the full story. I'd like to ask him, did you go to the coaches and say, flip me over? Did the coaches come to you and say, we got to get you? In any event, finally, I think he found the place where he'll have a chance to play.
This kid was great, too.
You know what it probably is when their GPS miles per hour time jolts up to 27 randomly? It's probably when their shoulders jolt up to catch the football. Because that's where the GPS like monitor thing is on their bodies in their like combine compression shirt.
bend. Like,
They're not just randomly jumping up to 27 miles per hour mid-gauntlet drill.
the way he moves, he's got it.
Notice he's a little bit of what we call slew
It's definitely when those shoulders move quickly.
Helps him on the planning and the braking and driving because that foot is almost at the natural angle you want when you're
gotta be.
starting coming back in the other direction. And you see
Like Azariah Thomas just did not jump up to 26.2 miles per hour. I just refuse to believe it. Especially when you factor in that, look at the top 40 time. You're telling me that in a 40-yard stretch, their peak time, Hairston hit 24 miles per hour, only running straight for 40 yards as fast as he can, yet in the gauntlet, when they're worried about turning around, catching the football, and keep flipping back and forth, you think they're getting up to 27?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got
I don't think so.
He's been overshadowed a little bit because he's been in the SEC.
I'm on NFL.com.
University of Georgia for the last
Is there a chance even Worry goes over Starks? Yes.
How about Xavier Watson?
There is a chance.
All-American from Notre Dame, who's a terrific player. And then just a little bit under the radar, but he announced his presence with authority during the college football playoff. Andrew Makuba at Texas, coming off the hash, making a big
Horns
run
up, Andrew Makuba. Austin, Texas kid, made the mistake of going to Clemson.
A lacrosse guy who can flat out play. Let's see what he can do.
That was,
Starks, 33.
what, first year Steve Sarkisian and then coming off Tom Herman? I get it.
Jumping ability, but Starks put the footage on the.
I get it.
saw a shot of him and Worry. I thought the linebackers worked out yesterday. Hey, are you kidding me?
This is a 1980s looking safety.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, that's still to come here on our coverage of the Combine, but don't forget, we're about 10 days away from free agency friends.
Is Campbell 32 and 7/8 inch arms? Do we know that?
We cannot wait to find out.
I mean, it's a little short, of course.
Right here on NFL Network. Who just mentioned Malachi?
Is that verified?
Yeah. He doesn't look uptight for this job interview. He's ready to roll. We will do that right after this. Safety's coming your way.
Chipotle's braised beef.
I don't know that we know it yet. Although, according to Greg Bedard, Campbell had his arm length measured in April of 2024 and measured in at 32 and 7/8. I mean, he's probably going to try tackle first. You typically would like to see closer to 34. But if it's that close to 33, he can probably do it. We shall see. How about Banks? I mean, we're going to see on Sunday when these guys get measured in. At 220 pounds, Nick Eamon-Worry just jumped at an unofficial 11.6 broad jump, which is official. They're not changing that. That's tied for the second longest broad jump by a safety weighing at least 220 since 2003, and probably ever. I wanted side version of this, or side angle. But that is pretty insane. Nick Eamon-Worry's so fun. I'm glad I was on this hype train early. Also, Alaric Jackson back to the Rams. 3-year, $57 million. $35 million guaranteed. I don't think that means the Rams won't consider drafting a tackle with Havenstein over on that right side. But they may pivot now. Not to say pivot. They were not necessarily locked into drafting a tackle at any point. This is Hairston at the Senior Bowl, by the way.
Especially in 23 and at the Senior Bowl. Here he is at the Senior Bowl. You can see the movement. It's not just straight line speed, but when he puts his foot in the ground from off, That's where you see that pop.
Like,
and
this
you
is
see
a
that
pick
movement.
six.
It's not just straight line speed.
That looks
But when
open.
he puts
This
his
is
foot
me in
the
college
ground
football
for
25.
ball,
I'm dead.
That's where you see that pop and you see that big time burst to close and finish. Again, in 23,
That's
got
Isaiah
challenged
Bond.
a lot, not as much this year. But here's the recovery speed.
Also, the ball is underthrown. That needs to be said.
Harrison, who clocked in at a 4.28.
This is Isaiah Bond getting open and then not
Close
scoring a touchdown.
and finish. Again, in 23, got challenged a lot, not as much.
Good throws, a touchdown. Just so we're all on the same page. This is bad Isaiah Bond that can't play football, apparently.
Not bad.
If the ball's put on the front part of the Texas S, that's a touchdown.
This year, but here's the recovery speed.
Look where it is.
IQ dashboard exclusively on NFL.com. That is Peter Trader's new favorite toy.
You want to sound smart? Go on this website. You will sound smart at the water
And finish. Again, in 23, got challenged a lot, not as much.
He's gone. It's a touchdown. He's got 3 yards of separation.
Much this year, but here's the recovery speed.
All right, time right now to check in with the ultra-smart Ian Rappaport. Told us earlier about Matthew
Whatever.
Stafford staying put in
Yeah,
Los
X marks the
Angeles.
spots. You're getting banned,
For
dude.
the rest of the quarterback
Safeties are going to run here pretty shortly.
That's big time recovery against Bond from Texas, who's going to be sub
sick
4.
play.
That's big time recovery against Bond from Texas, who's going to be sub 4.3.
Is this deal, which is sort of essentially in place for the Rams, they know about what it's going to be, going to get finalized over the next couple of weeks, probably after free agency, although now they do have some certainty knowing their quarterback is in place, which means they can lock up some other guys, including Alaric Jackson, their left tackle. He gets
Call with the 2. Any thoughts on the Cards drafting QB at 114?
tackle in place. But you're right, Rose. This does have dramatic
No thoughts on that.
around the entire league when you're looking at the quarterback positions. First of all, the other teams in.
If I'm the Cardinals and I have a quarterback, I'm just probably avoiding QB in this draft.
Agent Jimmy Sexton, the New York Giants, they still need a quarterback. They're number 3 in the draft. Could potentially, we'll see, be a team that could trade up, going to have interest in several other veterans, including Aaron Rodgers, by the way. And then you also have the Las Vegas Raiders, Pete Carroll's team, Chip Kelly's team. He's the offensive coordinator there. They still need a quarterback as well. There's been, of course, ties to Russell Wilson in his career for Pete Carroll. That would be an option, as are several others. Another team that could be looking at potentially drafting a quarterback. Then you still have a lot of other teams in need of quarterbacks. You have the Vikings quarterback situation unsettled.
I'm assuming when he said 114, he means literally pick 114, not 1.16 in the first round. I think he literally means in the 4th.
Giants are at 3, Raiders are at 6, Jets are at 7. Anybody going to move up? Going to fall in love with somebody after meeting with guys?
This was the 40 time of Barron versus
And Brian Branch.
some other DBs. I don't know why they're throwing Brian. I guess Brian Branch to the Jahdae Barron comp. But, man, Barron is moving. Like, this is a big difference.
And Brian Branch. Let's see who wins it.
Mitchell obviously really getting out, but Jahdae Barron, man, he's already a stride ahead of McDuffie and Branch.
Trying to track down Mitchell, but holy Toledo.
At 40 yards, I mean, that's a significant change. Look how far ahead he is of Brian Branch. And he's got those instincts. Man, I love Jahdae Barron.
Several days ago. Stace, what's the latest?
No, I live here and I love it because I'm falling in love with these players, and one of them is Maxwell Hairston. Sorry to be redundant, you guys, but he's just
Flying.
spectacular, and he was today. He told us yesterday, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to put on a show. It's exactly what he did. He ran a 4.28 official 40. What's really cool is that was his target, a 4.28. He was ecstatic when he did it, but he's just so confident. He had the chain rocking today, the Mad Max chain. That is his nickname. And we know he's a ball.
Love Kyler, but you got to think about beyond. I just don't think they're getting anybody better than Kyler Murray long term at 114. I just try to continue to build around him. Cardinals got to get better in the trenches.
Really good in the drill work. From an agility and quickness standpoint, he's a ball hawk. How about 6 interceptions at Kentucky? And then what's really fun is he calls himself a locksmith. He told me this week, when I'm on an island by myself, it's either me or you, and I like me every time. That speaks to his confidence. The other guy that had a really good day, we didn't see as much as we wanted, perhaps, as we continue to watch the drill work here, is out of Texas, the cornerback, Jahdae Barron. He was thrilled, disappointed at first, but thrilled with his official.
Even worse, probably going to be asked to play linebacker. He doesn't have the hips. I really couldn't agree less.
And because of the way he trained, he didn't get out of the gates.
I think for his size, I mean, he can absolutely
official. He got down on his knee.
Turning carry routes vertically. I think that's one of his strengths, actually.
Move on to the next group. We're about
Luis
to
Heel shut down.
group, the safeties.
All right,
And
baseball
the
pivot
South
for a
Carolina
second here.
safety, Nick Eamon-Worry. Guys, I stood. He's getting ready here. Just look at him in the concentration. I stood and I watched him at the vertical. That guy
Discomfort in his shoulder.
launched 43
Oh,
inches.
no.
We caught it in slow-mo. And I just got to say this, Chris Rose.
That's
he's
not
6'3".
ideal.
He's 220. He looks 6'5". And the feedback that he's getting here at the combine.
I mean, that's one of the Yankees starters.
And you're moving faster.
You're going to have Cole, Fried, Rodon, like you're guaranteed top 3. I wonder if Will Warren pushes for a spot in the rotation, to be honest.
And he might just get it, Chris Rose. He is having a day.
Well,
Hate to see injuries.
1-4-3 in the vertical.
Will Warren's had a good spring, though, so far. Clark Schmidt, I mean,
Now, when will Eamon-Worry and the rest of these great players get their name called? Maybe some
lights might be out on Marcus Stroman's career. We'll see.
When Titletown turns into Draft Town. We got more coming your way.
Who shouldered Luis Heel? He's a pitcher for the Yankees. I know most of you don't care about baseball here. But if you do care about baseball, I actually have a second channel called Bengal Plays. And on Twitch, I actually stream MLB The Show. Right now, my second channel is back under 100K. I'm going to put this link in the chat. If you guys want to help me get back up to 100K. If you like baseball in any capacity or franchise series that I do on my channel, hopefully you will like that. Go over and hit that subscribe button. And I do stream actually like playing the game versus people. I know you guys are used to seeing me be really bad at football video games because I don't play online. I don't play competitively in any capacity. But at MLB The Show, I actually try to be good. And I'm pretty good. So check it out over twitch.tv/Bengal if you're familiar with the Battle Royale game mode. I think, a 10 times flawless in MLB.
Chock full of safeties.
Oh, he got out right there.
Billy Bowman.
4.47, very good time. Again, you got to kind of recalibrate a little bit. These are not going to be as fast as the corner times at all.
Safeties in terms of interceptions, forced incompletions,
but
size-wise, 5'11",
pushing into the 4.4s is pretty good.
Pounds, 40-wise, 4.54.
Well, he's below that mean to start us off. Sebastian Castro of Iowa is next.
I've heard some love for Sebastian Castro from Iowa.
A lot of these guys you're going to see have safety nickel flexibility, so they can play both spots. He spent a lot of time there in the nickel.
He should run fairly well. He's only 203 pounds. 4.61. Not amazing, not terrible.
The question mark is just that top end speed, a little quicker than fast, and relies more on his instincts than his raw speed.
There's Kevin Stefanski, second overall pick for the two-time Coach of the Year of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, Andrew McCoop is awesome.
Not much chatter about Myles Garrett around this place.
Well,
we got Texas legend Keaton Crawford coming up next.
Stafford and Starbucks. How about that? That sounds like a vaudeville act. Elijah Clark of Syracuse.
4.61.
Yeah, he's much more comfortable in the deep half, reading and reacting, than he will be in man coverage.
Next up is Keaton Crawford of Nevada.
You guys got it. 4.6 isn't as bad for a safety. It really isn't.
Hey, can't top that smile, can we? But listen, just did Sebastian Castro, DJ. You were talking about him. And he brought up something.
Come on, Keaton.
Unintentionally.
Texas legend Keaton Crawford.
These youngsters grow up wanting
transferred to Nevada. He wasn't going to play at Texas. It's whatever.
Sebastian Castro told me, I didn't dream of going to the combine. I dreamed of going to the league. He just wants to get through this and get on with his work.
Should be a pretty good time here. He was a gunner for Texas. 4.43. Nice.
Nice time.
We can do both, Charles. We can enjoy both.
Yeah.
This is one to watch here.
Here we go.
Nick Eamon-Worry of South Carolina, 43-inch vertical.
Just stupid.
All right. Come on, Nick.
11.6.
Get in the 4.3s. It's not a lock. Like 4.4 anything would still be very good for him. He's 220 pounds.
He is out there, 6'3" and an eighth.
If he runs 4.45, that's still flying.
Creative ways you could deploy someone like him. You play a big-time tight end one week, he's yours. And with what we're getting ready to see right now, I don't know that you need to limit.
What rough weight and height do you think you need to be a true nose in the NFL? I mean, you see some nose tackles like a little bit under 310 pounds, and I'm not sure height is that important when it's a leverage game.
25, right in the middle of your top 50, Daniel Jeremiah.
But I mean, you got to be at least 305. That's probably the floor. 300. I feel like you might be able to get it done, but at least 300, obviously, I would say. Come on, Nick. He's moving long strides as well. 4.40. Kind of over his feet a little bit too, but that's just a pretty good time.
And the forward lean all the way through.
Also, if you guys recall asking me what I thought his 40 time would be, and I gave you 4.4 flat. I know ball on this one particular player. Andy Holsey with a tier 1 back for 64. Mario.
Not many guys
is that Mario 64? Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
You saw him take off, have a huge year because you can blitz him.
Max and Hook from Toledo. What an effort.
Teammate is running like a 100-yard dash, practically 4.59 for Max and Hook.
Good time for him. But going back to Imanwari, he plays as that big nickel in that same exact role, and you'll see him undercut routes, has a couple picks.
Yeah, 4.40 for Imanwari is great. It's a great time.
Are you kidding me?
Nuts.
All right. Let's time it. Lucy Calorie in one box. So Leon Lane, Navy.
See if she likes her time.
4.57. Let's check it out. Shows it to Dad.
Yep.
It seems like Imanwari would still get the top spot even if he ran 4.50.
It's so fun.
So seems like he's just gonna probably be a 10 depending on if he does agility or not.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, that's a nice
Which
one.
I wouldn't. I think he moves well for that size, but I don't think he's going to test elite agility-wise at 220 pounds.
Slot, physical tackler, 5th year there at Clemson.
Starks is on the list to run, by the way.
For the Jets, Browns, and Patriots.
4.50 for R.J. Mickens, not bad.
Again, that 4.54 number is a good target here, so anything going south of that is outstanding.
And you guys may have heard that. The target there, 4.54 for these safeties. Obviously, that can change a little bit
Much younger.
based on weight, like how impressive that's going to be. Here is
It's like if Joe Burrow was Benjamin
Texas transfer legend Andrew Makuba.
Joe Burrow's doing his best to keep the band together.
I was about to say,
in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Very interested in this time. I'd love to see 4.5 flat.
Signed free.
But I think we might get even better than that. 4.46.
Who was a Clemson transfer at 5 picks. Really good angles, both in coverage and in run support. One thing with him is just some of the missed tackles. That's the one thing.
Watts is not running because he's not fast.
Good football player.
Stacy?
Nick.
Instinctive, though.
Maury is having a day. Obviously, I watched him on the vertical with the 4.43. He wanted a 40, so he exceeded that. Broad jump, he wanted an 11.2.
Here's Jalen Reed of Penn State. Preferred to see a different Penn State safety.
4.3, somewhere in the 4.3. So he's sitting at an unofficial.
Yeah, Imanwari already ran. He ran 4.40. He'll get a second chance here in a little bit.
DJ and Rich is when you stand with him, he's 6'3", 220. He looks about 6'5", and so people have asked, is he a guy that should move?
Jalen Reed is.
And he said, no, that is not.
Running pretty well.
People love his size.
Rolling a little bit.
Spot, DJ. And they're almost amazed at how he moves at that size, though. It's really fascinating because he's so large of a human being.
4.5 flat right there. And
well, you know.
By the way, if Stacy's saying somebody looks tall, you know, and that's somebody whose banner's hanging next to Mookie Blaylock's. You know what I mean? In Oklahoma.
Yeah. Stacy's done okay athletically in her career.
No doubt.
I thought she was going to quote Fletch there for a second.
4.48 for Jonas Sanker.
6'9" with the afro.
Just it didn't look as smooth, but that's like, you know, whatever.
Virginia.
By the way, a minute ago, we had Lane run. I don't know if we talked much about Ray and Lane there from Navy, but all these guys go to training facilities to get ready for this thing. Now, when you're at the Naval Academy, you just you just get to the combine for the time you need to be at the combine. The rest of the time, you got business to tend to at the academy.
Marquez Siegel of Kansas State. Marquise getting out there just 1 pound shy of 2 bills.
That nice pick 6 against West Virginia.
5/8 of an inch shy of 6 feet.
Do we have Charles with us?
Hey, Marcus. Remember, your offhand went up and you just took off. Offhand goes up, hold for 3 counts. You got this, man. You're cool.
Charles out there yet.
Hey, CD, I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
There he is.
We see a lot of guys here with nickel flex here. They can play free safety. They can play nickel, and all you're doing these.
Yeah, so Starks hasn't run yet. His name's right here. He's going to be next.
It's become a must that you've got to be able to cross-train at a couple different spots as a safety right now. There's no such thing as a free and a strong. You got to be able to do different things.
No, we've talked about this over the last few years.
I'd love to see Malachi Starks hit in the 4.4 range.
Taking away free and strong and calling their
Would love to see that.
Right? You go whatever the strength of information. If it goes strength changes. You
What
just
up,
switch
Toro?
switch assignments. Strong safety, free safety, the same thing. Now you're talking about the nickel guys. How about Tyke Smith from Georgia? Remember him coming here?
Yep.
What was he going to play? Well, he did a heck of a job in Tampa Bay being more of their nickel guy. You mentioned Derwin James, how things took off for him when he went inside to play nickel. And I'm looking at Eamon Wari, and I'm thinking to myself, Kyle Hamilton's like a prototype as well. And even Wari ran 4.4.
He's moving. 4.37.
7 for Siegel. That is a sub 4.440 by a safety.
That's pretty good.
That's fantastic. And there's another one, which we're just talking about. Covers in the slot, plays in the deep half, and almost 200 pounds, 199 pounds. That's awesome. Oh, here's a good one here.
Come on, Malachi. 6'1", 200. Great instincts.
He is big-time leader there.
I was going to say leadership qualities, everyone says.
Teams over his career.
Super versatile. I think he's going to be a really good NFL starter wherever he goes.
And he's another one who plays some nickel, plays all around, play high. Had a pick against Clemson, is about as athletic as you'll see.
One of my favorite players in the draft. Explosive looking start, kind of a stumble, then carried it through 4.50. It's not a bad time. Was hoping he would get into the 4.4s. He's right there.
That was just a nice
little bit of a stumble, maybe around the 8-yard mark. Like slight,
He was a
but
very decorated and enriched man in Atlanta.
I love it when the play styles are so similar, and I mean that is a DNA match when you look at those numbers.
Jesse Bates back with more 40s. We'll show you.
I think they're going to try to time it to get exactly back for Nicky Manwari's second attempt. Starks gets into the 4.4s. He's a top 15 pick. I don't think the two are linked, personally. Kyle Hamilton did not run 4.5. He was like 4.6. $4.59 official. Big jump up to that in the 4.5 that Malachi Starks just ran. But yeah, it's like, it's not as important. If you are instinctive at safety, you can make it work. If you're 220 versus 200, there's obviously a big difference there. Brian Branch ran like a 4.56 or something like that. It's easy to go watch a corner run 4.3 and then say these safeties are slow if they're running in the 4.5s or low 4.6s. It really is not bad. Nick Eamon-Worry is an unofficial 10. We will see if he does agility or the bench press, but this would be very good. Number 1 strong safety currently. It's a good question from Carter. And this is probably what you'd be likely to see. It's so tough to be that big explosive, or big and explosive, and then also be really, really quick. So Obi Melifonwu posted like a pretty bad short shuttle and 3-cone. I do think Eamon-Worry would be better, though, than these. Eamon-Worry is an unreal athlete. Not to say that Obi Melifonwu was not. Just, I think, when you watch Eamon-Worry, man, he's just cleaner, more fluid, looks more agile.
The bag. Hunter Wohler of Wisconsin ran a 40. Wohler with a 4.63. Craig Woodson of Cal.
I'm a Craig Woodson fan.
Well, at 4.46 you should be.
And now I'm the president of the fan club.
That was the last of the first 40s. Here's the first of the second.
4.43 for Billy Bowman.
Billy Bowman's got a chance to go on day number 2 of the draft.
Sebastian Castro.
See if Castro can get into the 4.5s. He's not moving too bad, and he's kind of his fastest around
that seems small, but that looks
that
great.
15, 20-yard mark.
Instead of a 6.
Okay.
Let's go.
Elijah Clark. We saw 1.461 improved upon. And another considerably.
Hey now.
Elijah Clark from 4.61 to 4.51.
Good for him.
Here's Keaton Crawford. He's rolling. 4.41.
Improved times already through every 40 run for the second time. And
live with Nick Eamon-Worry.
Eyebrow raiser to say the least. Nick Eamon-Worry of South Carolina, 6'3 1/8.
Get that second number to a 3. Come on.
Out of the building, vertically, horizontally, and he ran a 4.4 flat unofficially his first time. Stacey Dale's chatting with the young man, said he wanted to run sub 4.4. He's got one last chance to do it here at the 2025 NFL.
Watch a lot of Max and Hook film. 0 seconds.
I'm not gonna bet against
Not a name I knew pre-combine.
Hey, let's get right here.
Okay, needs to get his mind right again, stepping away.
By the way, his competitiveness, they're in the spring game. They pull him out at halftime, say you're done. And then his team, they get late in the fourth quarter, and his team's going to lose. It's a spring game, a meaningless spring game. The coaches look up. He's reinserted himself into the game to get the stop they needed for his team to win the spring game of all things. But just an example of how competitive he is to go along with how athletic he is.
An old school mentality, not only to reinsert yourself in a game that's
come on, Nick,
meaningless, but just to have a spring game at all.
That's true. Those are
those
part
days
of a past generation, apparently.
It does appear to be the case.
I think some poaching took place.
That's what to say. Why give anyone a free look of what a portal can look like? All right, so let's try a second run at this for the South Carolina safety.
that's a great start. 4.38.
3, 8, and a round of applause.
Woo!
That is awesome.
He ran and then hopped and he skipped and he jumped. He's done it all. A sub 4.40 from a 6'3 1/8", 220-pound individual. All the love from his group mates.
Just texting with Derwin James. He said, bro is a dog. He's a great kid. So he has a relationship with him. So it's
Max and Hook getting a little bit lower, 4.56.
Second 40s everywhere. Yeah, and he just wrote "dang flying" with two fire emojis. Showing me your phone there. Nice flex. Derwin James is texting.
He's
Daniel Jeremiah.
one of my favorite players that I've been around in 20 years. Derwin James is awesome.
Just have my wife texting me, and she's a star as well. Nicely done. Bring on Lane of Navy.
4.57 when you're not really able to leave the academy and go train, it's pretty darn good.
This looks like a better start from him too.
5.7 moving down the line.
But 4.59. Yeah, these are the safeties.
There is Derwin James's defensive coordinator.
And I think for those of you who are actually watching this,
he's going to be a head coach in this league in no time. He did a great
you're
job.
going to end up being impressed by how Imanwari looks in the on-field stuff. He's not just a big, twitched up athletic
Out there in LA sitting next to him.
guy, and that's it. He can move a little bit too. Like, he's a pretty fluid guy for that, 220-pound kind of like jack safety.
Looking at this card that Jack Andrade, NFL Network research star.
Excuse me.
He's the best.
Just placed on my desk here. Players at 6'3" or taller.
Like Andrew Makuba
Sub 4.4.
is only 186 pounds, ran 4.46. Imanwari about a tenth of a second faster than that. Like 35 pounds heavier.
Imanwari. DK Metcalf.
Do you remember what we said about
the human bat suit is what you call him. That's it.
That is
DK
good
Metcalf
company.
and a safety.
Pretty good looking run for Makuba though.
We just saw
4.46 again.
4.46. Nice.
And
Makuba.
there's some that would like to see him as a teammate of DK Metcalf. I think he'd fit quite nicely in the Seahawks.
There it is. That's your comp.
Getting the Imanwari DK Metcalf
Metcalf.
comp here.
As
Goodness gracious.
I would like to see him on the basketball court 2-on-2. I don't think there'd be a lot of people that want to sign up for that matchup.
Yeah.
Although in Indianapolis, is that like an Antonio Davis, Dale Davis
Yeah, I remember.
combo
Yep,
there?
yep.
Yeah, this is a good football player here. They've got two good safeties at Penn State.
4.5 over Jalen Reed.
See if maybe get the official.
He tweaked something there or no?
Just under.
No, I don't think so.
But, I love the way he plays. He literally plays with his hair on fire. Well, not literally, but it's.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I should specify. But he is all out all the time. I just love the energy that he plays with. He's a fun player to study.
Sanker. Sub 4.5.
Yeah, no Kevin Winston, unfortunately. It's such a high-effort run. I said it last time for Jonas Sanker. It's a good time, but it looks so, like... It looks like it's so forced. Like, he's not... It doesn't look like he's gliding, you know what I mean?
His time is noteworthy. That is moving for Siegel. I did not know he had that in him. That was a surprise to me. That was a unbelievable time.
Tight ends are going to be after the on-field workouts for the safeties. We probably have like another hour,
Pure speed, and that's going to cause me to go back and watch
maybe a little bit less.
tape after that. Good night.
Okay, let's stick with his first run. See the best time for a defensive back, Kentucky's Maxwell Hairston, 4.28, which should stand all the way to tomorrow. When we see the running backs and wideouts go, and Isaiah Bond, whose teammate,
Come on, Malachi.
Xavier Worthy, set the record last
Get into the
year.
4.4s here.
One.
I think he's got potential to do it with a little bit of a cleaner start.
Today. What he said he's expecting 4.2.
Like, look at this Eamon Worry start.
What he Instagrammed out.
So clean.
That's a clean run.
That's how you get a 4.38. The Malachi Starks first run was not quite to that same level. Start cleaner, you can get there.
Malachi Starks.
Again, he did not start as clean. 4.50 again.
He's going to end up going in the first round. I have him as the second safety. Eamon Worry, Starks, obviously different body types, but both outstanding players. And when you talk about safeties, don't underestimate the importance of the communication aspect of it, the intelligence aspect of it. And Starks, he can be the nerve center for your defense.
Here's Wohler. What do you think? I'm going to have you call your shot in the last day of February. We'll recheck it on the final Thursday of April. The position group that's going to have the most first rounders.
D-line.
Defensive linemen, and then it's just a matter of whether it's going to be DTs or edge rushers.
4.58. Proof time.
4.50 is a good time. Let's not be weird about that. It's a very good time.
I think we're going to see 16, 17 of the top 50 picks be defensive line.
It's that deep.
Yeah.
And again, we just saw what happened in the playoffs. Copycat league. Go hunt.
And it's not even like your
Starks is behind Nick Eamon Worry on DJ's board.
I'm a Craig Whitson guy, Rich. I mentioned that. And the 40-time first run through, excellent.
Cal's Craig Woodson, 4.51.
Stick with that first one at the training facility where he was. His workout group was 8 a.m. They said he was there at 6:45 in the morning every single day.
Impressive.
All business.
It's pretty early.
Okay, here's the sound.
Honestly, I dropped him down the board. Guy doesn't know what time to show up.
You want it?
Keep showing up an hour and 15 early every day.
Derwin James against
Could be sleeping.
Who's your comp? And we had him clocked unofficially at 4.38. Derwin James ran what? What did he run back in the day?
They're right together here.
Stride for stride. Let's see if even Worry breaks free. He does.
25-yard mark started to pull away a little bit.
Yep, a 4.47 was James back in 2018. And
yeah, but that first 20 is going to be more important, really.
Out. Yes, sir. So that's what the rest of the world sees.
You'd eat your left sock if Eamon Worry went before Starks. You better at least grab a napkin.
Is that why you asked Jess? Wow.
It's not impossible. I'll tell you that. It's not impossible. Let's check out the Combine IQ. Get some updated metrics for the safeties. Fastest 40 times in terms of miles per hour. Nick Eamon Worry and Siegel right at 23.53. And they ran about the same time, too. Eamon Worry actually with a 1.49 10-yard split. Wow. That's pretty good. Would hit 10 at corner and free safety and receiver. Oh my God. So if you guys don't get what you're seeing here, check the position. Nick Eamon would be, I guess, technically number 2 behind Calvin, but basically, and that's with a 4-4, by the way. That's not even with a 4-3-8. He would be the number 1 most athletic receiver ever in terms of height, weight, speed. Again, not factoring in agility. The number 1 corner. And you got to keep in mind, it's like, why does it change? Because height, weight, and testing versus the other positions. So he is just always going to keep that size unless he actually is factored in at linebacker. You see free safety. Look at linebacker, though. He's still over 6'3". Now, the weight is only 12th percentile. He's still 220. And then, obviously, it would be the best vertical of any linebacker ever. It would be the second best broad jump by any linebacker ever. Right up there for the fastest 40, and then the projected splits of any linebacker ever. Now, I want to know, what linebacker has a better broad jump?
An outstanding football player whose play on the field is what's going to get him into the first round, not just
Jamie Collins.
Playmaking
11-7.
See things, especially close to
I forgot that Jamie Collins was a combine warrior.
Combinations, undercuts, makes plays on the ball, get a couple pick sixes this year. Here he is from off at that size, his ability to drive and make a play on the ball.
Back when their grades were done a little bit differently.
Safety, which he does by taking good angles and being really, really reliable and firm in space, getting guys onto the ground.
Davis Toll,
not just some tester, some
Dante Olson.
Spring special. This guy's
some of the best verts of all time. I got to see Dante Olson throw it down.
Stacy?
Yeah, so I just talked to Nick Eamon and like, okay, he runs the unofficial 4.38, right? He felt like he actually could have run a little bit faster, but as you look at this brace, I just want to point this out really quick. He put that on about a year and a half ago, you guys. It says, lead for God's sake, remember your why. He has never taken it off since he put it on. Just another testament to the kind of guy that he is, as we just took those photos. But when it comes to the 40s, we saw that first 40. He wasn't happy with it. He said that he overthought it. He's
my guy
for too long. Well, he goes out to run the second 40, which was his best. It was the 4.38, again, unofficial. He pops down, and he said it just didn't feel right. So he popped back up. His trainer told him to do that. Then he goes off and he runs it, and he says he and Jahdae Barron, they prayed together before he ran it. Barron was, in his ear, hyping him up. This is the kind of guys that we're surrounded by down here, Rich and DJ. But praying for him before he started really pushed him through. The character of this young man is spectacular. I mean, the athleticism coupled with it, and then the football prowess, DJ.
Is Eamon not doing the on-field drills?
He's fun.
He might be done.
It's fun to watch him work out. I thought it was more fun just watching his tape, just how
he's wearing a hoodie. I think he's opting out.
He is and instinctive. And it's one thing to get out here and do it for us, and we can have.
What tight end's gonna have the best 40?
Run fast and jump, but if you can't play football, Rich.
Mason Taylor, maybe, of the guys participating.
Outstanding football player.
Well, you had the zip up on. Does it mean he's not doing the on-field drills?
I would guess that it's probably likely.
So
maybe he's just not a Bon Jovi fan. I don't know. It's an eclectic play mix today, guys. What we've got in the stadium.
I thought you just thought he was living on a prayer. There it is.
This would be on my playlist.
Is the DJ from Jersey?
Oh, well. We had Journey earlier. We've got a nice mix.
It's pretty good.
Maury is in fact done for the day. We can confirm that. Billy Bowman, who ran very well out of Oklahoma, starting. These are the drills we saw earlier with the corners going through it. This is the line drill first, where they're
let's see how these safeties look.
And then moving and then catching, trying to stay on that hash mark that they start on.
Don't have any agility from the corners yet. I don't know if they're doing that today or tomorrow. I'd imagine today.
We saw it last year in Texas, or what the Texans, I should say.
I think Gunnar Helm is a day 2 pick. Love Gunnar Helm.
But you speak a little bit to that transition as you see it each and every year at this position as a rookie.
Well, it sounds trite, DJ, but the bottom line is safety. You're the last line of defense most of the time. And any mistakes that are made in front can be covered. Someone can come over and take over for you. But if it goes there and you make the mistake on the back end, next thing you see is someone running into a goalpost and someone raising their arms for 6. That's why sometimes the transition is even tougher, because instead of just being able to turn it loose as a player, you play with a little extra caution to make sure that doesn't happen early. And it takes guys a little bit longer to relax in the league.
Lathan Ransom, we did not see run.
CD for the first time out here. He is a good player on tape. Fill the alley, excellent angles, strong physical tackler. I thought he had a real quick trigger. Like, he sees it and goes.
Yeah.
And he can cover tight ends as well. But we're seeing a trend. A lot of the Ohio State
Keaton
guys,
Crawford's going to end up being drafted as a special teamer.
very long season.
I would imagine those guys are valuable. Probably somewhere day 3 or a priority undrafted free agent. He's a really good athlete. I think he gets drafted as a gunner. Probably. Yeah, Terrence Ferguson's a good athlete too.
And it also speaks to their excellence to perform as well as they do here, since for many of them, it's the first time in this building.
Yeah, Mason Taylor, I think, runs pretty well.
I think the 3.5 was the line.
Ferguson, I can see. Rondé Gadsden is going to be in that conversation. He's so big, though.
For many of the Buckeyes,
but he's like a wide receiver, so I'd imagine
which is the home of the Big Ten champion.
He runs fairly well.
Ann Arbor.
Yeah. I got to go to that game. Charles, you've called that game, right? You called that game?
No, never had a chance to call that one. No.
He's called Michigan games. Is that where you're going?
No. I'm not talking about that. Okay. I don't mention the App State thing, but I want to go to that. I got to go to that game. It's on my bucket list. I want to go to Ohio State.
Hunter Wohler is a
some have kicked that bucket.
Pretty decent safety prospect as well.
Just
clank for Craig Woodson. Couldn't haul it in.
Louis watching the combine.
That's awesome.
That's it. Fantastic.
Yeah, not sure if Harold Fannin is going to do anything or not. We shall see.
Well, these are
Andre with the 5. Have I watched Lathan Ransom? Like here and there, yeah, of course. I actually quite like him. I think he's probably one of the top 5 or 6 safeties in this draft. It's like Eamon Wari and Malachi Starks. I really like both of them, to be honest. And then Billy Bowman, Xavier Watts.
Every day. If you see an open kitchen, you gotta trust.
And I think probably you're talking about Kevin Winston, Lathan Ransom. And I think those are probably the top, like 6 or 7 or however many I named there. I love Andrew Makuba. I don't know if I'm calling him a safety. To me, he's like more of a nickel prospect. But I really do like him as a player a lot.
And all the while, you were on the train home. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
I mean, we got some decent guys. Hunter Wohler, again, he's had a decent offseason. He could be a real deep sleeper. Like, this is not bad testing for him. The broad jump isn't anything crazy, but 10-yard split, the 40, really not too bad with an elite vert. Caleb Downs would be the first safety off the board if he was eligible, I would imagine. We've got some good players next year. But that 2027 draft is going to be the one I'm looking to. This supposedly is the consensus big board for 2026 via NFL Mock Draft Database. I definitely like Ruben Bain a lot. I don't know if I agree on Malachi Nelson at 3. Caden Proctor was a 5-star, immediate starter at Alabama. I guess he could get into this range. You got a lot of unknowns at this point. You really do. A lot of unknowns. I do like Ruben Bain a lot. I think TJ Parker is probably in that conversation Was one of the best in this class. These are some random 2026 mocks. I mean, Malachi Nelson at a UTEP at. I mean, what are we doing? Yeah, I mean, year 3 is when you start to see a lot of these college breakouts anyway. Year 2, year 3. So we probably don't even know about a lot of the guys in the conversation just yet. But yeah, I like. It's never a bad idea to pick one of these edge rushers, and Parker and Bain are definitely very good players.
We're looking at Malachi Starks on the field. Let's take a look at him when he's in pads.
Yeah, he's my second safety, and I think he's a really good shot to be a first-round pick this year. The ability to play in that deep half.
Tight ends have not gone yet. Don't know if Warren's doing anything.
Fine and play the ball. Outstanding. This was the interception I referenced earlier against Clemson. This is as good as you're going to see here, covered in the slot. Look at him go up and get it. That's where
Watts did not run the 40.
Comes in because of those ball skills, and then again as a tackler.
Kevin Concepcion is good. KC. Let's transfer to A&M. See what he ends up looking like.
He ran today, which was plenty good enough, and there's a glimpse of that closing speed right there as we look at the top speeds in the 40-yard dash. Interesting to just throw these on top of the times. You see the MPH there, Imanwari up there at the top of the list, but both these guys running over 23 miles per hour. Pretty nuts.
What are you seeing down there, Charles?
Billy Bowman just keeps grabbing my eye. We keep talking about guys doing a great job and what they've been doing out here today. And Billy Bowman just keeps making plays. And I love what you had to say about Starks, because DJ is for the last 2 years, that's all you've heard is Malachi Starks, Malachi Starks. Nick Imanwari has really jumped on the board. And it's almost like Starks got forgotten.
No, Starks is so good.
So, Imanwari's official.
All right, Nick Imanwari official 4.38.
And Siegel running the fastest of a safety 4.37, so he was upgraded with the official times.
We're gonna backpedal and break drill.
To me, I didn't know he had that one in him. That was incredible.
Kind of want to see these guys high pointing the ball.
Past 6 bells here on this Friday.
Not really going to be Keaton Crawford's game. He's going to be a special teamer.
As we're watching the safeties go through on-field drills, and then the tight ends will take us through.
I just love over the course.
I think Loveland is hurt and not participating.
Matching up against each other next year in the NFL.
That's right.
We also still might see some safeties go here that were not involved in previous drills or the 40. We'll see if that's the case. I'll let you know if there are any.
There's I go about eight really strong at the tight end position, which is a big number, and then a bunch of other intriguing guys after that.
Ransom.
DJ.
Yes, sir.
Strategy question for you. After what we saw with Imanwari, right? You get down in that red zone and with the fade balls and, right, the balls over the top. Is there going to be a time when a guy like Imanwari goes out there and takes DK Metcalf like he's a corner? Are we getting to that stage yet? Would you have that type of athletic ability, or am I going a bit too far?
Well, I mean, that's
Sank with a nice grab.
That's a tough one. To me, there's some of those wide receivers, and DK would be a good example where you would, just going to be size brute force. I don't know that I want to throw him out there on someone.
I don't know who's doing what. As far as I know, Gunnar Helm has not opted out of anything. I don't know who's running the 40 and who's not.
No, even I know I'm out too far.
Well, I know for a fact Loveland is not doing anything, and Elijah Arroyo not doing anything. I'm fairly certain on Loveland. I remember hearing that. For a fact, though, Elijah Arroyo is out. In terms of anybody else, I don't know.
No, he did not. I think he's a smart.
Like, I wouldn't have guessed that Lathan Ransom was not doing the 40 and then, was participating in the on-field drills. Just kind of you have to see.
One of the first notes I had is that you can tell, even watching the all-20.
Tyler Warren has opted out of the combine. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Not a surprise, unfortunately. So many guys just opt out nowadays. All the top guys, nothing to prove. You can only hurt yourself. And if you're a tight end already getting mock top 10 like Tyler Warren has been, why do anything?
Big time, different positions.
Oh, maybe you can get up to number 1. It's like, no, obviously not. So I get it. It's sad for like the fandom, but I mean you can't really hate on the players. I wish I could.
19 miles per hour. They want him
But, I mean, I get it, right? A lot of money on the line.
Get your eyes to the quarterback. So
this one ends with a nice catch we saw live.
There we go. Excellent catch. Let's see if Starks gets rolling here at the MPH. He got up to
almost 19.
Yeah. We talked about Kalen Bullock a little bit earlier as someone who jumped right into the
Super Pony with the 2. Ideal pick for the Colts at 14. Will Johnson. If he gets there, I don't think you're upset about one of the safeties. I mean, Nicky Manwari is a... He's a Chris Ballard type of guy. RAS freak. I might do that in my next mock draft, dude.
Look at his ability.
I might get crazy. People are going to hate on it. I can't wait. Oh, that's never going to happen. I've seen the future. I know.
We talked about it, Rich. Man, this group.
Honestly, I'm going to tell you. I'll give you a spoiler for what I'm going to probably have the Colts doing. I might have Emanwari or Loveland.
Charles, give me the, as I got so many names jamming through my head.
That could be fun.
Was the other one I was thinking
Star with the 2. Giants quarterback prediction this season. What do you want? Ideally, a bridge veteran. Like, I mean, honestly, I guess Aaron Rodgers would be okay. It's an upgrade over Daniel Jones or Drew Lock, right? We were there last year. Giants have nobody right now. I don't like the quarterbacks in this draft class. I don't. I don't want any at 3.
Good high point catch there
and
Elijah Clark.
I don't want them to just take a quarterback on day 2.
In that slot underneath, kind of a hang defender.
Day 3, okay,
and then you
can grab a rookie QB.
To spend a good bit of time in the back half,
but
be more comfortable in this drill.
They're going to end up getting one in the first. Ward's got potential. Sanders is solid. I don't know what his long-term potential ends up being, but
the star on top of the Christmas tree there with where you line up.
It's not
some of these defenses.
A huge fan of this QB class.
Bucky's Tar Heels are going to be apparently featured in the spring version of Hard Knocks.
We may get a starter out of the class. We may not. We'll see.
Not just for Lombo. I mean, curious to see Belichick as well.
Man, Lathan Ransom looks like a fish out of water here, unless that was a brutally bad ball.
Jalen Reed and Winston, Charles, the 2 Penn State safeties, these 2 good ones.
And remember, Winston got hurt this year, and Reed jumped in and had 98 tackles on the season. These Penn State safeties, what they're doing there, think about Jair Brown playing in San Francisco. Jaquan Brisker.
Jonas Sanker's having a pretty good on-field workout.
Now, great talent from Penn State, but, you know, it's just another guy. Somebody.
What QBs are even worthy of the first round this year? It's a good question. It's a good question. You're likely going to see 2.
Keep the guys there and
maybe 3.
They're going to be a preseason way up
and
there.
how about their new defense coordinator for $3 million?
But I can't really see Jackson Dart in round 1.
Oh yeah.
That would be a shock.
He didn't even go to the he said he's going to Penn State, and they said, well, don't come to the...
The only one that feels like a first-round lock is Cam Ward, and I don't think he's a first-rounder most years.
So you're going to challenge me on how many times I mention it, Daniel?
No, I already cashed the bet.
I think a guy like Jalen Milroe is going to go earlier just because he's an insane athlete than the 5th round. But he's got a lot of development to do at quarterback.
Iowa State's well represented at this year's combine.
I tell you what, I'd be trying to convince him to play receiver or running back, but his hands are tiny too. I don't know. I don't know that Sanders is a lock, right? Like, think back to the Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, Matt Corral year. Like, quarterbacks can fly up because teams need quarterbacks, but I don't think Sanders is a first-round lock. I don't think he's a lock.
Hey, he got over 20.
He did catch across 20.
Jaundice with the 2. Who are some of the greatest combine warriors ever? Vernon Davis, Taylor Mays, Obi Melifonwu, DK Metcalf, Chris Johnson,
George Pickens, and CeeDee Lamb.
Calvin Johnson.
Can Emanwari beat him out? So far, so good. Woo! Oh, my word.
That is scary.
Now all he's got to do is beat him out in some of the bank accounts.
And those 3 guys
I think this is a pretty good performance from an Oklahoma running back in the 2007 draft.
The tight ends group gets out on a Friday night here in Indianapolis.
Pretty good day for Adrian Peterson. Yeah, Byron Jones is a good one because he broke the combine or a world record for the broad jump. I mean, there are a lot of guys who have had really good combines over the years. You look at the top overall performers, like obviously it's hard not to include Xavier Worthy in that mix when he broke the 40 record and then posted a vert over 40 and a broad near 11 feet. Tariq Woolen, of course. See, like, this is one that I hesitate to bring up because he didn't do anything other than run a 40. Great 40. Although maybe not the best ever start for a 4.23. 149 still really good. What did Worthy have? 149 also. I guess it's just tough to separate in that first 10 compared to anybody else. Because it wasn't this where we've seen some other guys in that range. It's still, I mean, it's still insane. But like, would you say he like Kalon Barnes is a combine warrior? I don't like know that I would. I would say Marquise Goodwin. Hook 'em horns. 11-foot broad jump. I'm surprised he didn't do the vertical jump. He's like an Olympic triple jump guy, I'm pretty sure. Or long jump, maybe. Hook 'em. But I think you need to do more than just one drill, one event, if you want to say that. I mean, Maxwell Harrison's starting to get in that conversation with his vert, broad, and 40. But I like to see like Montez Sweat, I would say. Leo Chanel, beast. Chad Muma, beast. Khalil Mack had a 40-inch vert. What a beast. Love Khalil Mack coming out. And that 10-yard split is kind of like right on the line of acceptability. You're looking for 164 or less.
Back here in Indianapolis. That looks like
What's the fastest 10-yard split ever?
I'm a fan of the W drill.
140 from Chris Johnson. That's what I was saying. Like, a 149 is not like the craziest 10-yard split of all time. Cedric Woods. He ran like a 4.3 flat 40 at safety.
Yeah, he's my third.
He can get drafted, 4.29 even.
He's got a chance to be a top 40, top 50 pick with a ton of production. You see the number there, 13 career interceptions. Sees it again.
And Chris Johnson, dude. I mean,
concepts, puts himself
just a ridiculous athlete.
On the ball. You want to ask him to cover a one-on-one.
I think in terms of game speed, it's really hard not to pick Chris Johnson as the fastest player I've ever seen. Tyreek Hill's right there. But man, CJ 2K, you watch him and it's just like unbelievable how much faster he is than everybody else.
My top 50 watts is right there, just outside those two guys.
Bam, pedal, break, boom, it'll be on the inside edge of the hash, finish strong.
This is the back pedal and 90-degree break.
Ready, pedal.
That's a good tip, Puck World. I didn't know that.
Good job of
hold down control and click it instead of right click. That's interesting.
Billy Bowman outside dropping a ball there. CD's had a great day.
Yeah, everybody did the drill correctly all the way up into the catch. Turn.
Good hands from Sebastian Castro.
And then find the ball late. That is perfectly essaying what you'll do in a ball game.
I was one play.
Like Lance Earl, I've done it again, but I'm not like my left hand is like just up on a chair, so it's easier just to use a right click. But
you don't want to make more of it.
Lance Zierlein has Xavier Watts as the highest graded safety in the draft.
And again, in a night where not much went right for them.
Yes.
And he stayed in the ball game.
Eamon Worry, Billy Bowman, Malachi Starks, all very comparable. But man, that 2023 Starks.
Nice.
What a player.
That was a hot one. That was high and hot coming at him. Mickens just stay a little bit lower in his pedal.
Good. Ready, get right in the middle. Ready. Help.
That's good hair right there, too.
Yeah, nice flow. That's got a nice bounce. It's got a nice bounce to it.
Sam Hartman's like,
Like Nick Eamon
He's gonna make a team happy
and Xavier Worthy have the same 10-yard split in the 40.
Sanker.
I thought he had a good week in Mobile, DJ.
They just had a beautiful rep right there. He was full go, full speed.
Ready.
Did you? Hey, by the way, did you think Siegel had a 4.37 in him when you peeked at him? That one's like just blew me away.
You want the truth, or you want me to lie to you?
Yeah, I'm stoked for him. It's an awesome, unbelievable.
With Kelly, thanks for the 2. Just says Lane Johnson.
And when we say that, I hope everybody understands.
That for a combine warrior, yeah, it makes sense.
No,
just
I
didn't
like
know
it.
he was going to run at that speed.
Man, that was a big time number.
That was amazing.
This website is NFL.com.
Gotta wait for the ball a little bit before you break.
Ready.
He helped himself. Talk about Hunter Wohler.
Yeah.
Because you know he doesn't want to move to backer. He helped himself running today.
And coming at 213 pounds.
Yeah, he cut down. He's trying his best to avoid Will linebacker.
Back with more on-field drills in Indianapolis.
All right, sounds like a good time for a bathroom break. I appreciate you guys watching. Been a ton of fun so far. I back up to 100K on my second channel. We're right at that mark. I'm going to link it again. If you guys are interested in baseball season, check it out in both the Twitch and the YouTube chat. Thank you guys so much, and Swaggy for the pin. And then let me hit up the bathroom real quick. And we're going to get back to the on-field drills for the safeties. And then the tight ends are not too far after that. You still have some time, though. We will be back. Cat sounds hungry. Oh, I missed a Malachi Starks rep. It's unfortunate. It's a team for the new MLB franchise. I honestly don't know. Haven't decided. I probably won't decide until the day that I create it. We stream the fantasy baseball draft. We've already done it. We don't do a new team every year. We do a dynasty league, and it was a slow first-year player draft.
DJ? Yes. I think that they would come up and hug you.
Yeah, Clicks, you kind of just can't live stream TV, you know? But we're as close as we can get.
Craig Woodson.
I don't know if forever my lady hits when you're trying to do the Terrell Austin drill number 1.
What about number 2?
Now that we're on 2.
Scooter with a 5. I would like to proclaim myself as the Keaton Crawford truther. Hashtag more than a gunner. Hey, more power to you. MLB team, I'm a Yankees fan. From New Jersey, grew up a Yankees and Giants fan. And I had a lot of family in Texas that made sure I was a Longhorn fan.
Nicely done.
My opinion on Darian Porter, man, what an athlete Darian Porter is. What an athlete. You don't have to ask twice. I saw it almost immediately. You don't have to be the back-to-back messages in chat asking about Darian Porter.
We saw it at the Senior Bowl, we saw it here at the Combine, and then watched it translate. Watch his footwork here.
Watch the Longhorn basketball occasionally. Trey Johnson, beast, but not. I'm not really a big basketball guy anymore.
He just pops right out of there. Here we go with Lane from Navy. Nice job finishing there. Here's Mickens. Thought he got a little bit high the first time, a little bit better that time, a little bit lower. And then Dante.
I miss you, Swills. It's my fault if I did. Do you think Kirk ends up getting traded? Okay, so it's a good question because teams do need quarterbacks, right? Here's the problem. Does anyone want that contract for Kirk Cousins? And I think that's going to be the biggest holdup. And he's a good backup. You still have a young quarterback in Michael Penix with an injury history. It's an interesting conversation. What could you even get back for Kirk Cousins in a trade? I don't know. Would Bryce Underwood be the first quarterback this draft? Cam. Thank you for the 2. He hasn't played a snap of college football. Would he be the first quarterback drafted this year? What?
Nice grab by Castro. Telling Clark to try again. What was that? He was anticipating.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta wait till you get signaled. CD, I don't know if the Rocky IV training montage is on the agenda, but I wouldn't mind a little of that right now at this hour.
Hey, why not? Right? You want to see Drago?
I mean,
Do we have a tight end broad and verticals coming out?
Excuse me.
They're probably doing it, but it's not been updated yet.
You say it into your headset.
Nick Evenworry is tied for the fastest, and this I guess makes sense, but fastest 10-yard split of anybody at the Combine. So far. This could change with receivers, and maybe even a running back. But could change with receivers. Cam with a 2. Believe he would with his aura alone.
Where's that Rocky?
That was Rocky. That was early Rocky.
Hell yeah, dude.
That was still, the Mick was still around. I like what they're doing though. It's that first move. Here's where you just run and don't look. Now you come back. Now you locate the football.
Get your head back.
We got a great simulcam going to break.
I need like a knife or something. I've got ginger snaps here.
I'm gonna run with Drago.
Okay, I don't need a knife. Need something to snack on.
Yeah, Mr. T versus Drago. The heck of a.
Anybody ever have ginger snaps?
Should we ask? You're the best around. Can we do that?
Oh, Daniel. Yeah.
Only if someone sweeps the leg.
Yeah. By the way, By the way,
let's go
there's a
through all
difference.
the 80s.
Elizabeth Shue believed in Daniel LaRusso so much more than Rocky's wife. She just didn't believe in him. You can't win. You can't say that to your husband.
I don't know that you can say that and then show up in Russia. But hey, she did.
Don't blame Adrian for anything, man. She was just trying her best.
I think Xavier Watts probably goes somewhere on day 2.
We were comping DK Metcalf with.
Oh yeah.
Even Warrior, right? And let's simulcam them. This is so much fun. I love these simulcams presented by Rocket. They are neck and neck there. DK.
But I think DK is going to end up pulling away from Nick Eamon Warrior. But they're neck and neck for 20, 30 yards.
That is a photo.
Oh, yes.
Just a chest ahead. The difference between a 4.38 and a 4.33 is not significant.
DK Metcalf's comp coming to the safety position this fall.
You'll be back.
Alan Bowman is a young prospect. That gets the comment of the day, Quinny boy. Congratulations. I really don't mind the Giants pursuing Aaron Rodgers. The quarterback class is not good. The Giants are more than a QB away, obviously. But they've got talent. That's the thing. A healthy Andrew Thomas at left tackle. Can you rely on that? I don't know that you can, but the O-line still needs improvement. But the Giants do have legitimate talent. Tyrone Tracy, I think you're quite happy with at running back. Malik Neighbors is a star. Andrew Thomas at left tackle is a star. I like the tight end room. And then on defense, you have Kayvon Thibodeau, who was the worst of the players I'm about to name. Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns on the same defensive line. That's one of the best players in football. A very, very good edge rusher. And then Kayvon Thibodeau. At linebacker, they've got Bobby Okereke, Micah McFadden. That's not a bad duo. I think for the future, if you can get Deonte Banks to take a step up, Tyler Nubin, you get a decent season from Drew Phillips as a rookie. That's really, it's not copium because I say the Giants are so bad every year. But they do have legitimate talent. They need something else on the interior defensive line. They need a bigger receiver. John Runyon is a fine starter, junior. I'd love to see John Michael Schmitz take a step up. Right now, he is not good. But I think with a competent quarterback, there could be something. There could be. The defense has talent.
The box drill finishing its final moments for the safety class. Burden slips, and they're going to have him do it again.
He's not going to the back of the line either because he is the back of the line.
Actually, there's 4 guys behind him.
I slipped again. Keep your feet underneath you. Get over your skis a little bit. Bowler.
And then Woodson.
Azeez Ojulari is a free agent, so he's not probably coming back.
Yeah, not bad. Was he in your group, Charles?
Yeah.
Rod was in your group at the combine?
Yeah, and guess who followed Rod in every drill?
No.
Yeah, we didn't have it alphabetically at that point. It was just more, that was your group and you followed. and what have you. Now, the truth of the matter is, I may be off by a little, but I was in the same group. And I remember one time vividly, Rod just kind of joking around, and they're like, "Oh, Woodson, you're up for the 40." "Oh, okay." And he jumped in there and ran 4 or whatever, and that was a wrap for me.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Indiana. Wound up in Purdue. All right, let's go and check out the gauntlet. What's about to come next here?
Let's look at Mikey Sainer still. Coming out of Michigan, he was outstanding with the gauntlet drill.
When's my next mock draft? Dropping. Post-combine one? Who can help out Krob in the chat? Any guesses on when my next mock draft might be?
Just smooth and easy for the Michigan Wolverine, and that translated quite nicely after Adam Peters selected him to bring him into Washington. That playoff game against the Detroit Lions, making plays. Here he is against the New Orleans Saints. Johnny on the spot.
A lot of Monday guesses in chat. That's a pretty good guess.
Movement, the eyes, the hands, all of it.
Drew with the prime sub.
That 4.5, 440-yard dash last year just got smoked today. Smoked for the top 10 safeties.
It's been impressive.
That broad jump, that looks like just a short, small step for man, as opposed to the giant leap for Eamon mankind, man.
Yeah, that's hopscotch in the for Eamon, no big deal.
What a day. So here's the gauntlet.
You got some tight end verts coming out.
Drill.
One broad jump is Jake Briningstool.
For a defensive group.
Watch the DB gauntlets and we'll check out.
The charge to the end zone
and maybe even get some more broad jumps at that time. And maybe only one person did it. Bryson Nesbitt also, by the way, could kind of be a sleeper in this class.
Charles, what would you give for that flow, by the way?
Have you seen what I don't have? There's no price too high that I would pay for that. By the way, real quick, guys, got a text someone trying to defend Adrian and her stance about Rocky and Russia. I said, yeah, I don't think so. You're not going to win that one.
There's no support there.
No support. Support your guy.
Guy's just trying to go up the stairs, and that's what he gets.
I mean,
he had to go get in the Lambo and go for a drive after that to try and collect himself.
That was his version of counting to 100.
What the license plates say, Charles?
Southpaw.
There you go.
Billy Bowman looking pretty good.
He's finishing up a fantastic day.
Yes, he is. Married to a national champion in softball. What's Oklahoma won it 5 straight years or something like that?
Terrence Ferguson's a decent prospect. I mean, this tight end class is really good. New resetting the NFL video. I don't know if you're ever getting one of those again. Thanks for the 2 though. Those are pretty impossible to put together. Unless it, I don't know. Unless those draft classes already exist, which I kind of heard that they might, but I don't know. I'm not going to say never, but
the battle for this position group, though, isn't it?
Was Makupa invited to the combine? Yep.
Let's catch the ball.
Are we grading by points?
No, are you talking about like knocking like a PBU? Like knocking, no, you got to catch it and then just place it down. Just catch it, place it down. He's controlling it. But some guys will try and punt. They'll kind of slap it to the ground. You got to show that you can actually catch it. I don't want to see you just push it down. See, that's a nice one. Well, that last one, I don't know if I'm giving him credit for the second to last one right there. All right, we got Mickens.
Yep.
He plays a lot underneath.
There's a low ball to start. See, now you just do that one. Yeah.
I like to see him catch it and then lay it down. Thankfully, we're going to make it. Hopefully, I won't say I want you.
More head coach 09 videos.
The guys have turned the proper way.
Yeah, it just takes a long time on that.
Make one wrong head turn.
There's the flow. Oh, is that flowed all the way?
Lathan Ransom looking cleaner in the gauntlet than he did in some of the other on-field drills. Interested to see Jonas Senker. I feel like he's been having a pretty good day.
Senker?
Judging by the reaction there from the crowd, there's a lot of Buckeye fans here.
You didn't even take the shot, Rich. It was right there.
What's the shot, Charles?
You were talking about the idea of, who played in this building and who did not.
Yeah.
And there it was, is wide open. I think that was, I get it.
Marcus Siegel. also had a good day. Kind of slipped there on the second throw. Dropping everything. Good recovery. Andre with the 10. Bengal, when you think the GOAT of sports, you got Jordan with 6 rings, Brady with 7. But where do you rank a guy like Lightning McQueen with 7 Piston Cups? That's a good question, Andre. I feel like he's got to be at the top of the mountain there. Everybody else looking up. Chow, you know? Wow.
Trader. Oh, careful. That was good. Nice finish.
Catches it better with the
I missed the Starks.
You know what I mean? Like,
Gauntlet.
I gotta tell you, it was skillfully executed.
Good adjustment to the second throw. Dropped one. I mean, he was moving fast through it.
If oh my gosh, listen to this. Hold on. This is Karate Kid. This is
yes,
the best around. That was your request.
I'm telling you, somebody got it in.
I requested the Karate Kid, and I'm getting it.
Daniel LaRussa is going to fight.
When she says you're the best, and then bam, the music drops right then. What a moment.
Is Craig Woodson the last safety to go here? I think he is a second to last. I don't know. Jalen Reed's up. Never mind.
This is for the All Valley Championship right here, Rich.
That's it.
He's got to be the last one then. It's got to be going again.
Waiting for him to run to the end zone.
And they're going.
Nice.
There they
They're
go.
going. Do not sweep the leg. I beg of you.
Here we go.
Any back handsprings here? We got a couple.
Nice. Careful.
Looks like Siegel and
That was similar to the spinning
Reed
kick
there.
that guy had in Karate Kid. This jump doing all the crazy. How did he not win that tournament, by the way?
Spoiler alert.
Kevin Winston would have been safety one in the class if he didn't get hurt.
Safety
No.
group is done, and the defense rests. That is the final group on the defensive side of the ball. Track and stuff.
Next up, we have tight ends
23 miles per hour, is that right?
running 40s, and then I'll probably call it a stream. I think.
That's a, whoa.
And of course, give my thoughts on some of these tight ends on Twitter.
25 on us.
Ransom with the flow.
Nice.
Getting up to 22-23. Nicely done.
Good finish.
But I don't think that's true. I don't think they've realized that the GPS mile per hour time is not accurate
Group of safeties.
when they're actually going to catch the ball.
We're heading to the tight ends.
What do you think of Nick Eamon-Ward to Seattle 18, considering John Schneider likely won't draft interior O-line? Yeah, I think it makes sense. Should we rip a mock draft for fun here? Like a crazy one? Let's get like a bunch of gift subs in chat. Let's get a bunch of super chats going. How cool would that be for a fun mock draft? I'm joking, but also if you want to, that would be sick. Let's get crazy. Giants at 3, moving up to 1. I would hate this. Giants move up to 1. Go Cam Ward. Browns, Shador Sanders. Titans still grab Abdul Carter. I mean, obviously, like Travis Hunter here, but also, like, Will Campbell's going to test really well if he decides to test. There's a thought of the Patriots forcing an offensive lineman here. You know what could be... Oh, my goodness. You know what could be really interesting? I know they need a quarterback. What if the Jets moved up for Travis Hunter. How crazy would that be? But you have a team that might be willing to trade out, and they would still stay in Will Campbell range. They jump the Jags. It's interesting, if nothing else. Obviously, it's same division, right? Obviously, it's same division. But it's definitely interesting. Let's go Genty to the Raiders at 6. Will Campbell to the Patriots at 7. Give me Shamar Stewart to the Panthers at 8.
Presented by Microsoft Copilot. Scouting report on Travis Hunter. Well, there's a gazillion.
I feel like T-Mac is a really good fit in New Orleans.
Can't play left guard?
Well, he said he can do everything, including place kicks, so he would dispute that.
Yeah. So this is where it's
Maybe
at.
Banks or Membu here.
Find something out?
Membu's going to end up testing really well. We'll go him at number 10.
All right, so let's get to it. The broads and the verts. A little bit over 10. By the way,
I still like the idea of Jalen Walker here to the Niners at 11.
Ever seen.
And this translated, Peter, because what we're seeing here, what did he end up running, 4.37?
So out of the 40s.
So it all
I
translated.
feel like Mykel Williams is also a good fit.
He came in lighter than he played.
His potential is just super crazy.
Yeah, he wants to stick at safety, right?
Safety came in lighter and ran better. Congratulations to him.
We saw
Cowboys, I still feel like could be an obvious choice for Kelvin Banks, but maybe Tyler Booker makes sense now to replace Zach Martin.
Did the same thing here at the Senior Bowl. Very intelligent, heady player.
I still feel like Luther Burden could end up going earlier.
Almost 11 feet on the broad.
This was like a combine freak mock draft. It's tough to include like
Nate Burleson's kid is on that team. There you go. Shout out to Nate.
tough to include, you know, offensive linemen and receivers before those guys even go. I'll go Kelvin Banks at 12. I'm going to go Tyler Warren to the Dolphins at 13. Maybe they upgrade offensive line through free agency.
Teddy Buchanan.
Go Nicky Manwari at 14. I feel like it's a fit. Oh, it's a fun fit.
Davis or Irvine? Cal Davis.
Cal Davis.
So those were the two guys that tied for the muscle off, if you will.
He's one of your lighter linebackers, about 220 pounds, Nick Martin.
All right, so we talked a little bit about the defensive backs, and they're wrapped, the entire defensive side.
Mykel Williams at 15 stays in state.
Overall, 4.46 was the average 40.
Yeah, teams don't really draft mostly for need.
In 2003.
So I think the Dolphins could decide that Tyler Warren's best player available at 13 for a position they kind of need.
I ran 4.6.
Come on.
Okay,
You didn't have the training. They didn't send you to some facility.
Especially when he's so good.
4.62 and some heavy turf shoes at the RCA Dome. And with this group, when I finish my
Thinking about Tyler Booker with this pick, I think I'm going to end up going with Walter Nolan, though.
On the defensive side of the football over these 2 days than Nick
And maybe the Bengals, Malachi Starks, although he probably is more in like the back end if he's getting in.
Dominate when it came to this sort of stuff. 11.5 broad. He was putting up numbers that we've only seen out of guys his size, like DK.
Seahawks, Jahad Campbell is very interesting to me.
Our great colleague Tony tell us.
As is Mike Green.
That size, that you know who's broad jumped 11, vertical 40, and run would even whatever it was him and DK Metcalf.
That's 6'3", 220.
What do I want to do here?
Atwater and all the legends of that, like,
I'm kind of leaning towards Jahad Campbell.
and look at him afterwards. He knows he did it. He elevated his draft stock.
Absolutely.
Number 25 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50 list. I'm going to guess that
Mike Green at 19. It's still hard not to go Loveland at 20. I go Jahdae Barron at 21.
What do we see out of Malachi Starks?
I feel like Luther Burden's a really good fit at 22.
The guy who went into the season as the top-ranked safety in the country. And guess what?
James Pierce would be an interesting fit there in Green Bay. It seems like they would typically prefer hevier edge rushers. Will Johnson's on the board. I kind of forgot about him. Because he would be like
The hang safety.
Maybe could fit a lot of these places. This is why I usually record these in advance. So I make it exactly what I want. Maybe Will Johnson falls to 23. I guess it's not completely out of the question. Falls to an unbelievable fit.
Where he played and who coached him and the guys that were around him.
Still feels unlikely, but
Good day for this guy. Billy Bowman ran a 4.4240, and he continued to shine.
Let's go Grant.
Yeah, he had a terrific offseason. And, look,
Tyler Booker. The Rams maybe don't need to tackle so much anymore.
You guys may not know my name, but you're about to. And he did it at the Senior Bowl. Terrific week of practice. Carried it over into the game.
Yeah, these do feel like Rams. Ibuka or Golden. I'm going to go Matthew Golden. Hook him.
Everything that he's doing, smooth in his footwork, understands what they were asking for. Look at
Per usual, the Ravens have like phenomenal options here.
The go route. And then coming back to the football.
Go James Pierce ahead of Detroit, who probably is not a huge fan of that.
Oklahoma softball player who's an All-American herself. Part of a dynasty of 5 straight champions.
Josh Simmons also would make a ton of sense there.
They understand competing. They understand winning. And Billy Bowman won today.
Gray Zabel.
All right, so that'll do it for the defensive side of the football. Up next tonight, the tight ends will be out there, and this is going to be a really, really good class. A couple of years ago, Dalton Kincaid was the only one taken in the first round by the Buffalo Bills, but then there were.
I'm going to get Donovan Ezeraku in there.
We could have that deep a class, Peter.
Simmons to the Commanders.
If I'm being honest, I'd like to see some offensive players finally. Let's go. The combine starts now.
It's very easy for me to go Ibuka here and then Harmon.
Thomas Fedone II, who has one of the coolest stories.
But I'm gonna go Harmon, Darius Alexander in front of Philly.
This year finally had a bit of a breakout. I just was down there, did a broad jump of 10 feet 6 inches. He's looking impeccable. He's going to be working out. I think Fedone at 250 pounds, a player to watch.
And then maybe the Eagles would go. I still feel like Ibuka's in play, but
texting me all day being like, this is one of the best kids you will ever meet. He's going to be working out today.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter which tight end we're talking about.
there's so many interior defensive linemen that I still feel like could get in this range.
They have to master everything in the run game. They have to
Go
master
Jordan
everything in the
Birch.
pass game. And then the good ones, coach is going to say, guess what? I'm going to bring you back and maybe make you a fullback, maybe an H-back, take care of all these things back in front of my quarterback.
Certainly an interesting mock draft.
Well, this is all part of a job interview process that lasts for several months, and the destination is Green Bay. In fact, that's the name of a brand new show on NFL Media.
Yeah, I got to get Maxwell Harrison probably into the first round in this next mock draft just to do it.
We'll see him out on the turf tomorrow, and Luther Burden III, he's a fine receiver out of the University of Missouri.
Harmon tested well, though. I really do like Jordan Birch.
Gabriel lets it rip.
Darius Alexander looked mostly really good. It's definitely a fun one. I mean, I have Eamon Worry going so high here, but the fit's pretty good. The trade for Travis Hunter kind of complicated things slightly. Let me just rip a quick one. With no trades, I'm still going to go Carter. In this scenario, Ward, Sanders, Hunter. I mean, this is going to end up being kind of chalky. I still feel like Genty's a really good pick for the Raiders. It makes a lot of sense. Let's just get Tyler Warren off the board. Gonna go Shamar Stewart. I think he's a top 10 player. I still like Tetairoa McMillan in this range.
By Toyota on the NFL.
I'm gonna do that.
All right, got much more.
Will Campbell's like the obvious play there.
Hit the field, working out tonight on a Friday night.
Get Will Johnson at 11 to the Niners with no more Charvarius Ward, more than likely.
It's your last chance to get dominant.
Nope, it's not my last chance. Well, maybe it is. I could die, I guess. It feels difficult not to go O-line for the Cowboys in the wake of the Zach Martin retirement when it already seemed like it was likely. Kelvin Banks again. This time I will go... Still kind of like the idea of a tight end here. I'm going to go Membu. Barron makes a ton of sense to Indianapolis. He tested well. I honestly think it's a dark horse for Colston Loveland at 14. I really do. And I'm just gonna put it in there and see how I feel about that. I really don't mind it. I really don't. What's going on, Simba? I mean, we know Atlanta's not taking an edge rusher, even though they need to. Let's get Jalen Walker off the board. It's so tough to put together a first-round mock because I feel like a lot of these guys, I'm like, okay, that's going to be a first-round pick. The difference between like 15 and 40 in this draft, I don't think is that significant. And also, where do the running backs go? I'm going to go Nolan at 16. What do I want here for Cincy? I think they're an outside shot to take Jahad Campbell. I mean, I kind of like it. I think Eamon Worry actually makes sense to Seattle. He feels like a Seahawk. It would be a really good fit in Mike McDonald's defense. A lot of good edge rushers available here for Tampa. I feel like it's got to end up being one of those guys. Best fit for them, probably Mike Green, to be honest. And this is where the tight ends are actually off the board here for Denver. But Luther Burden's here, which feels like the obvious selection. Like, I have a hard time finding him falling out of the first round. How do I rate the quarterback class? Not well. Welcome to the channel for the first time.
It's a lot of fun to go through all the different guys and possibilities and where they're going to go. And yeah, it's going to be fun.
Tear apart some mock drafts, you know, the usual.
Stop doing that. Time to check in right now.
Like, it's hard not to go Barron here.
Latest in the NFL world. What do we got?
To the Steelers.
Earlier today that Matthew Stafford is staying with the Los Angeles Rams.
Give me a Marion Hampton, the Chargers at 22.
Toward the quarterbacks available, Sam Darnold is now the #1 quarterback available. I know there's some other big ones.
Maxwell Harrison to the Packers at 23.
Kind of season that he had, where he took Minnesota, his youth.
Booker to the Vikings at 24.
You look over the course of the next couple weeks, the first checkpoint actually with Minnesota is
kind of snipes the Texans there because it's got to be interior O-line or receiver, it feels like.
There are some possibilities here. They could franchise tag him and keep him, have J.J. McCarthy there, highly touted, now going to be second-year quarterback, have him wait a year. They could tag him with the intent.
Could have gone like Kenneth Grant there and then like Tyler Booker.
Maybe it's the Giants.
I mean, I can see a world where James Pierce is falling now. Like, it does make sense.
Several teams, the Browns, several teams who need a quarterback. If one of those is interested enough in Darnold to potentially trade for him, the Vikings could be in business. If they do not end up tagging him, then Darnold would be a free agent, no doubt.
Like, I guess if they're going interior O-line, it's Gray Zabel.
Would still have interest in him. Would just have to be at a price
to play guard.
Build their team around him.
Rams get a little bit interesting here. I don't think they need anything on the defensive line. I think receiver and corner, kind of where I would look here.
Sam Darnold going back to New York. I just don't see that part.
I'm gonna go Golden.
I will say this: if you take the money out, which you really can't, but
and then like Starks and Pierce have made it to 27. I feel, and Michael Williams. Fuck.
Career. If I'm thinking long term, I'd want to be there with a chance to throw to those receivers.
I don't know if any player had a worse 8 days
I'm gonna go
financially than what Sam Darnold did.
Yeah,
at the end of the season.
Williams,
17 weeks.
Pierce.
Back into Minnesota's range.
I understand. I just think I don't know if they're saying, okay, we're definitely going to give him.
Josh Simmons can only fall so far. This starts to feel like something that could actually happen, though. I know people are going to hate this, but this starts to feel something that could legitimately work out.
We're going to start to get offensive here.
Grant or Harmon to the Chiefs at 31. And then Harmon to the Eagles at 32. I don't think Ibuka is a first-round lock.
Falcons. Several of the top guys, though, not.
I actually like the way this one went quite a lot.
To Penn State. It's going to save it for his pro day at Penn State, March 28th. Colston Loveland, the tight end.
Like, there were some weird falls and rises, but that's the NFL draft.
His right shoulder and arm because he had shoulder surgery roughly 3 weeks ago, January the 29th.
Caleb Johnson at 33.
Back in week 3 during
Giants went QB
season. It was a type 5 AC
at 3.
Separation. He also had his labrum fixed.
Darius Alexander to the Giants, Emeka Ibuka to the Giants. I don't really mind those.
Up to 6 months, so an update for him, and then
I mean, I'd love one of the corners though. I mean, give me Savone Revel, I guess.
His left knee. He told me it was a left
Dual
knee
Carter.
bruise. He's been rehabbing. He told me also, if it were a game today, if this were Sunday football,
is this Jackson Dart range?
So he's
it feels so ridiculous doing this, but
watch out here. How about Mason Taylor, the tight end out of LSU?
Jackson Dart to the Titans.
Taylor's son, Jason Taylor, the Hall of
feels
Famer
insane.
In the National Football League.
Mason Graham.
He is a delight. One of the things he wants to tap into more at the next level, his route running, because he thinks he can show it off a little bit. That's what he's going to do here today. Rose?
Looking forward to it. One of the
I mean, Thomas is an okay fit.
No better colleague than Stacey Dale. She's so good.
She's the best. Peter Schrager,
Donovan Jackson, I think, is going to get into the first round. I got to figure out how to make that work.
A couple years ago, Dalton Kincaid was the first-round pick of the Buffalo Bills. They liked what they saw.
Raiders at 37. Fuck it. Will Howard reunites with Chip Kelly.
One of the top executives in the league. Buffalo Bills general manager Brandon Beane. Brandon, I go back to
this is like an easy, like Josh Connerly spot, probably.
Wyoming, who threw 2 70-yard bombs on this field. Obviously, it ends up being Josh.
I really don't mind the way this one is going, though.
Combine and of course, his progression to all the way to being the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny.
Bears went Will Campbell. It could still be guard, but this is probably where the defensive linemen that have kind of fallen are going to go.
Obviously, it was a highly.
Let's go with Donovan Ezeraku.
Guy in the draft that year. People were questioning his accuracy.
Saints went T-Mac. It's got to be something on the D-line here. I like Darius Alexander with this pick.
Like I said, he's been a polarizing figure forever. We were talking about the other day to a point where
attacking 3-4.
Camp this year, people referred to him
Darius Alexander, really good fit for that.
To win that MVP, a couple of weeks ago at the
Bears at 41.
Cool
I mean,
for the organization.
Could go IDL. Could honestly go back to offensive line.
Yeah, it's a cool story for sure. He's always had.
I'm gonna go Marcus Bowe. I like Marcus Bowe a lot.
He knocks out the noise. He does a great job.
Could be like Charles Grant there as a developmental
Cool
piece.
to see him get recognized, for all of his hard work from coming from.
Jets went Tyler Warren, kind of a crazy pick.
To the 7th pick in the draft.
This feels like a Nick Scorton spot.
And short of a Super Bowl title, but there are a lot of things to build on as you head towards flipping the page and now starting the 2025 offseason.
I like the idea of a tackle here. I'm going to go Charles Grant from William and Mary.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. The AFC is a gauntlet.
Went Kelvin Banks earlier at 12.
Super Bowl, but and we know
Cowboys need more playmakers, and Emeka Ibuka is kind of like right there. Now, I know CeeDee Lamb plays in the slot a lot, but he's not limited there.
First thing we got to do is get under the cap, get into the league year here in a couple weeks, and then
Colts went Loveland. I think this is like pretty obviously a DB in the spot, and Xavier Watts, you can keep him in state.
Bean, we appreciate you joining us here from the Combine. Maybe the next Josh Allen's out here.
Let's bring him to Buffalo if he is.
Thanks, buddy.
Peter Schrager he's an interesting guy.
Really?
Only player ever in history of the NFL apparently to went from overrated to the MVP in 6 months. Brandon Beane, he's a card. He's funny.
Falcons.
Oh, hey.
I think we could double up on interior or on defensive line here, to be honest.
Seriously,
Jalen Walker, that hybrid edge. Also, this is like Carson Swessinger, actually. Or, I mean, Demetrius Knight, you know what? I don't think he's as good, so I'm just going to go Carson Swessinger. But keeping him, he was a Georgia Tech guy. It's a fun storyline, if nothing else.
Great work out there.
Cardinals went Nolan earlier.
Jack's also doing some great work down there with the NFL prospects as well, including the reigning Heisman Trophy winner.
Some good edge op. I mean, Jordan Birch, I kind of want to get off the board pretty soon here. I'm looking for like a 3-4 outside linebacker.
Defensive back and wide receiver representing Colorado here in Indianapolis.
We're going to go, I like keeping Jonas Inaya in state.
It's a blessing to be alive and be able to accomplish my dream.
Let's go back to college. This moment right
And I think he's
here.
going to test well, too.
You win the Heisman, and you said...
Dolphins, you think you just need to go with something on the O-line here.
The first overall overall pick.
Their interior O-line is just not very good.
This is already done.
Wyatt Milam
Now
could be a
there's an
guard.
opportunity for you to be the
Throw him in there.
called. What would that mean?
Bengals went Jahad Campbell.
Like I said, I dreamed it.
I'm looking for something in the secondary, either safety,
It comes true.
but probably a defensive lineman. And there are some really good ones available. Andre Dunbar, thanks for the 5. Serious question this time. What's your opinion on next year's quarterback class? Do you think Garrett Nussmeier goes #1 overall? It also doesn't figure to be an insane QB class. Nuss could have been a first-round pick this year. Didn't really keep up the same level of play.
Let's talk about some fun stuff. You love to fish.
Um,
You actually bought a boat before you bought a car.
But,
so as you think about your future NFL,
I mean, he could end up being a first-round guy. I'm not going to say #1.
you can make sure you get some fishing in.
He's like in a similar Carson Beck situation. We'll see how he plays. Everlast Luigi, thanks for the tier 1. Carson Beck going into this year, I should say.
Let's go. You can teach me some. It'd be fun. Also, your pregame.
Bengals.
Look at it here because it's so insane. You lift weights.
Could also
eat
include a
great,
safety.
eat Uncrustables, drink fluids, eat applesauce. You run a lap around the field, then you pray in both end zones.
Kinda like
You catch
Jordan
about 100
Birch here.
balls, you run some routes. You get more fluids, more grapes, and then more applesauce.
So many good defensive linemen.
Secret for everybody's success. Do we all need to do that to be as good as you?
I'm going to go Tyleek Williams.
For me, it definitely was
Ohio State and Michigan on the same D-line of the future with Chris Jenkins.
Closer and closer.
Seattle, like this is offensive lineman range.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Combine freeze. Strom?
Thank you,
Or
Travis. We
freeze.
appreciate it. The Eagles win the Super Bowl.
Stream froze? I froze up. Holy cow. I just had a stroke.
Birds too, you know.
That's a good point. Good point.
Falcons.
Seat 17.
I'm going to go Cam Williams.
So the countdown is
Somebody to develop could potentially be a guard, even though he's got tackle athleticism.
NFL Network. That's what we're working
Bucks went edge earlier. I would double dip on defense here. Linebacker. Some good options.
The all-new Bourbon Street Chicken and Andouille Penne, bringing the flavors of New Orleans to the neighborhood with our new Big Easy.
Azariah Thomas is still there.
$11.99.
Simba, thanks for the prime sub. Appreciate you.
Applebee's new Big Easy menu. Get it while you can. Now that's eating.
Broncos went Burden earlier. This is prime tight end range. There's so many good ones. I mean, Elijah Arroyo is like a steal for them at this point. It's like their perfect guy being available.
He's never empty-handed. You see, he's nearly as smooth
Pittsburgh
as a horse.
earlier went Jahdae Barron.
Had it with your old phone.
This could be one of the running backs.
We got you. At Verizon, trade in any old
Some really good ones in this range.
Pro on us on any plan.
I'm probably going to let one of these fly.
Series 10, all 3 on us.
Let's go Travion Henderson.
$1,000 in value. Only on
Great
Verizon.
pass blocker. Good receiving option on the backfield. Home run speed.
$7 meal deal with a cheeseburger or
Chargers went with a running back in the first round. I'm thinking Gunnar Helm here.
and a sundae. You get an honest to goodness full meal all for just $7 at DQ.
Packers went with a corner. Maxwell Harrison. All the way into round 1.
Everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hands.
I don't like this sound. I know the pass rush needs to improve. I'm kind of more interested in either a tackle, because Ariante Ursery's not a bad shot, or an interior defensive lineman in this range. And there are some really, really good ones. No, they love the big SEC guys. Let's go with Alfred Collins, 330 pounds. Buffalo Bills at 56 went with Malachi Starks earlier. This is an interior defensive lineman, probably. What type are we looking for? Do we want a nose? Kind of want to get Jordan Phillips off the board somewhat soon. I think Farmer goes earlier. Houston Texans went Gray Zabel earlier. There's some decent options at wide receiver. What do we want here? Pairing with Nico Collins. Could have somebody to take the top off the defense. Isaiah Bond. I know Jalen Royals is a big fan club. Bond goes out and runs 4-2 or whatever. Maybe they keep him in state.
So on Saturday, You got the quarterbacks, wide receivers, and running backs out there, and it's an earlier start time, 1 Eastern time on NFL Network. The
Panthers back up for the first time in a while.
Combine, and that is
Went Shamar Stewart earlier. I mean, this is best defensive player available.
not going to throw. Shedeur Sanders, we're not expecting him to throw. They'll be out there. Let's evaluate.
Let's go Benjamin Morrison.
Yeah, well, first of all, I do want to touch on the fact.
Got a chance for him to just get healthy. Might have a steal at 58.
People overreacting to that. This is something we've seen for a long time.
Ariante Ursary.
To me, you're looking at somebody when you study him on tape that's just got a real live arm. There's a lot of
Lions went with James Pierce.
Watch that ball.
Lions can really go best player available here.
Big time arm. RPO is a big part of that offense there at Miami. Getting the ball out quick on those run pass options. There's that.
They've really got a ton of options.
Ability. Change arm angles. The ball jumps out. Think of Caleb Williams.
Man, I think I want to get Jordan Birch off the board, dude.
Lower body. He's able to pull through some of those pressures and still create plays down the field. Off structure, something he was excellent at.
Could they go with both?
Get that hip.
Maybe they could.
And just unload the football. So traits, a big part of Cam Ward, and someone who's
I don't really love the offensive lineman available.
He's getting better and better everywhere that he's been.
And he had
Could use more depth at corner.
This season. I mean, just
some of those comebacks are a result of some of his mistakes early in those games, but then he would more than make up for it with all that.
Had some injuries on the interior D line.
Cam Ward above.
Get him a pass rusher.
On your draft board, Cam Ward.
Nah, I'm gonna go TJ Sanders.
10 of your top 50.
I was really thinking about Omar Norman a lot there.
Shedeur.
Accuracy, efficiency,
Commanders. Let's go Trey Amos.
Best pure thrower. So if you think about just how
Bills
CJ Stroud
went with Malachi Starks.
In the ground, very fundamentally sound. You see a lot of those.
And then Josh Farmer.
From Shedeur. Here's some of the
could get something off the edge.
Took a ton of sacks. A lot of that because of what was in front of him, but still areas you can see.
Let's go Jordan Birch.
In his game as he
There's so many good edge rushers here. Like, that's the thing.
Under pressure and delivering beautiful.
I feel like Jack Sawyer is like a Spags type.
Through his 2 years at Colorado, the accuracy, the touch.
And then the Eagles went with Harmon earlier.
A real innate feel.
I think we're going to go back to the D line here.
Cam Ward, not maybe as much twitch in his arm as well as in his legs.
Take Landon Jackson. It's tough to get all these really talented edge rushers off the board.
Point guard, someone in an offense where they can protect him. I think Shedeur can be very successful.
Who's number 3 on your board?
For me, it's Jackson Dart.
Number 42 overall.
Yeah, that puts him more in that second round range. But Jackson Dart, he gave me a lot of vibes, and people, this doesn't make sense when I first say it, but just hear me out. Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had been at a couple different schools. Jalen Hurts got better each and every year. Similar body type in terms of real sturdy, strong guys. They're tough without question. And to me, when I watched Jalen Hurts in college, I thought, okay, he's not.
It's an interesting mock.
But I can see where this can go. And I feel the same way with Jackson Dart. I can see where that could be headed with the progress that he's made.
You know, a lot of people pegging that he would be the one that maybe somebody trades into the end of the first night of the draft in Green Bay to go and select and get a 5th year of contractual control. You're looking at Pete Carroll, the new HC in Vegas, grabbing Chip Kelly out of Columbus to come back into the NFL and be his OC.
I think Fannin could
their 6th overall,
100% fall out of the second round.
You do have the Titans 1st overall. They've got to make an.
Now he might not, but is there a chance?
And Cam
yeah.
Along with Will Levis, and that is, I guess, the first domino to fall. And then there's the free agency period.
That's the key.
So, unlike last year, right, where we knew that we were going to get 2 at the top, maybe 3, if not 4. This year, free agency plays a large role in it. I'd like to give you the.
I want to get Bashal Tootin in round 2.
Matthew Stafford's not going to be.
Can't get everybody in there. I might need to do a 3-round mock.
Plays into this evaluation.
Well, I think the guys have talked about it too a little bit on the other set.
That can surely go well.
Arnold is next up, and teams interested to see what's going to happen with him. If he ends up
get the tight ends out here.
So then there's no movement right now with Stafford and with Sam Darnold. I mean, this is going to be a situation where you might like some of these college quarterbacks. You're going to learn to love them real quick because they're going to end up being some of your better options versus what's out there in the free agency pool.
So what do you think? Like if using
7-round mock.
your knowledge of these kids and the other situations. If
I think Cleveland's taking a quarterback.
You do think so?
I do think
second overall.
That was of all these teams, and we can go through the draft order and look at who's likely to pick one.
Well, there's Tennessee at 1. I mean,
I think Cleveland's more likely to take a quarterback, and that's just my opinion looking at it. I think where they are as an organization right now, and because of the unique situation with Deshaun Watson, the money, and him not being available, to me, they're the one that makes the most sense to really jump in on one of these guys, whether it's Cam Ward or whether it's Shooter or Sanders.
Well, I mean, if that is the case, and the Titans aren't thinking of taking a quarterback, then they've got a pretty nice hand that they can play, right? If somebody wants to jump the Cleveland Browns to go get,
namely the Giants,
are going to go get, then Tennessee's your option, right?
Mercury Morris is the one who would pop the champagne right after someone lost and the Dolphins maintained their record as an undefeated team. I think every time a quarterback re-signs, I think that becomes a very popular decision in the Tennessee Titans personnel department. They are very excited about that.
Well, we're going to have far more of this conversation tomorrow when the quarterbacks get out there.
Tight ends on the way.
For an offensive group of prospects at the Combine, the tight ends, and they're coming up next.
Gunnar Helm, Harold Fannin, Mason Taylor. I'm going to put out a tweet. Really fun group of tight ends getting ready to run. Missing the two best at the position, but with Gunnar Helm, Mason Taylor, and Harold Fannin, we've still got some really fun names to watch. Odds of getting FIU Dynasty tonight, it's not impossible. Yeah, Fannin feels like a Dolphins type of player because you're probably thinking like Jonnu Smith after last season. Like the H-back type of tight end. I'll tell you, streaming FIU Dynasty after this Combine stream would be crazy. I've been live for 4 hours to end stream, eat dinner, and then go live for another 4 or 5 would be nuts. Could do it. But if you guys are interested in that, if you're on Twitch, if you want to see FIU Dynasty live, or if you're on YouTube, I'm going to link my Twitch in the chat. It's twitch.tv/Bengal. If you're on Twitch already, you are where you need to be. Gonna be live for the whole Combine tomorrow. I mean, I'm gonna be doing what I've been doing, right? Which is like hanging out for a long time. Now, is it a longer day tomorrow, or does it just start earlier? So it's been, doesn't say the time. Well, gates close at 7. Which is, it's 7:13 Eastern now, and they're still going. So I don't. Combine. I don't know what the Combine experience is. Inside look. I don't know what the time's going to be.
The rest of the Combine, essentially, that right there is a big time.
But I'll be live for a while. I'll be live for a while. It just is. It is a long time to be live for like 7 or 8 hours straight.
Big Ten championship against Oregon. He was the go-to guy for the Penn State offense. He wears number 44 because his dad showed him footage of John Riggins.
I think Jaden Blue is in the 4.3 range. I don't know if he's gonna be 4.3 flat, but Jaden Blue is fast.
Oh yeah, he is fun to watch.
I think he's in the 4.3s.
You saw him lining up as the Wildcat quarterback here against SC, snapping the ball. And then the big frame to be able to catch this ball is one thing, then absorb the hit as if it's nothing.
Tyler Warren is so
The
good.
run after catch, not only can he run you over and stiff arm you, the athleticism to hurdle you, and then how about the toughness to be able to finish you in the run game? This was that game against SMU in the playoffs. He's one of my favorite players in the entire draft. He's my 5th overall player, and he's a beautiful mix between Rob Gronkowski and the Brawny Towel guy.
The Mackey Award winner. Again, he is not working out here. Just, again, another example of somebody that plays deep into January, deeper than anybody, you know, has played football. Certainly for somebody who didn't make the championship game. The fact that, you know, Penn State played deep into January and turn around 5 weeks later, got to be ready for a combine. This may be the future for a lot of combines, for a lot of kids that.
How close is Tyler Warren to Kyle Pitts? They're very different players.
With the experience they had playing in those games, and from a scouting standpoint, why I'd love to see these guys here work out. Man, I got a chance to watch, as everybody did here, more good games. You get a chance to watch great competition, and he stepped up to the plate big time.
So it's a deep group of tight ends.
Here is Pitt tight end Gavin Bartholomew kicking things off. We got a number of talented tight ends in this group. Mitchell Evans is one to watch. Jake Briningstool has potential. Terrence Ferguson.
I have him as like a 4th-round player, and that's a good start for him.
4.73 is not bad.
Here, Rich. Love to do that as we start these new groups here. Tight ends.
Again, you got to recalibrate your eyes now. Having, you know, 240 to 270 pound tight ends running versus the corners and then safeties that we just saw.
Fast number to chase here.
Clemson's Jake Briningstool.
Got a little Mike Gesicki to him. Reminded me of him.
Looks like a pretty good time. 4.75 is not bad.
4.75.
Is there a unanimous tight end 3? I wouldn't say so. I think some people have Gunnar Helm, Elijah Arroyo, Mason Taylor, Harold Fannin.
Really adjust the ball down the field. He'd use them on a lot of these tight end screens.
There's Brian Dayball.
Brian Dayball got himself a Penn State tight end of his own in the draft. Theo Johnson, terrific player.
He's got to get somebody to throw it to him now. That's going to be the big challenge for them this offseason.
I mean, that's going to be part of our conversation all day tomorrow. Is what do the Giants do at 3?
Here's Conyers, who jumps pretty well.
Veteran.
4.77.
4.77 for the former Sun Devil, transfer to Texas Tech.
Switch over to tight ends here. Conyers had one of the best broad jumps. Fedone was number 1. Josh Simon in there. Terrence Ferguson ended up posting the highest vert, 39 inches. Yeah, he should run pretty well as well. You'll notice a trend with the tight ends where it looks, at first glance, very different than some of the other positions we've seen.
Nice job in the run game. I want to see him catch and adjust to some balls in the workout once we get to the field. That was my question there.
4.74.
I think we're going to see some guys potentially push into the 4.5 range. I don't know that we get faster than that.
Speaking of, like, I just remember some of these tight end workouts we've seen over the years. Vernon Davis, speaking of Maryland, right? And
I'm trying to remember if Kyle Pitts did his thing at the combine or if it was the pro day.
I think it was the pro day.
Yeah, he put up big numbers. Mitchell Evans here is an interesting one. I think he's one of these guys, his best football is still ahead of him. Had an ACL in 23.
4.74.
Mitchell Evans is a dog.
Notre Dame has sent some terrific tight ends to the next level. Iowa is another one.
Stanford used to be one for a long time. He had tight ends coming to the league every year. Oh, this is a fun one here. Fannin.
This is the one to watch.
Ultra productive and big plays.
1,500 yards this past season at Bowling Green.
I'm telling you, I've labeled him as like my mini Gates. He's got like a little mini Antonio Gates to him. Quite as big, but he's got that kind of little subtle movement. Just knows how to play.
He's moving.
Speaking of Gates, Fannin.
4.73.
Was born where Gates is winding up this summer.
Canton, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
By the way, that was ridiculous. He was not a first. I won't.
No.
Got to see that 10-yard split.
So the Bowling Green tight end 4.73. Stacy?
Yeah, DJ, by production, do you mean 8 games with over 100 receiving yards?
Probably.
Wouldn't that tie for the national lead with Travis Hunter, a certain wide receiver / defensive back? This guy is really special out of Bowling Green. You know, it's interesting, too, because obviously it's a
Fergus is actually moving, though.
Really
4.64, best time of the day so far for the tight end groups.
Talked to some coaches from that, and they were kind of blown away by him in terms of his coachability, his talent. I mean, he is like you said, DJ, he's extremely productive on the field, and I loved a quote that he said this week. He said, and
I will say, if you're that surprised about the Harold Fannin 40, I don't know that you've watched him.
Yeah, but you know, Stace, the one thing that bothered me about him is that when he had a chance in the bowl game and that stage, for him only to have 17 catches for 213 yards and a touchdown was a little disappointing.
Case in point from both.
1.5610 is pretty good, though.
Touché.
Decent vert.
Oregon run, and now it's Thomas Fedoni of Nebraska. He's now run the fastest 40 behind.
That's why it looked faster, because the start was good. But he just didn't really carry it.
From the Duck, and then the Cornhusker right behind him. Monty Ossenfort watched Trey McBride.
Looks like Mason Taylor's not going. That's kind of unfortunate.
He was terrific.
It was Dallas.
Rice and Nesbitt, I think, is going to be one to watch.
Ran that time last year where he
I don't think Gunnar Helm is going to
that was fantastic.
do anything crazy, but
He's aware.
Right now,
He's aware. He's not getting caught.
he could be in the 4.6 range potentially, but probably will be 4.74 like everybody else.
5.6.
Jackson Hawes.
He is an awesome blocker. Elite blocker.
So Fred the Sled's going to get
staying low. He's looking pretty good.
4.83.
You gotta keep in mind the type of tight end that we're seeing.
Guy in the passing game. You're drafting him to knock some heads in the run game.
Gunnar Helm.
Helm is a beast, dude.
Texas.
Horns up. Breakout season in 2024.
50-50 balls.
Can block.
Rim. He does it.
Sark, obviously very good at getting tight ends open and having them produce. Helm is also a long strider.
Hey, Rich and DJ, I had a chance to talk with Gunnar Helm yesterday, and he said that he went to Steve Sarkisian at the end of last year and said, I want to be an NFL tight end. What do I need to improve on to reach my goal? And Sark told him he needed to be a much better downfield threat. Remember, he had played behind Jatavian Sanders for a couple of seasons, so wasn't quite getting the same opportunities. DJ, with your evaluation of tape, did he reach that goal to become a better threat?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just with the production spike. As we see his time to the 4.93, his production went from 14 catches in 23 to 60 this year.
4.93 from Gunnar Helm.
Those 50-50 balls down the field.
With his quarterback and many
it looked weird.
Wide receiver and running back colleagues of Texas.
I thought he'd be a little bit faster than that.
Now tomorrow, Steve Sarkisian will be our guest in the booth during our coverage. Iowa's tight end.
Yeah, it looked weird. But it was after a false start, and then he kind of tripped over his own foot coming back.
They were out there. But now it's time for the UCLA tight end, Moliki Tabo. Tabo with a 4.83. So let's take a break. We could see that there's 3 more 40s to be run right now, but guess what? They'll be run during the commercial break. We'll run them back.
Tight end 1, it depends what type of offense I'm theoretically running. But overall, I like Tyler Warren. I think Loveland probably has more upside as a receiver. Yeah, Carson Schwesinger's really good. I just think Jahad Campbell is LB1. I think Schwesinger's a good athlete, though. I just think Campbell... I guess it really depends, man, because Schwesinger's so elite in coverage, I would say, among these linebackers. Very instinctive. I think Campbell's still developing. I mean, he was recruited as an edge rusher. He's, I think, a different level of athlete compared to Schwesinger, but I think Schwarzenegger's got a real chance to be a Mike, whereas Jahad Campbell, I think, is going to be more of like a chase, like weak side chase type linebacker. But I also think he could be a Sam, you know, because he's got decent size and some pass rush upside. Both very fun players. It kind of depends what you want. Yeah, Helm is, he's always been a fluid and smooth guy. The run looked weird. 4.93 is a lot slower than what I was expecting. Again, I said I thought he'd be like 4.74 like everybody else. But it was a bizarre run. Well, hopefully he improves that time a little bit. Even if he's like 4.8, that's fine. 4.93 is just a little bit weird. But again, this is someone that's like, are we really going to care about the time that much when the tape exists and he's fluid, smooth mover, can block? I'm not that worried about it. Texas bias. It really isn't. I'd say this about anybody. When it's applicable. H. Brasley with the 4.99. Ravens are drafting Pierce Jr., Morrison, and Eamon Worry. Or break our own NFL record for points allowed per game and hold teams to under 200 yards per game, or about 200 yards per game. I don't know how you're going to manage that, but it's an impressive prediction if you're right. Do you think with his athleticism, JPJ could move into a sort of a Zach Bond role? I think he's athletic, obviously, but do I really want James Pierce Jr. playing as an off-ball linebacker? I think that's kind of a waste of his best skills. Fannin did run. He ran a 4.73. It's on the screen. It's right here.
Commercial break. North Carolina's Bryson Nesbitt.
Striding it out there with a 4.89.
Nesbitt ran slower than I thought as well, though, to be fair.
Who is the clubhouse leader in the mustache department here at the Combine.
If he runs 4.95 and you don't say, oots, he did it again, then you've just failed.
Oots, he did it again, or Joshua Simon
plays fast. We'll see if he
4.7 flat.
A little bit better time there.
I mean, see, are you going for a Berman nickname for Robbie Oots? Robbie
or Oots, there it is.
Oots, there it is. Robbie on the Oots. Cat on a hot tin Oots. I don't know. Gavin Bartholomew.
4.71 for Gavin Bartholomew. Lowered it a bit.
Got some Pitt fans here.
He's got a little hockey hair going. Nice.
Say extra P?
That's a good number for him.
That's an interesting prediction there, Bradley. Thanks for the 4.99.
Good with the ball in his hands. Nasty little stiff arm. You see him run over safeties. Bring the stool.
He's moving. 4.77. Not bad.
He was 234 pounds at the Senior Bowl, so he's added 7 pounds.
What will these guys do first overall, man? What are they gonna do?
Oh, he said H2P. I thought he said extra P. I go, what the fuck could that mean?
Have their choice.
Thank you. Normally your
What?
insight and your analysis a little bit more sharp than that.
No, that's well. It's just you talk to all these teams. Like, who do you hope's there? Well, they're all there. It's your choice. Thought he might run a little better than 4.77.
Really running over his shoes there.
A little better than that. Do you think Tennessee might go free agent quarterback so they're completely wide open?
Everyone's technically running over their shoes.
They're happy.
I already know some shit like that.
on.
I mean, like, their
The first pick. I mean,
his head and chest is kind of like
I think there's an opportunity
real
to get a sure thing, a stud. If it's
forward when he's running.
Hunter, if it's
right, but it's not a quarterback.
Abdul Carter.
Or they can have their pick of the quarterback market top of Friday. You mean?
You know, they're looking at, look, there's Justin Fields that's still out there. There's still some younger veterans that you could have an opportunity to take your shot on. But most teams, when you're picking up there, you're chasing ceiling at quarterback.
It's another good time.
Guys, especially in the AFC
4-7-0.
All of these quarterbacks, elite top-end quarterbacks. If you don't feel like you're drafting an elite,
I mean, there is a drop-off after Warren and Loveland, but this is a really, really good tight end class. With,
people say, oh, maybe they had Kenny Pickett.
I mean, you have a lot of future starters. Mitchell Evans could be one of those guys. But between Warren, Loveland, Helm, Arroyo, Mason Taylor, who's not running here, however you feel about Harold Fannin, Terrence Ferguson, Mitchell Evans, and then some of the blocking tight ends like Jackson Hawes. I mean, you've got some really, really good tight ends. And then Briningstool from Clemson has some good potential. Now, who's to say if they're ever going to reach that? But there are some really good tight end prospects in this draft, for sure. Luke Lachey's got potential. Saw his best football a couple years ago. But just because you're not seeing any like absolute freak athletes with this particular tight end group doesn't mean they're not good. Tight end is not about a 40 time, typically. Can you get open? Can you block? Are your hands good? Obviously, you can say speed is a part of getting open.
4.73 the first time.
Or 7.2. Man, he's really...
Interesting comp for...
He's really got short, choppy strides.
Plug it in and out pops Julius Thomas.
Another basketball player. We talked about Gates and kind of some of his movement. Julius Thomas with a basketball background as well. I believe Portland State is where he was...
Yeah, Helm ran terribly the first time. See if he can run and do something else. Would love to see him at least get into the 4.8s.
Portland State. Hey, real quick, Harold Fannin, Robbie Oots, I think would be more of a fullback type, right? We're taking a look at Hawes, another great blocker.
Another good time for Terrence Ferguson. And he's good, too. Like, he was a former top recruit at Oregon, I want to say. One of the best tight ends in his recruiting class.
Move around guys to try and get them open.
Yeah, I think that's it. You're looking at two different styles, right? You're kind of inline wide tight ends versus your H's, your F's, or move guys. And I think Fannin, that's going to be where he does his damage. And moving
on a more serious note, what were your thoughts on the performances yesterday? I'm going to end up making a video on like the top combine performances, factoring in the times, but also the performances in the drills.
For the tight end group here.
I thought Pierce was clearly the best in every regard, athletically and drills. Shamar and Landon are top 1% athletes, though. I think you got to talk about Jahad Campbell. For sure. Jahad Campbell had a fantastic day. I think a lot of the D tackles were in a really good spot. Like CJ West, I thought had a really good day from Indiana. Darius Alexander. Derek Harmon did well. I mean, it doesn't seem like it, right? If you're, not really. And Ty Robinson tested really well at 288. But I know it's hard to look at CJ West and Derek Harmon and see, okay, they ran a 4.95. It's like what Gunnar Helm just ran. Be like, okay, it's like whatever. CJ West did it at 316 pounds. And Derek Harmon did it at 313. You know the number of defensive tackles in the past, like, decade to run sub 5-second 40s? Like, Atabare, Cansey, Donald, all not close to 300. I honestly don't remember Khalil Davis. Devontae Wyatt, I think, is going to be close to 300. Braden Fisk, I thought, was lower. So you have Jordan Davis, Neville Gallimore. Let's look at these guys. All the guys running in the 4.8s. And this is some of these guys go back to like 2010, 2012. There's Ty Robinson, Nnamdi Madubuike, Quinnen Williams.
How does that sound?
Like, I'm going to show you, we're going to cycle through these guys.
Just relax. Go relax a little bit.
And you're going to see how few of these guys are over 310 pounds. There's Brandon Dorless from a year ago.
All good in this hood right here.
So these are all the guys to run 4.85 or better. Let's see how many of them are 310 or more. I skipped some guys who are clearly not. So Khalil Davis is 308. I actually don't remember him. Devontae Wyatt, 304. 292 on Fisk. Knew he wasn't going to be there.
I'll put Jack on it. Jack,
that's a good one.
484 for Gunnar Helm. Much better.
That's a great
he's faster.
for Helm.
He's faster than 493. That was
much better.
That one didn't make sense.
Jordan Davis, obviously, that's one. Jordan Davis is a freak.
When you say up there, Brock Bowers, good lord.
Neville Gallimore, 304.
Mayer there as well. I mean,
Fletcher Cox, 298. Jalen Redmond, 291. 277 for Zattel. Earl Mitchell, 296. Most of these guys aren't even 300 pounds, let alone 313 like Derek Harmon was. So Carlos Davis is the number 2 that we've seen.
Texas tight end that played forever that blocked the heck out of people.
Jeff Swaim? Jeff Swaim?
Possible. Chip Kelly recruited this guy to UCLA.
They're talking about Jeff Swaim?
Get him. Why not go
or
personnel? Let's get 3 tight ends.
Are they talking about what was his name? Bo Scaife.
There's Nesbitt.
Bo Scaife escaped me for a minute. They both have the same description.
He's so fun, man. He runs routes like a wide receiver.
That's why I was shocked Nesbitt had a 4.89.
Running back, like he's a unique player.
Jesus Christ.
Nesbitt. And it's not like they had consistency at the quarterback position in Vegas.
Didn't matter.
Jay Howard, I remember him actually.
And you knew where the ball
with
was
I
going,
thought Chicago.
Still made it happen.
301. Matabike's 293.
The fact that Bowers.
Quinnen is just over 300. Malcolm Roach, hook 'em horn, sub 300 though. Mario Edwards, 279.
For offensive rookie of the year.
You get the point, right?
The final 6 weeks of the season.
We've seen 2, maybe 3 guys who are the best defensive tackle 40 times of all time. Even close to 310. Even close. Ah, man, McDowell could have been special.
Powers, I like it.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
I mean,
So the fact that these guys are doing it just casually, well over 300, sometimes 310 plus pounds. Darius Alexander in that range as well. He's like 308 maybe, 305. These are pretty impressive times.
Joshua Simon, 4.7's not a
I don't
bad
think
time.
these are even close. Yeah, 276 on Ingram Dawkins. He's honestly more of an edge. 290 on Harrison Hunt. Peebles is certainly not. 282. So some of these are quite notable. Anyway, that's my point. Brazzy with a 5. To be fair, since I'm a Ravens fan, I paid next to no attention to the linebackers or IDL yesterday, hoping the off-field stuff gets Pierce to fall to us. Yeah, we'll see how real that ends up being. I'm not really sure. And we see falls all the time. Like, you remember,
they move him around in their formation.
Like in the Jermaine Johnson draft, there was a thought that he was going to end up being a top 10 pick. Right? And then Jermaine Johnson goes where? Like, number 23 to the Jets? Something in that range?
Teams were really good this past season. They are well represented here.
And he tested really well. 4.58 40. He went 26th. Simon with 4.66. 1.55 10. Decent vert. It's like, oh, this guy's a top 10 pick.
Well-deserved round of applause.
He's a top 10 pick. And it's like, okay, got to 15. It's like, all right. When's Jermaine Johnson going to go? And then we got to 20. He still wasn't off the board. And then 25.
It could be.
Like, when is Jermaine Johnson going to go? There are always players every single year
Oh, there's your comp.
that you think are for sure going to go in a certain range. Like Evan Neal
He is trying to be the best at exercise.
and Kayvon Thibodeau for a time were thought to be like the two best players in this draft and near the top of the board. We thought Aiden Hutchinson was going to go number 1. Thought Sauce was for sure going to go ahead of Stingley for a time. And then it comes out that Trayvon Walker ends up being the number 1 overall pick. I made a video. I remember this vividly. I'd love to search this. It was a hot takes video. It was a draft hot take video. Did I not include Trayvon Walker's name in the title? Yeah, here it is. The Jaguars should take Trayvon Walker, number 1 overall. What's going on, guys? Bengal again here, and today I'm going to be reacting to... This was April 8th. So this was like 3 weeks before the NFL draft. And you had people in the comments saying, there's literally no way Trayvon Walker will ever go number 1 overall. And then you have this guy who comes back to the video being like, that guy who said Tariq Woolen over Derek Stingley must be so proud of himself. Who would you take right now at corner? Derek Stingley or Tariq Woolen? It's very, very clearly and obviously Derek Stingley Jr. It's not even that close. That's how much perception can change. So it's like, are you going to overreact to a rookie year? I had people in my Daniel Jones reaction video where I was upset about it come to my video in the preseason when he went like 4 for 4 against vanilla coverage defenses. And people go, I bet you feel stupid now. I bet you fucking feel stupid now. I would rather have Woolen than Stingley. Justin Ross and Bubba Bolden become the steals of the draft. Got to ask him how that's working out. I always love comments like this. I disagree completely. You take one of the top 2 offense line guys, which, I mean, we can use context clues to assume he's a Jags fan, I suppose. I guess he's talking about just the title. Where is the draft here? I had it up. Here it is. Well, he would have had either Evan Neal or Ike Ekwonu. I think you'd prefer Trayvon Walker right now. I think you would. And this was weeks before the draft, right? So it's like, imagine how it is in February. Also, I called Matt Ariza Jake. And the whole comments is going to remind me of that. Desmond Ritter's QB1. All teams that pass on him will regret it. I haven't watched the video yet, and I hope it's just clickbait, but please stop. Trayvon Walker's meteoric rise has absolutely nothing to do with how good he actually is at football. It's entirely based on scouts being bored / creating storylines because there is no games being played. I think he means are, anyway. He played on the greatest defense ever and recorded a grand total of 4 sacks in 15 games. Wow, what a player! He's posted double-digit sacks back-to-back years, by the way. And I go, sacks are a pretty horrible metric to measure success, especially when you consider how often Walker rushed from the inside / drop back in coverage. You got to factor everything in.
20-yard line on a 3-point stance on the hash. The defender's just a 6 technique standing in front of you. Okay, you're gonna.
I just say hello. Be nice.
From a 3-point, and you're aiming at the cone, keeping the cone on your inside or on your left side. When you get to the 40-yard line, I want you to hang on the inside edge of the numbers. The quarterbacks are going to try to throw it to the outside, so as I'm running, I want to see you adjust. We don't want you to fade to the ball, right? There's a defender, you're the receiver, we want the ball caught over your outside shoulder. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay? If you don't get a
Acting like Cowherd. I baited the hell out of him as a Jags fan. This happened. This happened.
They're timing everything that we're doing, right?
Walker isn't a first rounder. Wyatt is the only Georgia player worth a first. All right.
And then when Gavin goes,
Do you still feel that way?
This isn't a jog through pat and go drill. Like we are going.
Just asking about it.
Does that make sense, everybody?
Browsy with a 5. Derek Stingley versus Tariq Woolen. Easy. Kyle Hamilton, best player in the NFL. 2022 first round by EDC is perfect. Also, Wiggins locked Neighbors the fuck up.
Set hut or go, whatever you're going.
Corral throwing and Mason Taylor doing the demo.
Trying to throw that thing right to the outside edge of the
here. Didn't see a 40, but he is.
Kayvon Thibodeau is better than Aiden Hutchinson. I won't hate it.
Look at Boris, man. He could play for the Yankees now. That's a well-groomed beard.
It's allowed.
And yep.
Devin Williams had to be hot, right?
Kyle Hamilton isn't worth a first round pick. Hell yeah, fist bump. Walker at number 1. You started to lose me now, bro. What the fuck? With 4 or 5 Fs. I'll just also do that. Why am I doing this on stream? I don't know. Just asking.
Sending some players out there to.
How has nobody caught Jake Ariza? Oh, everyone has, actually. It's a whole comment.
Might run that again. Not an auspicious start for the drills.
Not the way you want to get going here.
Like, this is what it is. Anyway, I'm not gonna keep doing this, but you've seen in the comments, they're like, you're actually just like bored and doing this for views and clicks. Trayvon Walker would never go number 1 overall. And
there you go.
This was weeks before the draft, and he goes number 1 overall. I'm just saying. Just my opinion, bro. Andrew, thanks for the 5.
CJ will get another one.
Nah, Matt Corral's major washed.
Yeah, throw
or
the outside part.
that might actually be too nice.
That's what they've been asking for.
It's not exactly Newt Rockney over there. I mean, come on.
Listen, sometimes
give me something better, Charles.
Sometimes you got to get to the point, Rich, because Rob Boris told them if you don't get a good ball, we'll have to run through you again. I think I've heard him say 3 times already. You'll get another one. So you're going to be doing the same drill multiple times. Hopefully the quarterbacks will be able to adjust and get it there.
It's a little more air.
There's Ferguson, who ran the fastest 40 of the group. Stacy?
Yeah, just a little more on Mason Taylor out of LSU. You know, one thing, DJ, you love about him are his hands. Well, I spoke with him this week, and through high school, he actually had a jugs machine at his house.
I'm going to run to Gadsden out there. I'm surprised he didn't run in the 40.
Before he goes to LSU, he asked his mom.
I think he would have been in play to potentially put up the fastest time.
And that's exactly what they did. So all the high school kids went over to their place, worked on the jugs machine, and he developed.
Yeah, I certainly didn't, Boomer.
MT's lab. That's Mason Taylor's lab. He became the trainer and kind of worked everybody out. But DJ, he has great hands. Obviously, the son of Jason Taylor, the Hall of Fame NFLer, and Zach Taylor, his
Here's
uncle,
Luke Lachey.
the best advice that they gave him, or at least his dad did.
Decent adjustment.
Every opportunity is an open door. No shortcuts to this game of football. Remember, both of those guys, those Hall of Famers, were under-recruited out of high school and even heading into the NFL, and they became Hall of Famers. So some good footsteps to follow.
No doubt.
Mo, get another one.
There's another one of another one. Oots.
Good. Bryce, you get another
Would love to see these balls actually being thrown down the field where these guys can run underneath them.
Boris is giving out more throws than Oprah gives away cars, huh, Charles?
I think we've seen every tight end slow down to the ball so far.
You get another throw.
And you get one.
There's Mason Taylor. That looked
There you
clean.
go. Mason Taylor's out there.
See if Matt Corral can get into a groove here. I bet he can.
This is where Helm should look good.
It's all right. We get it out the outside a little bit, but that's all right.
The big deal is not to have the fading.
Andrew with a 5. Meant to put this in the other dono, but do you take Starks or even worry for the Texans if the top guards are gone or looking to a different position? I don't know that you're really looking for safety if you're Houston. Like, it's a possibility, right? I think Starks can play either safety spot. I think Eamon Worry is a better strong safety. They have Kalen Bullock. I don't hate it, but I think Receiver, guard, interior, defensive line, probably before I think about a safety. Depending on who's there, obviously. Mason Taylor, of course, Jason Taylor's son, if you guys did not know. The Dolphins Hall of Fame defensive end.
He tracks it well. Look at this over the shoulder. Knowing you got to take your medicine here as well. He extends, catches it, absorbs the hit, gets himself a first down. The tracking skills over the shoulder, the drill we're looking at right now, very comfortable doing that. We knew about him obviously because of his family name, but he jumped on the scene for LSU in that game against Alabama as a true freshman when he caught the game winner.
Look at the comp.
That's pretty cool.
Comp. Yeah, that game winner, that was a shocker. I'm not, you know, that they went for it and then the
Yeah, quarterback, receiver, running back tomorrow.
With it, and look at this back in the day photo with his dad. Look, who's out there? Now I gotta be honest with you. When you first started naming the sled Fred, I found it a little lacking. I wasn't sold.
Well, you had football on a stick as your thing.
I know, but it sometimes, you know, I described it. You know, it's like it's a football on a stick. It's very simple. You called it Fred the Sled. I didn't particularly like it. I wasn't keen on it. And then Belichick showed up here and he endorsed it. He said he loved Fred the Sled. He found it funny, and suddenly it started to grow on me. You know what I mean?
So it's back. And look, let's be honest.
Yes.
Fred didn't have a great start year one.
Well, because they
couldn't move Fred.
They couldn't move Fred because they tried to lift Fred.
Yeah.
So here's the blocking explosion.
This drill, I know a lot of you can't see it unless you're following along live, but it's going to be a sled push drill. It's all about staying low, driving through and pushing it. If you get too high, it's not going to move. So it's stay low, keep your hands tight and inside, and actually drive it. Did Vannon's time shock you? Not really.
Here's Mason Taylor. There you go. Who was the one who crushed it? Was it
Tip Ryman.
Tip Ryman beast.
Washington who did it?
Oh yeah, from Georgia. But Tip Ryman flat backed it so well last year. Tremendous.
What are we listening to right now, Charles?
You really don't want me to get there, DJ. I've really struggled with the music selections.
Everything's an evaluation at the combine. That is Lunda Wells of the Dallas Cowboys staff. Massive turnover there, as we all know.
There we go.
Not a bad rep from Bartholomew.
His face in there, nicely done.
A lot of these taller guys are going to struggle with this.
Yeah, Branding School is not going to be quite as comfortable. Nice job there, but he's more flexed out seam runner.
You say it's going to be the Georgia Tech kid that crushes this drill?
Hawes is going to, I'm going to have fun watching Hawes. I think he'll do very well here.
Yeah, not great from Conyers.
The frame for it. He should be a guy that's be proficient at it.
I love how it takes one guy to shove it forward and three to put it back.
Bree did a nice job.
Just got to keep driving.
He plays in line, so he plays hand on the ground.
Like Harold Fannin actually could look good here because he's tinier. Not bad for Mitchell Evans.
Yeah, that's a Notre Dame thing there.
This is, I mean, it's one to watch.
This will be a little bit out of his wheelhouse. Taking a turn.
He just went on a wheel route with that.
So he turned the sled to the side. He did not really stay through it. Better than I thought from Terrence Ferguson.
Throughout his career. He's having a good day. Ran well.
Great stance, great leverage, accelerate your feet on contact.
Fedoni plays in line as well. He's another one who's got that in line.
I'm interested to see Gadsden. I'm not expecting much here.
Rondé Gadsden. Another son of a player.
Not great, not awful.
Okay, now. Here we go.
Accelerate your feet, all right?
Got to clear a little space down here.
There you go.
Here's Jackson Hawes.
Look out, Fred. Here comes Hawes.
Arm lengths away. In your neutral zone, all right? Hold on, we're not ready.
Is this the Rocky music for you?
Yes!
Time?
Yes! It's the perfect time. This one is perfect.
All your requests coming at one time.
Let's go.
Hit it, Jackson. Hit it.
There you go. He just needed
Stayed a little high.
log on his back and some snow, and he would have been fine.
Come on, Gunner.
Gun some raw eggs first, right?
He'll climb the mountain later and yell a certain name.
A little high. Good recovery, though. Got to stay low at the start.
Some of the guys returning the sled represent the KGB agents that are following him.
Yeah,
Lachey got too high too early.
They lost him.
Got to stay low.
He lost him.
I think I just saw EJ
What are we listening to again here?
from Bootleg Football on the ground with a camera.
Yeah, but yeah, this is the montage. Can't you see Drago running in circles and punching the bag as he's getting all roided up?
I would break you.
I wonder if he's there with Brett. Probably is. I think I might even see Brett.
Here we go.
Oh, Robbie. Boots.
Yeah, I think I see Brett.
Did not get inspired by this music.
Let me take a picture.
Come on, Robbie. Push. Push. Nice.
Shoot him a text.
DJ, if you start screaming no pain, no pain.
That was nicely done there. All right, here's Mason Taylor now.
Go, Mason. Woo. Nice. Charles. Charles, what's
Yes,
he
sir.
doing? What's he doing? He's winning.
He's winning.
Yeah, I know Brett is there. I imagine EJ's with him. Yeah, EJ Snyder.
Came close, man. He came close. 3 sub at 4.7 40s and 2 at 4.7.
I think EJ DMs me all the time. Maybe not all the time, but very nice guy.
There you go. Mason Taylor is out there. Didn't run the 40s, but he is showing out here. Taking Fred the sled with
Fred a little kiss there.
On June 18th, he just linked me a bootleg football episode about the Giants and just said heads up. I'm like, okay.
There's no better place to parlay than Caesar Sportsbook. Parlay Builder gives you all the game day action.
No, get off of this. Where's my mouse?
Legs and props. All
Thank you. I think Brett works for the Chargers in some regard. In January, when Bootleg hit 50K, he tweeted out about it and then DM'd me with the tweet and then said that tiny little light way in your rearview mirror. Like, why are you comparing me? EJ, you guys are doing your own thing. You guys are awesome. I've been doing this a long time. But yeah, it's always interesting what he DMs me. It's like kind of like if you guys have like parents or like older people, like maybe an uncle, and it'll just be like, my mom will just send me a picture. She's like here I am like in front of Target Field. She's like in Minnesota for business. I'm like, nice. Hope you're having fun. It's like, I don't know what you can say to that, right? It's like, congrats on 50K, you know? But yeah, the bootleg guys are awesome. But I think we're probably going to call it. I got to eat, and if I'm going to be live on Twitch for FIU Dynasty here in a bit, I definitely need to eat and FIU Dynasty. Take a little bit of a break, that's for sure. We'll raid Xanderverse. He's doing MLB The Show probably. Show him some love. If you're on YouTube, go watch all of my videos. Load up a bunch of them, watch them all at once. Go do something else. It doesn't matter. Just make sure my videos are playing